Hello everyone! How's everybody doing? What? Oh no, the sound isn't happening! Ah! No, I messed up! No! No! I forgot to open a thing apparently. But hello nobody, how you doing? Okay, let's see. Let me wait a second. Okay. I think it should be able to make the sound the next time the scan happens. I thought I opened that, but I guess I messed up on it. But yeah, how you doing? I had to restart my computer to have this like text on my scenes work. I restarted OBS like 5 times, and each time it was just like, no, you don't get a timer, you don't get like these little things of what people have done, and it's just like I hope restarting my computer helps, and it did. If it didn't, I don't know what I would have done. Yes, let me go ahead and take a second to open up Higurashi. To be honest, I don't remember what's gonna happen next, because my brain is like, oh yeah, the stuff that happens in the newest seasons, and it's like, well, that's kind of almost fan events. That probably didn't actually happen. Okay. Oh, nice. It's already ready for me. I guess it makes sense, since this was the last thing we were playing. Also, I added a little thing that I see on other people's streams of like monthly subs, so monthly Aggies. I might change it, I might take it away, I don't know. I figured I would try it out. I'm doing okay floating around in the internet aether. Ah, yes, that is the usual case. I'm doing good too. Let's see. Okay, continue. And then load. Hopefully I have enough water for this. Okay. And if not, I can always get more during my break. On the plus side, it seems that the hornet/wasp, whatever was in the bathroom, has left, it seems. I haven't seen it since Monday morning, so hopefully it has decided to bounce. Damn it. Why did she do that? That's about what I expected. Neon called me in the middle of the night. Want to be an eggy? I mean... me? I thought you were, but maybe it's been a month. The social worker went to Satoko's house tonight after getting a call from the school. They had a talk with Satoko and her uncle. There you are! Now you're an eggy! Hello! Guess what? This is the first time I've seen your stream while I'm not at work, but I got to go in 30 minutes. Oh no! So you'll miss a little bit. Also, hello, Rocket. How you doing today? Other than, I guess, getting ready for work. They had a talk with Satoko and her uncle. He told them that Satoko didn't go to school today because of a cold. He also claimed he didn't call the school because he didn't have the number. He explained that he spoke with Chie-sensei politely and that she just misunderstood his behavior. Satoko didn't really talk, but she never denied what her uncle was saying. Yes, now you are an eggy again, nobody. So she said that there's no abuse, and that she doesn't need any help? Doing good, this is the second to last day of school. Nice! I don't know what that means, for being a janitor there. It probably means that you have a lot of cleaning to do. Yeah, thinking of last days of school, like, back as a student, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of messes. Yes, Satoko has always thought that her brother disappeared because she kept relying on him. That's why. She thinks she needs to handle it on her own without seeking anyone's help? Yeah, you got the emotes again! That's ridiculous! According to the social worker, she didn't have any obvious injuries, so they think this isn't an urgent case. It seems she's being fed and she has a place to sleep, too. Shouldn't that be a given? Are you saying it's not abuse as long as she has something to eat and somewhere to sleep? That's how they view it, at least. In some cases, people refuse to even let the social worker come inside the house. Just because they were able to talk with her uncle tonight, they determined that it wasn't urgent. So after all that, they put her case on hold. I bet Shiona's disappointed. It means I go to day shifts and can move my preferred stream schedule. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, because then you don't have to wait until after classes to clean. Yeah. Just like how Satoko refuses to seek anyone's help because of Satoshi, Shion is also desperately trying to save Satoko because of him. She seems calm now, though, even though she's very upset. I know this isn't the time for complaining, but where the hell did Satoshi go? His sister is in danger! I have no idea where he is. I know. I'm sorry. Let's go more Maneater. Oh, does that mean that you've been streaming Maneater, Rocket? I know. I'm sorry. I was hoping he would save her if he came back, but it's a waste of time to think about that. I can't hope for someone else to save her. We're the ones who will. That's right. We have to do what we can. I'm impressed with the power of the Sonozaki family, though. You have information from the social worker already. You must have a spy in the center. That's a national secret. So, you know someone who knows a lot about the center? Did they give you any idea of what we should do next? Well, I was advised to just stay calm and see what happens. The hell? Did you talk to them about the situation she's in right now? Her uncle is locking her up and he's abusing her. Why should we just kick back and see what happens? Well, Kei-chan, this is not my opinion, okay? I'm just telling you what I was told by my contact. See, it is true that Satoko didn't show up at school today, but it's just one day. It's not like she's been absent for weeks or months. We can't really deny the possibility she has a cold. But she's being abused! You're saying that we should stay calm while she's being psychologically and emotionally harmed? Wait a minute, Kei-chan. That's the whole point. We're concerned because we know what happened to her last year, but she wasn't hurt yesterday or today. We can't really prove if she's being abused or not. She may not have a bruise on her body yet, but it's only a matter of time. Besides, isn't it abuse to force her to come back and live with him? Remember what we were talking about at school. It's normal for a legal guardian to take in the child under their custody. We can't definitely say that it's abuse yet. But we have to do something before it happens. I'm sorry for yelling at you. Right, Kei-chan's gonna unalive a man's again. Although, since this is like a better timeline, it might not happen. I can't remember. Can we still alt F4 on the uncle's life? I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know how to do it safely. I knew that it wasn't Mion's opinion, but it felt like she was telling me that, and I raised my voice. When I sensed her dismay, I quickly apologized. I explained my contact what happened to Satoko last year, but last year's case was resolved by waiting it out too. Last year's abuse only stopped because of the 4th case, right? It's not like the Child Consultation Center resolved it. Still, either way, both last year and now, the Child Consultation Center doesn't think her case warrants that much urgency. It seems our opponent this time is the difference in urgency between us and them. I see. We've done what we can. Now we need to come up with a plan B. We should have a meeting tomorrow. With all the fearless members of our club. We've gone through worse than this before. We'll save her for sure. Yes. As we spoke, I felt less angry about the decision that the Child Consultation Center made. It was something we expected anyway. I was being emotional for a while, but Mion wasn't taking it personally. She's usually a tough person, but I know that she feels very weak when something like this happens. I have to be careful to not get too emotional with her. Our enemy was Tepe. I couldn't yell at my friends just because I was frustrated. I almost forgot sometimes, but Mion is a girl. There's no way yelling at her without cause wouldn't hurt her. I think I have a tendency to lash out with my emotions sometimes. I definitely need to rein in that bad habit, especially during emergencies like this. All I could do by myself was probably the same thing Shion was suggesting earlier, but I knew it wouldn't make Satoko happy. We club members are fearless, but the power I possess is the smallest among all of us. That's why I needed to communicate with them. If we united, we would be able to come up with a better plan. I couldn't think of a plan all by myself. 3 heads are better than 1. We would definitely figure something out. I wonder if it's like we still unalive the uncle, but this time since we're actually communicating with Shion or Mion, it's just like, hey, I'm gonna unalive this man, you hide the body, and they're like, cool, yeah, we'll definitely do that and actually communicate this instead of being like, where's the body? Where did it go? I'm going to call Rika-chan now. Will you call Rena? Sure. Rena was a good match for Shion today. She impressed me a lot. She's tough when push comes to shove. Yeah, Rena is always reliable when we're in trouble, but you impressed me too, Kei-chan. You were kind of cool today. I just kind of feel embarrassed now. That speech was a little corny, huh? I'm hanging up now. I'm sure Rena is waiting. Give her a call, okay? Yep. Say hi to Rika-chan. I think she's been hurt the most by all this. Rika-chan was looking at the ground with a depressed look on her face all day. My chest hurt just remembering it. It must be even more painful to look at Satoko. Mion hung up the phone. I also hung up, then called Rena. She picked up the phone after 1 ring, which surprised me. Hello, Rena? You were waiting for the call, huh?
Yes, I called you, but it was busy, so I didn't know what to do.
You called me when I was talking with Mion. She's calling Rika-chan now. She told me to call you. Let me explain to you what happened. You know what they say, teamwork making the unalive work? Yeah.
Okay, is the case on hold?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm really upset, but that's what we expected. I can guess what they said. It's only been a day, so there's nothing definite. She may have missed school because she really had a cold today. Plus, she doesn't have any obvious injuries. Is my guess right?
Did you put a bug on my phone? Yeah, you got it exactly right. It's total bullshit.
It's only been a day. Such a horrible phrase, isn't it? Especially since it'll be too late after he really hurts her.
If he really does, then Satoko's injuries will be plain for everyone to see. But if that happens, her uncle will never let any social worker see her. And then they'll just say that they couldn't find any signs of abuse and go back to waiting.
Such a huge contradiction, isn't it?
Apparently, they need court approval to force entry, but applying for that isn't easy. So while social workers may be supposed to have great legal power, in reality, their hands are tied and they can't act if the family turns them away. They're not the police. They're not the ones who storm in, even if they have to break windows to do so. Damn it. Then who does have the right to break those windows? If we did, I'd smash them wide open.
Anyway, they're not serious about this case. They have no idea what will happen to Satoko if we don't do anything about it. I don't know which one of them is talking right now. I'm impressed. Wait, why? You just moved to the village not too long ago. You've only known her for a few months, but you're so serious about saving her. You don't even know what happened to her last year, but you can imagine how hurt Satoko-chan is right now. If you were an ordinary person, I'm sure that you'd tell us. Just relax, it's only been a day.
It's not that difficult to imagine how horrible it is for her. I also heard from you guys how terrible it was last year. It's no question that this case requires immediate action.
That's still impressive. You stopped Shi-chan when she tried to leave the classroom. What you said there was pretty deep.
But social workers can call cops and give them probable cause, yeah. But these social workers are just like, well, let's wait it out. She called us on false charge once, so we can never trust her. Even though basically she's saying that it's fine, would be probable cause to not trust her right now. But no logic. Don't trust her, but also trust when she says that it's fine. Do you think Satoko would appreciate it if you saved her by committing murder? It's not something an average boy would say. In fact, sorry, but I thought you were going to say something like you were going to say something like what Shi-chan suggested. That's Arena. She saw right through me to the core. To be honest, I was able to keep my calm because Shion caused that commotion. I, too, thought our only option was to kill him. What's there to hesitate about? Everything would be resolved if we went over and killed her uncle right away. I thought those same things to myself. And then I thought about how I would actually kill him. First, I'd assault him with a metal bat or something. But before that, I would scope out his house and dig a hole to bury his body in ahead of time. When I imagined it, I envisioned myself actually digging the hole with a camping shovel in the woods. I repeated, "This is for Satoko. This is for Satoko," in my mind like a mantra, trying to forget the weight of the murder ahead. I relived that, exhaustion and frustration. I could very clearly imagine myself standing there, soaking with sweat and covered in mosquito bites. Social worker in this game, we only trust something that makes us work less, yes. It's like, haha, we don't want to actually do work. So, we'll just keep an eye on it. Anyway, what's on Netflix today? Then I'm sure I'd call her uncle or something to lure him out of the house and bludgeon him to death. Then I repeated my mantra, "This is for Satoko, this is for Satoko," blaming her for that serious crime as I tried to avoid my own guilt over committing murder. Did Satoko ask me to do that? Am I going to blame it all on her because I committed murder? Would she appreciate that? No, she wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to tell anyone that I had killed someone. No one would appreciate my deed, and I'd have to carry that burden for the rest of my life. That pathetic future is one I couldn't have imagined in the rush I felt before carrying out the murder. I decided to kill him so I could return us to happier times, but the act of murder also meant shattering the thin path that could lead us back there. I was able to imagine it that far ahead. That's why I didn't say it out loud like Shion did. If I hadn't thought that far, I probably would have joined Shion in shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!"
It would have been really hopeless if you had done that. I'm glad you have such a vivid imagination. I'm glad.
Was that really just my imagination, though? Did I imagine killing her uncle in my mind? Could imagination alone really be that vivid? I could smell the earth, taste the scattered dirt flying into my mouth, see the pebbles scattered as I shoved my shovel down, and hear the roots cracking from its weight. The image was so real. It felt more like I had actually done it in the past. That's right. It's important to imagine the consequences.
Right. You don't want to grow up with no imagination. I think you'll grow up to be a calm, respectable adult, Keiichi-kun.
I wonder if that was only my imagination. I feel like I've been through a different life before.
People with good imaginations can take a look at every possibility. If we really felt like you saw the future, I think it wasn't just your imagination. You saw a possible future that could have happened.
In that imaginary world, the Child Consultation Center put her case on hold too. Satoko came back to the school for a while, but she broke after only a few days. Satoko was bearing the abuse, but even something small would be enough to break her. Just like an old bowl that has a crack in it, one day that crack will eventually widen and the bowl will shatter. In my imaginary world, Satoko broke when I rubbed her head. She thought my hand was her uncle's hand. She pushed me away and hid behind the curtain and cried out for her brother, saying, "Nini, Nini."
Who told you that she called her brother Nini?
Huh? I don't know. I guess someone did. That's what she calls Satoshi, right? Anyway, it was devastating to hear her cry like that. I wanted to comfort her, but I couldn't even get close. She cried more as I walked closer to her because she thought I was her uncle.
You're amazing, Keiichi-kun. I can't believe that was only your imagination. That's exactly how Satoko-chan was last year. I remember it clearly, but it's impressive how you can imagine it, since you've only been here for a few months. You really are amazing. So that explains why you feel the same urgency we do.
So you feel the same way I do?
Yes. I can't imagine it as clearly as you have, but I think Satoko-chan will break in a few days if we don't do anything about this. I think she will hide behind the curtain and scream for her Nini. That's when we'll finally realize something. It's not a crime to be powerless. It's a crime to do nothing. Huh? It's only in my imagination, but I'm crying as though it's happening in front of me.
Rena can also sense how urgently we need to save Satoko. Not everybody feels that way, though. My friends all do, but they're special. And normal people like those at the Child Consultation Center see us as overreacting. They have a point, though. We don't really have anything to say back to them if they're going to claim it's only been 1 day. It's just like getting a cold. Doctors always say, let's see what happens for a couple of days. Nope, that was Rena saying it. Whoops. Rena, I think we should trust our instincts. We have no time to spare. We have to save Satoko now.
Yes, even if I can't come up with a good idea on our own, together we can accomplish anything. When I was down and depressed before, someone told me the same thing. I think now is the time to come together and show people what we can do.
Yeah, I don't know who told you that, but that's exactly how I feel. It was strange. I've had this feeling ever since Rena told me the story at school. I felt like I too once learned a lesson after some event. But Rena and I only met recently. I guess it's just a coincidence. Anyway, I was so lonely inside of my imagination. I thought it was stupid for them to only sit and think about how they could save Satoko, and I made a selfish decision. But I eventually learned, just like Rena did. You'll never come up with anything good by worrying about something on your own. You have to talk to your friends. That way, they will help you reach the best possible solution.
You said something when you stood in Shi-chan's way today. You told her to trust you. You said you didn't have any idea yet, but you would find one soon. I'm going to trust you. I believe that you'll come up with the best solution.
Don't rely on me. You can give me ideas if you have any.
That's not how I meant. Or what I meant. I have faith in my friends at all times. I'm going to trust us. I know that we can save Satoko-chan, but we're not going to use a shortcut.
That's right. We will save her from this mess. Keep on believing. I believe in us too. I will never think that I'm the only one who's trying to save her. I believe that all of us feel the same way. Let's have a meeting tomorrow. Chie-sensei might have new information too. We may not be able to come up with a good idea right away, but she might have something.
Yeah, you're right. I know that there's always another option.
That's right. We're not going to give up. There is a better way. I'm sure there is. We may not find it right away, but we'll never give up. I hope I have the right order of who's talking right now.
No, never.
Mion praised her for it too, but Rena is really strong in a crisis. I got a little emotional when I was talking with Mion, but Rena is different. Her fire is quiet and blue, so at first glance it seems lesser than my bright red, roaring blaze, but The truth is the opposite. Blue flames burn far hotter. As I spoke with Rena, I felt my useless, wild energy calming down so I could rationally search for the best solution. Through that, I felt Rena's strength. Though, apparently Rena felt similarly about me.
When I'm talking with you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. You're so strong and reliable. I feel more courageous when I talk with you. I feel more confident that we can save Setsuko-chan.
I get calmness from you, and you get calmness from me. We balance each other out like that, huh? We're a good combination.
Mi-chan has a lot of power as a member of the Sonozaki family, but she has a very frail heart. But I believe that you and I can support her. Hello, Risa. How you doing today?
That's right. We have nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, I agree.
Talking to Rena made me feel very confident. If I can share that confidence with my friends, I'll never feel down or miserable ever again. I'm going to give my power to the other club members so we can fight even harder. Rika-chan is really depressed right now. She lost her will to fight.
I don't know which one's talking anymore, but I'm sure she'll get that will back once she sees us working hard.
Doing well, off to a slow start today.
Yeah, that sometimes happens, especially on Wednesdays, I feel.
You're right. Once she gets her willpower back, nothing can stop us. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's talk about our plan and involve the principal too. We can get advice from as many people as we can. Let's find the best possible solution. That's the best thing we can do right now.
Yeah.
I got off the phone with Rena. That was a pretty passionate conversation we were having. It's unfortunate that the Child Consultation Center came to the conclusion they did, but if they could still decide to wait and see, then that proved that Setsuko was still safe for now. We are no more than children. Worrying about it too much won't cause us to come up with any good ideas. Murder isn't a real solution, but I had to admit, I thought about it once. It's easy to burn up in rage. However, I'd have to stay calm, like Rena. She was still burning up very calmly with a blue and quiet flame. I'd never seen anything like that before. Keiichi, go take a bath already! Hurry up! I heard my mom speaking to me. Oh, I assumed that was the dad. Oh well. You can go ahead of me, Mom. I need more time to think about what to do with Satsuko. You can think in the tub, Keiichi. Everyone else was probably doing the same. You should go first. There's bath salt from really hot springs in there. It feels really good on your skin. I don't think there's bath salt in real hot springs.
Milk tastes so good after a bath.
My dad seemed to be in a good mood. He probably finished his work. He's as scary as a bear when he's when he has artist's block. Maybe my parents could help with an idea. They're the closest adults to me, after all. Should I talk to them? Stupid question. I had no real reason to. I'd have to talk to them and seek some advice. Dad, I have something I want to talk to you about. Huh? What's this? Is it the auction at the coming festival? You have my full support. Speaking of which, when is the next festival committee meeting? They called me to participate too. I'll have to mark my calendar. Oh, it's not about that. My classmate is in trouble. As I talked about Satsuko, my mom joined us and listened as well. My dad is a strange artist, but my mom was a normal person with common sense. What you talking about artists like that for, Keiichi? She might be able to help. I just got a call and found out that they put her case on hold. We're wondering what we should do now. I already called the Child Consultation Center, so you should just let them take care of it. But she was being abused last year too, right? I don't know how bad it was, but I think it's wrong for him to force her to move out of her friend's place. He was neglecting her for a year after all. We can't just wait and see what happens just because the consultation center said to. We're her friends, so we want to be more aggressive about saving her, but we have no idea how we can do that. Keiichi, don't even think about attacking him. I'm not. I wouldn't talk to you guys if that was on my mind. And that's true. I thought you might ask us how to commit a perfect crime. Hey, I would never ask my parents something like that. I would never.
Yay, you were notified this time. A little bit late, but late's better than never. How you doing, Bailey?
I think. Keiichi, you're right. There are many battles in this world, but it's always important that you follow the rules. People won't help you if you're going to break them, and they won't respect you either. You have to fight according to the rules. Are there even rules for battles? Well, anyway, do you have any ideas? My parents have been alive for more than twice as long as me. They must have had some experience with things like this. They must have many good ideas. At least that's what I thought, but they crossed their arms and went silent.
Doing pretty good. That's good.
Calling the Child Consultation Center is the first thing you should do. But what do you do if that doesn't work? Do you think we can even rely on the law? Do you think the police won't do anything until Satoko is seriously injured? I think you have to make an appeal. Appeal? What, you mean sue him? That's not it. The Child Consultation Center is supposed to take care of the child abuse cases, but if you're unsatisfied with the decision they make an appeal to the court? Katie, you go to court when you can't resolve an issue with the person you're dealing with. It's the final place you go to. You want the Child Consultation Center to protect Satoko, right? But they made a decision that you disagree with. And? Also, that emote that you shared is real. Oh, that's the Zen! It's so cute. We need to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. If we're unsatisfied with the decision they made, we can simply go and tell them that. Hello, court. Please give friend back. Yes. We need to go there and explain to them how serious this case is.
Yeah, that sounds good. They have no idea what situation Satoko-chan is in right now. Since they're misunderstanding what's going on, we have to go there and make it clear.
I see. That's the best approach. I don't know about that. I've heard that they never change their decisions once made. It might just be a waste of time. We don't know until we try. Giving up before even trying is what losers do. We have to try everything we can. Remember what the principal said? We'll fail if we give up before even trying. Shion, your fire is blazing bright red, ready to do whatever it takes, even if that's acting hasty to save Satoko. But truly hot fire is blue and calm. Don't give up. We should do everything we can. What do you think, Chie-sensei? Am I wrong? Man, the vibes on this song. No, you're not saying anything wrong. You've calmed down a lot. I was concerned for you because I thought you might come up with an idea to attack him in the dark. That's what my mom was saying. Is that how people perceive me? I thought we should wait and see what happens. But after hearing everything all you have said, thinking about what happened last year, I now understand that this is an emergency situation. People can change their mind if you're persuasive enough. The Child Consultation Center might change their mind too. They might reverse their decision if you succeed in making an appeal.
What do you think, Shi-chan? You should fight with us, rather than thinking about it alone. Gotta go chocolate pancakes! Bring some back, nobody!
I'm not feeling lonely. I'm not sad because I'm all alone. You do sound awfully sad, actually. Maybe you do want to join us. Whatever. Fine then. Let's just go to the Child Consultation Center. I'm going to punch them in their faces if they don't do something. That's not a good idea, but I feel your passion now. I guess you've calmed down after getting some sleep. I'm just serious about this is all. Anyway, let's go and make it happen. I know where the Child Consultation Center is. This old man didn't know until recently, but it's on the first floor of the library. Neon grinned and showed us the location on the city guidebook. She's really prepared for this. The office is open until 5:15. Don't try and pick a fight with them. We have to stay calm. What? Are you talking to me, sis? Who do you think I am? I'll cry if I have to. Our goal is to make them change their mind.
That's it, Shi-chan. I think we can make it if we leave right now.
It's past 3 o'clock. We'd have to make it before they closed if we rushed there on our bikes. But they're strict about time, aren't they? They might kick us out as soon as it's time to close. The door will close on time, but once we're inside, they'll never kick us out. Listen, make sure you don't give in when negotiating with these officials. Officials are surprisingly tough, but unlike private citizens, they're not allowed to end the discussion on their own. So when you feel like you can't get anywhere by continuing the discussion, don't give in. You have to dig deep and make sure they listen to everything you have to say.
How do you know about that, Mita?
Who do you think I am? I represent Oryo Sonozaki, member of the mayor's social gathering, the local government monitoring committee. I speak to government officials all the time. Hey, Neon, is it possible to save her using the influence of the Sonozaki family? Well, not if I have to go through Granny. It's impossible to get help from her. Her mind's still stuck on the dam conflict. 100 million with one spirit and stuff like that. She hates the Hojo family to this day. You're talking about Satsuko's parents who were for the dam project? I've never met your grandma, but she needs to learn how to forgive. It's a thing of the past now. Exactly. I agree with you, Keita.
So the Sonozaki family can't do anything about it?
Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry, old people are so stubborn. They cherish Rika-chan, but they don't care about Satsuko. It's horrible. I can't forgive Satsuko's uncle for aggressively abusing her, but I'm not about to forgive other people for quietly abusing her either. Tell those people not to piss off Keiichi Maebara. I'll do that. Shall we go now? We have no time to waste. Alright, we better hurry. Let's get going!
Do you want to come with us, Rika-chan? Let's go!
Rena spoke to Rika-chan, who has been avoiding all the conversation. She seemed to have given up all hope yesterday. It was so painful to see her so depressed.
It's just a waste of time anyway. You have to stop saying anyway. You don't know if it's a waste of time or not unless we try.
You people did everything you could in your previous lives, but you never found a way to save her. Think this time will be different? Sometimes I really had no idea what she was saying. All I could tell is that she was being negative about the situation.
Have you tried going to the child consultation center already? Then we should try. Satsuko-chan is important to you, isn't she? We have to try and see what happens. I'm sure Satsuko-chan needs your help right now.
This world is going to end soon anyway. What's wrong? We have to hurry up. Rika-chama doesn't seem to be interested. So much for friends. She's so close to Satsuko, but she won't even get her off her butt to save her.
I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. You used to hate her so much.
What? Is your brain working alright? Why would I hate Satsuko?
Never mind. Fine. I'll come with you people. I have nothing to do at home but drink until I pass out anyway.
You're pissing me off. Are you trying to make a fool out of me?
Stop it, Shisha. You stop it too, Rika-chan. Let's get together and save Satsuko-chan. I'm sure we can make a miracle happen if we work together. But we need everyone to come together. We can't leave any one of us behind. We need you too, Rika-chan.
Something about Rena must have given Rika-chan motivation. I could see a slight sparkle in her eyes. Rena had said something interesting. She said that we could make a miracle happen. It's the same thing I said when this world began. At that time, I said I could make a miracle happen, but I didn't say how. But Rena just clearly stated that.
We can make a miracle happen if we work together. Yes! Miracles can happen if we work together.
And what if there's no miracles?
It means we haven't tried hard enough. If we all do the best we can, a miracle will happen for sure.
That's true. Rodrigo-san is right. People get stronger when they help each other. You can overcome any obstacle when everyone works together. Yep. Hinamizawa is fated to be submerged underwater. But 2,000 people got together and brought an end to that destiny. I'm just over here reheating food, jamming out to this music, right? Like, this song is a vibe.
Bring an end to destiny.
As villagers of Hinamizawa, we all know that miracles do happen. We'll win if we work hard together. I think you have no choice but to come with us now, Rika-chama. If you don't come, a miracle won't occur. Your absence will prevent it from happening. So it's going to be my fault. That's interesting. A miracle is something that we can make happen. But we need everyone's power to make that come true. Destiny can be defeated. Fate can be escaped from.
This can happen with a miracle. A miracle can happen if we unite.
Nana told me yesterday, you'll never come up with a solution if you think about everything by yourself. We have to talk this out together. Don't let fate get the better of you. It's as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. How can he say that without knowing how stubborn fate can be? To me, a witch trapped within fate? But for some reason, his words sounded very persuasive. He easily changed my fate to play the fishing game. In my previous life, Keiichi saved Nana from her devastating fate. As fragile as a thin sheet of paper? He's saying that the world I've been struggling in for 100 years is that easy to change? Keiichi had made a fool out of me.
Interesting. I'll go with you.
That's more like you, Rika-chan.
Rika, are you sure?
Hanyu looked at me with concern. She wanted to warn me that I'll get hurt if I expect too much. I smell pancake. Who's not giving them me?
It's nobody. Nobody's keeping them for themselves. Unless they come back with pancakes.
I don't have any coins left to bet. I don't have anything to lose. This world is ending soon anyway. But it was the same in my previous life. I thought all was lost when Nana took over the school. But Keiichi turned everything around. He's saying that fate is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. I've given up on this world anyway, but I'm interested.
Fate will betray you anyway. I'll get hurt as I see it happen to you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to get depressed anymore. I have no tears left to shed. I know that they can't save Setsuko no matter what happens. That's why I'm doing this. It's the first time we've ever gone to the Child Consultation Center.
Keiichi can't make any miracles happen.
Hanyu spoke to me in a stern voice. Miracles are called miracles because they don't happen easily. But if I can make blah 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 blah. If it can happen at any time, it's not a miracle. It's just something that was meant to be. I'm not expecting anything. I'm just interested. I'm curious how Keiichi is going to make his move after saying how easily he can change fate.
Rika, please don't hurt yourself anymore.
It's none of your business. Get out of here. I wasn't expecting anything. I was just trying to enjoy my last week alive, like watching a TV show. But I had to admit I was possessed by a strange feeling. It was a little bit exhilarating. I was nervous, as if anticipating something. I had felt the same way when Keiichi remembered the memories from the past in my previous life. I didn't have any coins left to make a bet, but I knew what this feeling meant. If I had a coin left in my heart, I would bet everything on this feeling.
If it doesn't work out, after trying every option, we'll have no choice but to give up.
There's no need for us to give up. Setsuko is going to be saved. You had better prepare a clean blanket for Setsuko. She's coming back to you soon, and I'd feel bad if she didn't have a soft bed waiting for her.
I like that, Keiichi. Well then, let's go. You might tear apart fate like a thin sheet of paper after all.
Yeah, right now I feel like I could take on the ruler of hell. I'm going to make them change their decision. Found my new favorite emote. Oh no. Why is Garfield on? Oh no! I'm morbidly curious. None of their other emotes are Garfield's way. Oh man, I might have to look into that person. I stood up from my seat. Oops. Keiichi is a very good speaker. That's why I never get bored with him. I've been with him for 100 years, but he still keeps me entertained. Yeah, get that emote. It's like, why is Garfield being crucified there? I find it really interesting that like a bunch of different streamers have like a very specific opinion on Garfield. Like there's one, Miss Jackie, like she even has like a Garfield alt model, and it's just like she has a cursed Garf time thing, and I love it. And then like Sky over at Attack Rack just hates Garfield with a passion. I just find it so interesting. We're going to the Child Consultation Center now. Do you want to come with us, Chie-sensei? I'm going to talk to the Board of Education. They're under the same branch of governments as the Child Consultation Center. It might help if I talk to them. After all, I'm working for the public too. Look into Club and Sue.
I will after streaming.
Hopefully I remember. That's true. They might listen to what you say. Let's have her take care of that while we take care of our business. Let's fight them.
All right, let's go, everybody.
Yeah! Even knowing that everything is doomed, part of me felt like something good might happen. Hanyu told me that it was only a waste of time. I felt the same way until a few minutes ago, but I had become much more interested. I had no idea what would happen. I wanted to see how Keiichi was planning to defeat this destiny. I raised my fist in the air along with them and hurried to the exit. As for Satoko, she didn't come to the school again today. Teppei called the school and told them that she still has a fever. He said that he's going to keep her home for a few days until she gets better. Chie said she thinks Teppei knows she called the child consultation center. He must be worried that Satoko will rat him out if he lets her go to the school. I don't want to think about it, but it's possible that Satoko has visible bruises by now. That could also be why he won't let her go to school. Everything was happening much earlier. Satoko's situation was worsening earlier than it did in my previous lives.
It's a battle against the clock. A race against time.
Oh, this is a new background, I think. I don't know what's going on with this guy over here. How long are they gonna make us wait? Those people seem to be free. They should let us talk to them. Those are just general office workers. We have to talk to the actual social worker responsible for the case.
I wonder if they're busy because they have a lot of cases like this.
I don't know. I wish they didn't have so many issues to deal with.
This world is tragic. So many kids are being abused.
After 30 minutes, they finally called my name. I wrote down my name at the registration, as Mion couldn't let them know she's from the Sonozaki family. I'm Maibara. My name was called. I went to the receptionist to find an uniformed older lady. She must be one of the office workers Mion mentioned. Was she really going to be the one dealing with us? Hello, Maibara-san. I see you're here with 4 other friends. How can I help you today? The only thing I wrote on the registration was that I wanted to talk about Satoko Hojo. Well, we're here to talk about Satoko Hojo's case. Chie-sensei from the Hinamizawa branch school called and made a report yesterday. We would like to discuss the case. Are you her friends? Yes, we're her classmates. Would you please give me a general summary of what you wish to discuss? I heard that you guys put a hold on it because you were determined that there wasn't any abuse happening. So we've come here today in order to explain Satoko's situation in more detail. I see. Please wait a few more minutes. That was it for her then. A real social worker should be coming here to talk with us. She was just asking us basic information. With that done, she was talking on the phone and explaining to someone what I just told her.
What did she ask?
She asked me why I was here. She told me to wait a few more minutes. I hate waiting like this.
Are those posters and advertisements you've been reading that interesting me?
I see lots of flyers about abuse. I guess we came to the right place. Is it tap-in time yet? Sadly, no.
Report the abuse before it escalates. Check out that slogan. Check it out.
There's a bunch of posters with slogans like that in here. I guess that's what the Child Consultation Center is for. But, they're not doing their job.
Is it any help if it's inside the building, though?
Ika-chan was right. They should be posting them all over the city, not just inside the building. Maibara-sama, thank you for waiting. Please go to the room number 2. It's our turn now. Let's go! As we walked, we soon saw rooms numbered 1 through 3. I thought we were going to be talking at the counter like you do at the bank, but they have individual rooms. I guess it's for privacy reasons. Most people who come here don't want other people listening to their conversation.
But I think abuse might be increasing because people try to keep the issue quiet.
People tend not to talk about their family issues. My other weird emote. What emote? Gamer juice Saya. Oh. Very interesting. Room number 2. It's this one. As I knocked, I heard the voice of a lady telling me to come in. Hello. It's a very small room. Well, I should say it was narrow. It wasn't wide, but it was very long. There was a counter on the middle, which split the room into two. The lady was sitting on the other side of the counter. She told us to take a seat, but there were only 2 chairs. I sat down, since we registered under my name. Mion wouldn't sit because she felt that the Sonosaki sisters shouldn't be in the front. Rena tried to offer the seat to Rika-chan, but she refused too, so Rena ended up taking it. It was such a tiny room that it was better for us to take a seat. It was very cramped with the 5 of us. I'm sorry. We usually expect to see the parents, so we only have 2 chairs. I understand that. So, how may I help you today? Should I do the talking? Well, we're students from the Hinamizawa branch school, and we're Satoko Hojo's friends. The school reported that she was being abused to the Child Consultation Center, and I believe that a social worker went to her house last night. We heard that you put a hold on her case. We're here today so we could explain it to you how urgent the matter is. Mion nodded. It seemed like I was doing okay so far. What are you trying to explain to us? Will you please tell more? Well, I know it's only been 2 days since her uncle took her away, but it's only a matter of time before he starts hurting her. In fact, Satoko suffered terrible abuse at the hands of her uncle last year as well. We believe it's only a matter of time before that happens again, so we would like you to save Satoko from her uncle before it does. But from what we understand, the Child Consultation Center has decided to wait and see, right? Are you going to neglect her? I can't believe that you left her there just because she's not getting physically abused. Who's going to be responsible when she really gets hurt? Shion probably didn't know how politely I was speaking to her. She was already flaring up with rage at the social worker. It looked like Mion didn't want her to tear into her. However, she let Shion finish, as she'd get even more furious if we tried to stop her. The lady seemed to be used to people losing their temper, and she continued without reacting to Shion's outburst. I would like to make it clear that we are still working on her case. The results are still pending. We are not abandoning or neglecting her. Working on her case. They're not abandoning her. They're currently reviewing options, I suppose. While their mature phrasing made me start to think I might be rude and harsh to say that they were abandoning her, Rena quietly opened her mouth.
But you left her there without doing anything last night.
No one could ever fool Rena. Taking their time to review options was the exact same thing as abandoning her. The fact is, they left her in that house without taking any action, to prevent her from being abused. We sent out a social worker to her house and they met with her guardian. We cannot talk about the case any further for privacy reasons. However, we are not neglecting her. We are going to look after her and her father so that they can have a healthy life together. He's not her father! He's her uncle! Are you sure you really did an investigation? Excuse me. You're correct. They're uncle and niece. Anyway, we'll be directing them so guardian and child can form a healthy relationship. Shion had pounced on her mistake immediately. I didn't think she needed to be so snappy, but at this point I was starting to understand how different their sense of urgency was from ours. Well, excuse me, but Satoko was living a happy life before, without any support from her uncle. First of all, her uncle disappeared from her life for a full year prior, and now he's returned and kidnapped her away. Isn't that a crime? What is that emote? What? What? Man, there's so many wild emotes out there. It wasn't a kidnapping. It's a law that a child must live where their guardian appoints them to live. According to Article 821 of the Constitution, the legal guardian of the child is... He neglected Satoko for 1 year! How can he still be considered her guardian? Shion, that's what the court decided when her parents died of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Are you serious? That guy is her legal guardian? Yes. I don't know the specific article of law it's written in, but minors must abide by their guardians. In other words, every child has a guardian. They have to have one. It's Article 818 in the Civil Code. And Satoko's parents died, and her uncle and aunt automatically became her guardians? Yes, the closest relative gets custody. It seems her aunt and uncle were Satoko's only relatives. No, there's my say so wild emotes. Your say so wild emotes? Where was I? If Satoko and Satoshi refused them, they could have had a different guardian, though. But they were the children of the Hojo family, the enemy in the dam conflict. No one was going to take care of them. They were different from Rika-chama. Most people wanted to be her guardian, but Father Kimiyoshi got custody of her.
Oh, little Digimon!
I knew that the Hojo family was in favor of the dam conflict, and the whole village hated her family for that reason. But I thought everything was over after they canceled the project and Satoko's parents died. Was I aware of the difference? The difference between how the villagers treat Satoko and how they treat Rika-chan? The villagers don't abuse Satoko like her uncle, but maybe there were small thorns left in the village, and they were stinging Satoko occasionally.
Oh, that looks cute. Oh, there's another Zen one. Man, Zen had so many cute emotes in her debut.
I can't say this too openly, but Satoko's family had more assets than her uncle's. And by becoming her guardians, they gained control over those assets. That's why they shamelessly took over Satoko's home. Do you know where they used to live? It was this ridiculously tiny place. Oh, that one's cute too.
That's horrible. But this guardian neglected Satoko-chan for over a year, right? Can he still claim custody of her? Can he?
Well, in Part 4, Chapter 4 of the Civil Code, there are provisions for the loss of custody. The lady opened a thick book on the counter and then showed us that page. I didn't completely understand what it says on there, but it seemed that the parent can lose custody when they're being irresponsible. They're extremely cute. I have no idea how I got a gift sub, right? I want a gift sub! maybe one day. I'll probably have to, like, keep Zen's stream open while I do some work one day. Maybe I'll try that tomorrow. Oh, the tacos. Ah, they're so cute.
So the law can take away the right to be someone's guardian.
Wait a minute. It says something about court. Let me see. At the behest of the child's relative or a public prosecutor, the family court can make a ruling for the loss of a parental authority. What the heck is this? So we've had to sit around and wait for a family court's ruling before he can lose custody? That's too slow! Well, if something urgent happens, we can temporarily protect her under our custody. We will also need approval of the family court in that case. Oh, Juniper's emotes too. Here, the Article 834 of the Loss of Parental Authority. Doesn't that apply to Teppei Hojo? It is a fact that the guardian Teppei Hojo abandoned his responsibilities as guardian for over a year. What is the center's opinion on that? I can't answer for privacy reasons, but the center requested an explanation on that matter as well.
And you accepted his explanation? So you decided to wait and see?
Like I've mentioned, we are currently working on this case. The safety of this child is our #1 priority, and we will make sure that she will have a healthy lifestyle in a safe environment. We weren't on the same page at all. They just weren't understanding the urgency. I've never met this Teppei guy. I only know about the situation based on what my friends told me about last year and what Chie-sensei told us. But I still understood very well. I understood that something really bad was going to happen if we didn't take any action right now. She was being abused by her uncle and aunt last year, too. Are you sure that the same uncle can take care of her? You still have the records from last year, don't you? I can't discuss her past records with you for safety reasons, or privacy reasons, but we are taking everything into consideration. This representative is a clown, right?
She didn't come to school yesterday, and she didn't come today either. He called the school and told them she has a cold. But don't you think it's a bit odd that she hasn't come to the school since he showed up?
That's true, but then she really might be sick. I think we should keep our eyes on her and see what happens. Oh my gosh. Wow! Man, I really need to lurk in Zen's chat to get some free emotes. They're so cute. We just know that Satoko doesn't want to be with her uncle. Her uncle is forcing her to stay with him. Our social worker spoke with the child and made their decision after doing so. So that's it, isn't it? Are you not taking this case seriously because she made a false report long ago? I cannot talk about that for privacy reasons. We're taking everything into consideration. Satoko is telling you that she's not being abused because she feels guilty about her brother Satoshi. She may have told you that she's not being abused, but I don't believe that statement.
Do you know that people can lose the will to seek help when they have depression?
Yeah, those emotes are pretty neat too. Stop making excuses and hurry up and save Satoko! I'm not going to forgive you people if something happens to her. You'll end up hurt if you don't do something about this while I'm still asking politely. Stop it, Shion. You're making us look bad. I don't know what her uncle said to the social worker, but he's a violent guy. Please don't be fooled by him. I just wanted to make that clear.
So please, speak with our social worker and persuade them to make the call to save Satoko at once. We ask that you do this for us.
Some of us were getting emotional, but Mion calmed them down, and Nana summed it up nicely. Schneef. I stopped speaking to see what she was going to say next. You mean her caseworker? I understand your concerns. I will tell them that Satoko-san's friends, 3, 4, 5 of her friends came here and made an appeal to us. We will continue to work closely on this case, so please let us know when you have further information. Thank you for supporting the Child Consultation Center, and thank you very much for sharing your valuable time with us today. Right, nobody better bring back those pancakes. We were still in Okinomiya. We were in the city park, devoid of playing children, staring vacantly at the madder-red sky in silence. I feel like they didn't really listen to our story.
But they also didn't try to kick us out. She's probably just a person who deals with complaints, not the actual social worker that deals with Satoko-chan. That's why she was phrasing everything the way she did.
Yeah. What do you think about the whole thing, Mion? Well, it felt like we were wrestling with a tree. We didn't get pushed or pulled. It was the same as talking to a wall.
That's not true. She said that they will forward our information to the social worker. Like I said, she doesn't know Satoko-chan in person, so she didn't really have any stake in it herself.
So you think we accomplished something today, Anna?
I don't think it was a waste of time. But I don't think our passion will be understood by the actual person who is working on the case. She'll just tell them that Satoko Hojo's 5 friends came and requested for them to take her under their custody.
What about the social worker? Can't we talk to that person directly? I don't know. I've heard it's a very tough job. I think it'll be difficult for us to meet him or her in person. Someone even threatened to hurt them if they didn't do anything while she was still asking them politely. 5 parallel universes ahead of you, Mion. Right? According to Mion, there are lots of problematic clients who show up in the Child Consultation Center. It's not a rare thing for them to get an aggressive visitor like Shion. It's so difficult to tell them how passionate we are. They might treat us coldly if they took our passion for simple anger. I thought you were used to talking with government officials, Mion. Can't you talk with them instead of me? It's not that she's good at talking. They just listen to her because she's Mion Sonozaki. You saw how they treated us today. If she announced herself as the Sonozaki, we wouldn't have been in such a small room. We would have been speaking to the manager in a reception room, right? Mion gave a vague smile and didn't comment. Mion's greatest weapon is her family name. Without that weapon, she's just as ordinary as the rest of us. I shouldn't be thinking about this, but if the Sonozaki family forgave Satoko's family, it would be really easy for them to save her. Should I think Zen used BTE? I can't see some of her emails. Oh, probably. I think, yeah, she probably used better TVTTV.
So, the Sonozaki family still hates the Hojo family?
No one has publicly stated that we hate them, but it runs pretty deep. That hag of a grandmother is the one who hates the Hojo family. Her opinion hasn't changed since we were in the middle of the dam conflict. It's been so many years, but she still can't get out of the past.
Stop it, Shi-chan. Satoko-chan is Satoko-chan. She's our precious friend. It doesn't matter what her last name is.
Shion went quiet and there was a silence for a while. Nana was right. Just like how Satoko's last name doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what Mion's last name is either. The importance is that our friend is being abused, right now. We'd have to do everything we can to stop her from that situation. We all looked up at the sky as we listened to the sound of cars passing by. We all felt hopeless. We had no idea what to do. Was what we did today going to help Satoko at all? It would have been better if they just kicked us out. That way, we could have been angry with them. But after being treated politely like that, We have no choice but to back off and see what we're going through, or going to do. We were forced to just wait and see what happens. Everyone was trying to figure out what our next option was. I couldn't expect Chie-sensei to tell us that everything was taken care of at the Board of Education. It would be too good to be true. What shall we do next? I muttered to myself, hoping that someone would respond with a good idea, but the silence reminded me that everyone was just as stuck as me.
Katie.
Rika-chan. I'm sorry. I was running my mouth off, but I had no idea what to do now.
I don't believe this.
What? As I looked at her, I realized that the expression on her face was stronger than ever.
You told Shion yesterday. You didn't have a good idea at that moment, but you said you would figure out something. You told her to trust you. So I trusted you. I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe that you would even mention that you had no idea. I'm not going to believe that.
I could see her tears in her eyes. Rika-chan was sure that I could do something about the situation.
You said that fate is as fragile as a thin piece of paper. I'm going to believe your words. I still believe you, because you can easily defeat fate. So, please help. Help us escape from this fate. Help Satoko. Help her.
A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. My heart was feeling the same way. Damn it, damn it, damn it! An innocent girl was becoming a prisoner of a tragic fate. She desperately needed help. I told them that they could trust me. In other words, they could count on me. That they could bet on me. Betting is not an easy thing. If I lost, they'd lose their coins too. What does it mean to trust someone? It's about making a bet on that person. It's about betting a coin. It's about betting hope. Trusting someone is tantamount on placing your hopes in them. I told Shion yesterday. I told her to trust me. I didn't say it just because. I knew that those words meant something very serious. But now, after betraying Rika-chan and seeing her tears, I finally realized just how serious it was. I look at Shion. She was in a rage again. Mion tried to calm her down, but she didn't have any ideas either. How about Rena? She's always very reliable in a situation like this. I expected to see her strength. However, Rena also looked depressed. I didn't even know if what we had was a meaningful thing. Rena looked down with a devastated expression on her face, and she couldn't come up with another option either. Damn it. I have to do something for them. Then this blue fire will melt iron. Mion can be strong when the wind is in our favor. Shion is the same way. They will move forward strongly when the wind is backing them up, but they grow weak when the wind is blowing against them. Despite the whole situation, Rika-chan still believes in us. She believes that we can do something if we all come together. That's right, we all agreed. We said to each other that we could make a miracle happen if we all worked together. What am I? If Rena was a blue fire, I'm a red flame. I burn brightly and give strength to everyone. That's right. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I'm the magician of words. I have to motivate everyone. The blue fire won't light up unless the red fire does too. When the fire is lit, there will be wind. Mion and Shion will become stronger too. Thank you. You just made me realize something, Rika-chan. Now the flames inside me are really starting to blaze.
Keiichi?
We can't give up now. We're members of the strongest club ever. Nothing can stop us when we get together.
I can't become depressed over a small thing like this.
I can't become depressed over a small thing like this. Rika-chan woke me up. I just realized how serious it was to have people trust in me. Rika-chan knew our personalities well, and she figured out just who we should motivate first. Whoa, I'm really starting to burn up. Hey, Mion, stop being depressed. This is where we're supposed to get angry, man! Everyone looked at me with wide eyes as they turned to my powerful voice. They were both surprised by my sudden shout, and waiting in anticipation at the vigor of my call. More and more clearly, I could see it. This was Keiichi Maibara's role in this club. I don't think we did anything at the Child Consultation Center. Just like Rena was saying, they're just going to forward a small note saying that the 5 of us made a visitation. But being treated like that has lit the fires of our anger. You're right. It feels like they gave us the cold shoulder. We were trying to get them to realize how much danger Satoko is in. We have to fight now! We have no time to be sitting all depressed in the park. If they're a red fire, I'm a magnesium fire. I burn and will blind you.
But, Katie-kun, what are we supposed to do next?
Don't tell me that you think we have no options left. If this is a club activity, you guys would be losing right now. This is fun. I was feeling depressed too, but now I've gotten a burning passion into my heart. I felt like I was cheering myself up. Why was I being so sad? If I wanted to save Satoko, I had no time to rest. This was like the final seconds of the last round in a boxing match where we were at a disadvantage. If I stand there stupefied, I'll lose my indecision. So the only option is to press the attack. Was I supposed to give up just because I couldn't knock out the opponent with one punch? No. If I couldn't take him out in one, I'd have to throw 2 or 3 punches. I'd have to try until I could finally knock him out. You're saying that we're going to go there tomorrow? Close, but not exactly. I have no idea what's on your mind. But it sounds very interesting. It isn't like our club to cry ourselves to sleep. We need to turn this headwind around. Yes, Miona's getting her willpower back too.
That's right. I agree with Katie-kun. I'm ashamed that I was so depressed. Let's fight.
But what exactly are you trying to do? Remember, everyone, that lady really pissed us off today, but she also told us what our next option is. She never thought she was giving us a hint. She made a huge mistake. On top of that, that next option is something that I'm really good at. It's really interesting that it just, like, soloed banana right there. My next option is you, Rena. Okay, we got 2 tips today. Let's see, the receptionist's note. Note, date, year, or number, date, year. Subject, about Satoko Hojo-san. Visitor, Keiichi Maibara and 4 other friends. They are requesting protection for Satoko Hojo-san to save her from being abused by her uncle, already being dealt with. I'm clearing our refrigerator, so please remove your personal belongings by this evening. She's like, I might as well just send both notes. You know, 2 birds with 1 stone. Teppei suspected that Satoko was hiding more money somewhere. But in reality, she had none at all. Teppei had asked her how she survived until now, but she told him that she didn't have any use for money because she was living with her friend. Teppei had made some money off of illegal gambling. While he had some of that money saved up, he had no intention to use it on living expenses. However, there was no way Satoko didn't have the money. Teppei was convinced of that. Teppei's wife, Satoko's aunt, must have taken away the family bank book when Satoko's parents died in the accident. But her aunt also died last year, and Satoshi was gone too. That means Satoko should have hidden the bank book somewhere. However, no matter how much he threatened her, she told him that she didn't know anything about it. He continued to question Satoko, still believing that she was hiding it somewhere. He couldn't beat her because her teacher in the child consultation center would suspect him. So he wouldn't beat her. Instead, he spoke to her in a loud and violent voice and broke furniture in front of her. Threatening people like that is Teppei's forte. However, Satoko continued to claim that she had no clue about the bank book. She didn't seem to be lying. After destroying the whole living room, leaving Satoko frightened like a scared little animal, Teppei finally believed that Satoko had no idea where the bank book was. In that case, where could it be? Teppei had 2 ideas. One idea was that his wife hid it somewhere in secret. The other idea was that Satoshi took it after his wife's death and hid it somewhere else. Either way, he was certain that it was hidden somewhere in this house. He told Satoko to clean up the mess he made in the living room and started searching around the house. Teppei was starting to get bored with Satoko. He'd heard that Satoko's parents had a lot of money saved up, but his wife had taken control of that money herself. Since his wife has been quite thrifty, he was sure that she left the bank book somewhere without using it. Once he got his hands on that money, he could move somewhere else entirely. Teppei was still acquainted with a few people from the gambling spot in Gogura. People he used to help out are still hanging around that area. They still owe him. They should at least let him crash here. It was great that Satoko takes care of all the chores around the house, but Teppei felt uncomfortable about being watched by both the school and the consultation center. Teppei was all aware that he's a man of violence. He couldn't stand living with Satoko without being violent towards her. The more he suffered, the stronger his urge to beat up Sethical grew. Since Tepe only knew joy through forcing others who resisted to submit, testing to see how violent he could be before the helpless Sethical resisted him was something he was excited to try eventually. Still upset over the visitation by the school teacher, Tepe promised himself that he would destroy Sethical's life before leaving the village. What a He deserves any negative thing that comes to him in this route. I hope he gets beat up. If not from the group, from somebody else. Sorry for interrupting your lunchtime, but can I have your attention, please? My classmates looked at me with surprise. I stood at the front of the room and banged on the blackboard. I needed to get their attention. You can listen while you eat. I want to talk about our classmate, Sethical Hojo. Everyone went quiet as soon as I brought up her name. They all knew how bad the situation Sethical was in. Remembering what happened to her last year, they understood how critical it was that she gets help as soon as possible. Everyone was thinking that they wanted to save Sethical if they could, but they hadn't done anything because they didn't know what they alone could do. I don't think there's need for me to explain what's going on with her. As you all know, Sethical's been absent for 3 days in a row. It's been 3 days since she got kidnapped by your uncle. She called the school and told them that she still has the cold, but I don't believe that. She hasn't even visited the clinic in these past 3 days. My classmates, think about this logically for a moment. If she really was that sick, why would he not take her to the clinic for 3 whole days?
It's hard to believe that she's been sick for that long, yeah. She might have the flu. But if that's the case, she should be seeing a doctor.
The whole class agreed that it was a bit strange. Everyone had been thinking the same thing inside their hearts. Music is still popping off, right? However, no one had really come forward and talked about it. This was a good start. Just think about it. Sethical was the healthiest girl in this village. She won't even get sick after eating food that's past the expiry date. But now she's somehow got sick all of a sudden and missed school for 3 days? That's hard to believe, isn't it? The answer is simple. Her uncle is forcing her to stay home. We've reported this case to the Child Consultation Center. However, they're putting it on hold. We went there, but all they told us was that they can't talk about it due to privacy reasons. What do you guys think about all this?
I think it's wrong. We all know her aunt and uncle were treating her last year. Besides, Sethical-chan was living happily with Rika-chan. It's wrong for him to force her to move out there and keep her away from us.
Decided Rena, letting her emotions speak for her, when she was normally so quiet, demonstrated most of all just how dire the situation was. Rena brought an intensity to this that I couldn't since I often yelled and shouted about things. Are we just going to leave things as they are? Sethical is our friend. She's our classmate. We spent time together in this small classroom and we're like family to each other. We learned together, played together, we ate together, we fought each other at times. We've spent so much time together that our relationship is as tight as a family's. Should we neglect someone who's that precious to us? Raise your hand if you want to neglect her. I'm sure none of you want to do that. No way! We must help Satoko. There's like one kid that raises their hand. Mutter, 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 mutter. The class was filled with commotion, which is exactly what I was looking for. The louder I talked, the louder my classmates got. They were getting all fired up. The more I let my true colors show, the greater everyone's emotions became as well. Our club is already making its move. We're trying to figure out how we can save her. Did you know that, Tomita-kun? No, that I did not. Let me tell you what our plan is. Don't worry, it's not something illegal. We're trying to fight, but without breaking the rules. In truth, nothing's more effective in society than taking an orthodox stand. Playing underhanded and striking by surprise may seem more effective, but that's insignificant as a jack-in-the-box. A real orthodox attack can punch through anything. Yeah, I heard that even in karate, a straightforward punch can deliver the greatest impact. When you think about the physics a bit, it's only natural a straightforward, simple head-on strike would hold the most power. We're already doing the same thing by saving Satoko. Therefore, there's no need for us to do anything underhanded to accomplish that. We need to fight openly. So, who are we fighting against? That's a good question, Okamura-kun. This is a fight, true. However, we're not going to be violent with anyone. We're following the rules. This is the honest way to conduct a battle. Before we go any further, let me get back to just how we're going to save Satoko. This is the current situation. Satoko is there. Her uncle is locking her up inside the house. Apparently, she had no obvious injuries as of yesterday, but we don't know for sure that she hasn't gotten hurt since then. Besides, preventing her from going to school is already child abuse. Check this out. This is a brochure that Neon brought from the Child Consultation Center. It's written clearly in here. Keeping a child away from school is abuse! On top of that, her uncle left Satoko on her own for a year. That's considered neglect! Neglect also counts as abuse. However, the Child Consultation Center didn't even take that into consideration. They ignored the fact that he neglected her for 1 year, and they believe that she hasn't come to school because she's sick. They concluded that Satoko is not being abused because she had no obvious injuries at that point. What do you all think? Maebara-san, this is a blatant case of child abuse. Just because she doesn't have any injuries doesn't prove that she's not getting abused. I agree with him. How can we not see it? It's whoops, I clicked too fast. What was it? Isn't it obvious? From what Neon's heard from inside their office, 2 or 3 days isn't enough time to determine if abuse is taking place or not. Apparently, they can only recognize it as abuse after it has continued over several months or several years. She said that they have to evaluate the situation very carefully. So, what do you all think about that? Do you think keeping Satoko in that house for several months is a good idea? No way! No way! Exactly. Absolutely no way. The Child Consultation Center has no idea how much danger Satoko is facing right now. They don't know how terrible it was for her last year. That's why we're just putting her case on hold. What would you do, Tometa-kun? Sir, I think the issue here is that the Child Consultation Center isn't grasping the urgency of her situation. I think someone needs to go there and explain to them how serious this is.
Right. It might be routine for them to wait and see what happens. But in Satoko-chan's case, that's not applicable. Her uncle was abusing her last year too. He was taking out his stress on her. After the death of her aunt, he left Satoko-chan all alone and disappeared somewhere for an entire year.
Yes, getting a whole room of students to kidnap their friends, yes! You know what? We even have information that he disappeared because he tried to move in with his lover in Okinomiya. What was Satoko doing while he left her? She was fortunate because Rika-chan offered her a place to stay, but what if Rika-chan wasn't there for her? She'd have no choice but to try and survive on her own. Furthermore, we also know that he came back to Hinamizawa because his lover disappeared somewhere. In other words, she dumped him. He had no choice but to come back to Hinamizawa, and he forced Satoko to live with him again. Her neighbors have seen her doing the laundry too. The reason he took Satoko in with him is clear. He took her so she could work for him as a slave. How could anyone do something like that? Is there anyone in this classroom that would call such a rotten person a parent after he spent a full year playing around with his mistress, only to come waltzing back and throwing his weight around? No! No way! Right, he's not her guardian, but the Child Consultation Center still calls him that. They claim that they have to go through family court in order to take away his parental rights. Who has the right to decide whether he's good enough to be Satoko's guardian? It shouldn't be the court. It should be decided based on common sense. I can say this clearly. He is not Satoko's guardian. We need to make it clear that the Child Consultation Center is the only organization that can help Satoko before she's physically abused. The police won't move until it develops into a criminal case. But do you think that we're going to wait until Satoko becomes a victim? We can't just sit around until that happens. That's why we're going to make our move now. We hit the Okinomiya Child Consultation Center yesterday. This is what they wrote down after we did. 5 classmates of Satoko Hojo made a visitation to request her protection. Do you know what that means? 5 classmates are not enough. We need your help. We need all of you. This is your chance to do something meaningful in your life. If you don't help us, you're not our friends. All you have to do is support me. I will do all the talking. Our club members are going to do all the fighting. We just want you to support us. If that's not enough, feel free to join the fight. Let them know the spirit of the Hinamizawa branch school. My boss gave me 2 sour candy. The first one was fine, but the second one, holy cow, that was very sour. Oh no! Maebara-kun, what is going on? Chie-sensei looked into the classroom, the commotion having attracted her attention. As soon as she tried to step inside the class, someone behind her stopped her. Principal, Miss Chie, I would like to have some tea. Would you make me a cup, please? It was a clear display of his intent not to disrupt Keiichi's speech. Are you sure? There are lots of young children in the class. If they go to the Child Consultation Center, how can we explain it to their parents?
Chie,
Furure-san, what's going on here?
Everyone is trying so hard for Satsuko's sake. I can't do anything, so I need their help. But I can at least try to stop you from stopping them.
Chie had never seen Erika staring at her with an expression like that. She was surprised to see Erika looked so determined.
Why would you want to stop them?
Principal, this is splendid, isn't it? They should do what they can. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. The principal pounded his own chest. Chie-sensei couldn't object any longer. I understand. Please make sure that no one gets hurt. You all must follow the rules and mind your manners. You have to promise me that.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud of you, Mrs. Chie. My students are teaching me many lessons. Yes, I've made my decision. My students are like my own children, and what mother wouldn't protect her own children? All right, head back out as soon as you get home today, and meet us at the Okinomiya Library. The Child Consultation Center is on the first floor. Yeah! Wait.
Chie-sensei?
Sensei, are you gonna stop us? Certainly not. I truly understand your passion. I'm going to support you as long as you follow the rules. Yeah! I'm coming with you to make sure you behave yourselves. Is that okay? Yeah! Alright. Here we go. We're all getting fired up. We headed for the library as soon as we got back home from school. I'd expected that few kids wouldn't show up, but surprisingly, everyone came along. I could tell just how driven they were. I was also encouraging to have Chie-sensei there with us. I have to admit, I had been feeling a bit guilty for dragging everyone to the consultation center, but as long as Chie-sensei was with us, I didn't need to feel that guilt. Mahabara-san, please come to the counter. Hello, I'm Mahabara. How can we help you today? As I wrote on the registration form, we came to tell you about the danger Satsuko Hojo is in. How many of you are here today? And how are you all related to her? We're Satsuko's classmates and her teacher. There are 27 of us. Well, our consultation room is not very large. Can we ask just a few people to come inside as representatives?
Then shouldn't you prepare a bigger room, like a meeting room? I believe you should be arranging a room for us, not asking us to adjust to yours.
Please give us just a moment. The receptionist seemed troubled. She told us to head back to our seats and started to make a phone call to someone. Good job, Rena-san. I consider myself a pro, and even I thought the threat was perfectly timed.
Are you trying to compliment me?
Rena was good at reading other people's minds. Sometimes she can use that talent against the enemy to intimidate them. Yeah, it's time for war! A strange atmosphere permeated the office. It must have been the first time a whole class had visited on behalf of one child. It was as though we were here for a school trip. Well, hello, I'm Haruyama, Harayama, the manager of the center. Please take a seat. I'm sorry for bringing the whole class to your office. I'm Chie from the Hinamizawa branch school. We're here to talk with you today. They were treating us so differently now that we had 5 times as many kids, plus 1 adult. Instead of that small consultation room, they took us to a big meeting hall. On top of that, the manager was there, alongside the lady from yesterday. I will let Maibara-kun do the talking. Chie-sensei sat down at the far end of the table. She was just here to look after us. Besides, like I'd said, we were the ones who were going to fight. It was fine if Chie-sensei just stayed there and watched us quietly. I'm Keiichi Maibara. Nice to meet you. Well, I've heard that yesterday you visited us with 5 of your friends to present your valuable thoughts to us on Satsuko Hojo's case. Are you here on a different matter today? I hadn't expected that they'd start with the conversation. What were they thinking?
I don't like how ambiguous this feels. It feels like they're debating how to move, unsure if the fault lies with us or not.
Kid-chan, you should clearly tell them why we came here, and tell them now that they're in the wrong. My friends were analyzing the situation behind me. It felt like I was having a meeting with the president of a foreign country. Actually, that wasn't far from the truth. I was sort of the prime minister. I was representing the whole class. I needed to be polite, but stern. Alright, Let's attack them from this angle then. Kei-chan, tell them something like this. Got it? Mion gave me her attack plan. This really is how Mion operates best. If she's weak on defense, then I can bear the brunt of impudence, while Mion issues perfect orders from behind. I took my friend's analysis and advice of consideration, and calmly opened my mouth after taking a sip because I keep tripping over words. No. First, let me confirm something with you. We've come here today to make sure that we came to convey yesterday was properly conveyed to you. So I apologize if this seems rude, but could you please tell us how much you grasped from our conversation yesterday? It's alright if it just means reading the memo aloud. They became quiet for a second. It might have been only a short time, but the silence felt much longer than that. I could see the manager's expression turning serious. He thought I was just dealing with a social studies class, but suddenly his response changed to that of one dealing with a protest group of local citizens. From my understanding, we've acknowledged that you came to appeal that Satoko Hojo-san is in an extreme situation, meriting temporary protection from our agency, and that we should expedite our response. I believe that our staff at the time explained that we are not taking her situation lightly, and are currently discussing the appropriate measures. So taking into consideration the fact that Satoko Hojo was suffering abuse from her uncle at this time last year, you still believe an urgent response is unnecessary? Well, our organization has no confirmed records that Teppei Hojo-san was administering abuse at this time last year. Mutter, 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 mutter. What? What the hell were you guys doing last year? She was being abused by both her aunt and uncle. Please don't tell us that you were only aware of the abuse from her aunt. Normally, we don't talk about such private affairs, but under these special circumstances, I think it's acceptable to say. We are aware that there was trouble between Satoko-san and her aunt Tomaya-san. However, we have no record showing that her uncle was also involved in the abuse. In fact, when we interviewed her neighbors, several mentioned Tomaya-san's slight hysteric tendencies, but none ever brought up the name of her uncle, Teppei-san.
We believe that's simply because his abuse didn't stand out over the shadow of her aunt's especially vicious nature. We did not believe that constitutes evidence that her uncle was not abusing her as well.
Like consultation office. They were living together and the aunt was abusing. The uncle did nothing to stop the abuse, so that's technically also helping with the abuse. Like what is going on in these guys' minds? I see. So you claim that there is a likelihood that Teppei-san also inflicted abuse on the child at this time last year. The manager and the staff besides him jotted down with a pen, as if to show that there was the first time hearing this information. Right? Like he blamed the wife. It's just like, dude, if this man was not involved with abuse, the abuse from the aunt would not have been happening. Unless he was also being abused, but you would probably be able to tell. This is why we came here today. We believe that the Child Consultation Center doesn't have a proper understanding of our present situation. We believe you should be able to see how urgent this case is once you finally understand it. I see. We're taking that into consideration. Please allow us to do more thorough investigation into Teppei-san.
We mentioned this yesterday as well, but her uncle has abandoned his responsibilities as a guardian for over a year. He received no response on this information yesterday, but what is your organization's opinion on this matter?
Of course, our office is aware that Teppei-san was absent for his residence for a year, and we have interviewed him on that matter. So what was his excuse? I mean, you can't talk about it for privacy reasons, but if it's considered all of you, you must have justified leaving her alone for a whole year, right? If you believe living with this mistress in Okinamiya is sufficient reason for abandoning his responsibilities for a full year, we would have to receive that in writing. No. Is that what happened? He explained to us that he was forced to work away from home in order to raise Satoko-san, so this was our first time hearing that. What the hell? They just believed that crap?
If it's your first time hearing that, then you should also know that Satoko has been absent from school 3 days in a row now. While he contacted the school yesterday to say she has a cold, the only hospital in the village, the Iri Clinic, has no records of her being examined. Why do you believe that the proper response is for a guardian who refuses to take a child to the hospital when she's been in bedridden for illness for 3 days in a row?
Well, we confirmed that she was absent one day, but 3 days in a row is news to us as well. However, our social worker met directly with Satoko-san and confirmed that the child in question denies the occurrence of absence. When we asked if she wished to continue living with Teppei-san, she answered in an affirmative. So there's no abuse as long as she says so? That's one of the more difficult aspects. Whether the child herself feels she is suffering abuse or not is a very important factor. It's much like the definition of bullying. While the bully might not believe they are bullying, it's bullying if the recipient believes it is. Oh my gosh. You're faltering, right?
So you can't do anything unless she admits that she's being abused and seeks your help herself?
No, that's not quite how it works. Our organization investigates the child's environment, and if we find any problems that might harm their lifestyle, we take appropriate action to protect them. However, we don't believe Satoko-san's case has reached that level of danger at present. No urgency at this point. That was exactly how the Child Consultation Center felt about Satoko's case. Also, the worker went into the building. Would they have not seen the mess? The mess of the house and been like, something here stinks. Something about this place is not right. Our classmates had been watching the discussion burst into an uproar. How can you say something like that? What makes you believe that she's not in danger? First of all, Satoko-san denies the abuse, and not only that, she has no visible injuries either. Also, she has been provided with shelter, food, and clothes. We can't say that Teppei-san is not taking responsibility as her guardian. Both of them seemed to have no complaints about their current living arrangements. We believe that we do need to further discuss Teppei's past, but unfortunately we also believe that you and your friends are overreacting in the situation. You are underreacting! Overreacting!
Calm down, Katie-kun. Let's not take it too personally.
Damn it. Why are they treating us like this? They think that we're only acting this way based on what happened last year. I see. The consultation office was assuming that this year's cases and last year's cases were two separate issues. On top of that, Satoko was denying the abuse entirely. Teppei-san regrets the fact that he had to leave Satoko-san alone because of having to work for her sake. He promised that he would stay with her from now on and raise her lovingly. Bang! I heard a loud noise. Someone had just pounded the table. Everyone, including the manager, was startled. I figured that it must have been Shion, but it was Rena. Wow, her face had turned as furious as a demon's. It's best for a child to live with their parents. There are things you can only learn from the love of your family. We've heard that Satoko-san was living with another minor in the past year, and she has not been living under any adult. This could greatly harm her future as a sensitive, growing child. I'm sure that your friendship with her, you all believe she may be the happiest that way, but could you please give Satoko-san and Teppei-san the opportunity to restart their new life as uncle and niece and watch them over kindly? Weren't you listening to any of the things we said? You're saying that you're not going to help her unless Satoko asks for your help? How is she supposed to seek help if she's being locked inside her house? She can't even go outside or make a phone call. How can she seek help? We came here in her stead because she can't be here herself. But you are not even willing to listen to us? That's not what we're trying to say. We will remember that over 20 of our classmates visited to talk about Satoko-san's case. We'll take what happened today into consideration when we make further decisions about her case.
When are you going to make the decision? Can you guarantee us that Satoko-chan won't get hurt before that decision is made? If something happens to her, will you take responsibility?
If she gets even a single bruise on her body, you're in huge trouble. Shion-san, that's enough.
Please, tell us when you will make that decision.
That's right. How long is it going to take you? Like I said, we need to take the matter seriously and make a careful decision. In order to do so, we will continue to meet with the two of them and investigate so that her and her uncle can make a better relationship. Please wait and see what happens for a while. We ask you to do so for her sake.
So that's your response. You're saying that it isn't urgent, even though we came here to tell you that it is.
I was starting to get lost in what they were trying to say, but Rena's words made me realize everything. We came here to tell them that they need to protect her right away, but they clearly told us that they didn't see any reason to do so. We understand that there may be reason for urgency. We will take your opinion into consideration and make our decision. We hope that will satisfy you. At first glance, it sounded like they were speaking humbly, but in our instance of the urgency to Satoko's situation was spinning their wheels. They had no intention of meeting us halfway. Right. They are officials. Plus they have authority that can change the life of an individual like Satoko. Considering that, being a little overcautious and carefully deliberating matters wasn't the wrong response for them, and I would have understood that if it wasn't so personal. But in reality, Satoko had no time to spare. We could see that, because we understood everything. We knew that Satoko would reject me after I rubbed my head because of the horrible abuse she got from her uncle. That nightmare will come true in just a few days. In that nightmare, I knew that I should save her, but I just wasted my time. I wasn't going to make the same mistake. I had to make a move immediately. Maibara-kun, did you say everything that you wanted to? Yes. That's it for today. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Everyone, please bow to them. Class President, will you take the lead? Thank you very much. No, thank you for your valuable opinions. Man. So no murderers just yet. Maybe later, but not now. Good, I will see a corpse in the future. Perhaps. That are, well... Honestly, I don't remember what happens in this arc. I don't remember if it gets solved or not. Thank you, everyone. Be careful on your way home. We all came back to Hinamizawa together, and it was time for us to part. As the class president, Myeon gave everyone the notice we were dismissed. However, everyone stuck around to talk about what happened today. We came back to Hinamizawa on our bikes, so we didn't really need to talk with each other, or we didn't really get to talk to each other. Now that we'd gotten off of them, we finally got to say what we wanted.
This is the first time that everyone in the class has gotten together and fought for someone like this.
It reminds me of the dam conflict. Everyone's feelings are united. That's true. None of the kids participated in the conflict, even though they might remember it from when they were a baby. But what we did today was more polite than what they did in the dam conflict. No one is bleeding and there are no bombs or riot police.
Unity is the best thing about Hinamizawa.
That's true. This old man's blood is boiling for the first time in a while. The people in Hinamizawa all got together to fight against the dam conflict. Everyone working together as a team means a lot to the villagers here. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 should do so. If there are 4, then 8. If there's 1,000, then the whole village should stand up and fight.
What's that? A figure of speech?
It's something that our grandma used to say. She was trying to tell the villagers to band together and fight. When there's one enemy, 2 should fight together, and then where there are 1,000, the whole village should fight together. I see. She wanted the villagers to unite and defeat their enemies. It means more than that. Uniting to fight together is one thing, but also means the whole village should unite and fight for the sake of an individual. It's the real meaning is that everyone should share that individual's pain, sympathize with them, and fight for them too.
Wow. That sounds very similar to what's happening right now.
In other words, the battle that we're fighting for represents Hinamizawa as a whole. I see. Everyone supported me not because they were impressed by my speech, but because it's their nature to unite like that. The classmates were all still sticking around and discussing the issues surrounding Satoko. For some reason, for some of them, this was like the return of the dam conflict, and also a big chance for those who never experienced it. It also felt like a festival. Most of them thought that we didn't make much progress today, though. Maibara-san! Maibara-san! So their conclusions is that they're not going to save Hojo-san, right? Their answer wasn't that bad, but you're right in the sense that they'll watch her suffer. I live close to him, so I know what kind of guy that uncle is. He's not normal. We figured that out, that the people at the Child Consultation Center didn't understand anything. But we just can't give up after today either. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun seemed serious. It's not what's... Wait, what? Oh, Simple, the uncle gets mad that she's not under his thumb anymore and will lash out and get killed after going after the person he thinks is responsible. It's not that... It's not what spoiler, just a guess, yeah. Because it's like, it's been a while since I watched the anime, and I've watched, like, the... It's not a reboot, the, like, newer seasons, and so they're, like, in all of the different time loops, there's stuff that's similar to the original, but not quite, because, you know, there's another thing going on that you don't learn until the second season, and you're just like, But yeah, so I'm remembering what happened in that, but not in the original. Tomita-kun and Okamuto-kun seemed serious. They weren't just supporting me. They wanted to make a move themselves. We're going to have to work hard to save Hojo-san. Yeah! I agree! It's hard to believe that they were the same innocent kids who were always running around the school. I'm really happy to see them so motivated. Of course we are! Satoko is our friend! We're going to save her! So please, lend us the support again. No, Maibara-san! This is our responsibility as her classmates. We're not fighting because you're asking us to. We're doing this because we want to. I'm impressed to hear that from you, Tomita-kun. Shall we go there tomorrow again? Or again tomorrow?
I don't think we should take any days off.
Consistency is important. I agree with Rena-san. But it's only going to end with the same results if we go there with the same people again. I think today was more effective because we were there with more people.
Then, shall we go with even more people tomorrow? Shall we?
Rena turned back towards everyone as she spoke. We all understood what she was trying to say. Not all the children from Hinamizawa go to the Hinamizawa branch school. Around half of them go to the school in Okinamiya. Those children are not our classmates, but they're still our friends from around the neighborhood. An illegal redeem?
Huh? An illegal? What illegal redeem?
Hinamizawa is a small village after all. They know Satoko as well as we do, and they also know what's going on with her right now. Rumors spread with the speed of light in Hinamizawa. I can tell that by now. Everyone in the village knows about the embarrassing history of undergoing punishments. I'll talk with Daisuke when I go home. I bet he'd come with us. Oh, are you talking about the word that's rumored to get people banned? I think it's been clarified that that won't ban people unless they just sound like really degenerate while doing it. If they like match it up with like lewd noises or something. If you're talking about something else, then I don't know what you're talking to, what you're talking about, Rocket. Yeah, it's confirmed that it's not like the word, it's just the way that you say it. So if you sound like, if you sound very lewd saying it, you might get banned. But if you just say it, like, you're just saying my. Because it's in the, like, I think it's the phone sex category or something. But yeah, if you're being horny about it, then sure. But if you're just saying it, it shouldn't. It was just a big old rumor. I'll call my friends when I get home, or when I get back home. The school in Okinamiya wasn't that far from the library. That's a good idea. I'll try and get more people too. This is turning out well. I think we can get at least 10 more people on our side. I'll try reaching out to a few of the old members of our clubs, or kids club too. I think I can get at least 3 of them to come with us. I'll ask my friends from cram school too. But none of them know about Satoko or her situation. They're just friends of mine, so it'll only be about 4 people. Do you think it might be difficult to get other adults involved? Well, the people on the town council don't want to have anything to do with the Hojo family because of what happened during the dam conflict. How about older people? Can you get old people on our side, Rika-chan?
Older people are bitter towards Satoko.
People who believe in the curse of Oyashiro-sama really think that the Hojo family deserves what they get. So you can only get more children but no adults. How many of us will be there?
At this rate, there are going to be about 17 more children. I don't know if they will make it, but hopefully there will be more than 40 of us. 40 people. I'm impressed, Keiichi.
You think 40 is enough, Rika-chan?
What?
I grinned and tapped Rika-chan's chest. It's not enough. 40 is not enough to knock out these stubborn people. We need at least 20 more. I'm sure 60 people would intimidate them. But where can we get that much help? You have no idea. My name is Keiichi Maibara. If I say I'm going to accomplish something, I will. So that's the whole story, Kamada-kun. We're going to launch our 3rd attack tomorrow evening. Will you help us? I don't want to reject your request, Kay. We ate that jumbo parfait together. That was our vow as sworn brothers. I want to help you, Kay, but tomorrow is not a good day. What? Why is that, Kameda? You can't lend a hand to this poor innocent girl? Where's your pride as a two-dimensional Mori? You deserve a beating, clench those teeth. Wait a minute, Kei-san. Please listen to me. I would help her if it wasn't tomorrow. Of course I love chested schoolmaids, and I normally would be happy to even lick Satoko-chan's socks. Disgusting. But I just can't tomorrow. You bastard. Tell me, Kameda. I'll knock that at least 3 of your teeth out even if you can't make it because of your parents' funeral. I can't come tomorrow because tomorrow is the dessert fiesta here at Angel Mort. What did you say? It's the dessert fiesta, Kei-san. It's the dessert fiesta of Angel Mort. It gets bonus points for using the hiragana for fiesta. Actually, I actually wanted an admission ticket. I'm not going to invite anyone but you. Let's go and pick out all those sweet girls. I mean cakes. Oh, is my mic? My mic's doing nothing. Give me a second. Okay, that should have fixed it. Hopefully it wasn't being staticky for too long. Ugh, yeah. Please, Kei-san, I will help you the day after tomorrow. So please, let me go to the fiesta tomorrow. Please, I'm begging you.
Keiichi-kun, I think you should let him go for tomorrow.
No, I can't. I can't let him go. Kameda, you've dared to weigh cakes against a real little girl. You only gain the right to eat cake when you can save the girl. You're scared what's happening. Kameda likes to be lewd with cakes. Like he'll look at a multi-layer cake and be like, ah yes, a gothic Lolita. He's strange. I don't remember which route we met him on, but it was a while ago. For starters, you don't have any understanding of how good Satoko is. Listen, Satoko's charm is what seems soon at first glance, but you set off her flag, she groans dere dere. She's a classic tsundere. You should understand that that's the greatest appeal of tsundere lies in the gap between her tsun and dare. Normally, she's all tsun without an ounce of eroticism, but once you flip her switch, suddenly she's dere dere. That gap between her off and on stage is her charm. She's just like the first and last half of Higarashi's plot itself. In other words, Satoko is the true Miss Higurashi. On top of that, she has the added spice of the little sister element that's growing standard now, as well as being okay. She's the new generation of heroine, with a perfect level of rebellious spirit, making her grand descent into this world overflowing with romantically dependent heroines. You want to know how amazing her advent is? She's an incredible and blonde princess alighting in an open field, but she's not a goddess, so don't go spouting upload her past, please. If you don't understand her appeal, then what are you? Your pride is a 2D warrior. What? Would you dare to say you're moving to fake 3D now that it increases in polygon count? You're a century too early. Our progenitors from the age when heroines were displayed in 256-bit with 8 colors. They found love moe there, evolving their emotional, I don't know what that says, it got cut off, their emotions to even a higher dimension. None of that was to escape into the 2D world. It was an evolution of love derived of their love of real women. The statue of Venus and the Mona Lisa are all the epitome of their predators feeling of moe. By the way, I think the girl with the fewest pixels was Kid from Dragon. I don't know what those words are. This is referencing something. Young people nowadays probably can't even tell that she's a girl. Oh, by the way, the Princess of Dragon Buster was also amazing. She's... no, we're not skipping this dialogue, KG. Dragon Buster was also amazing. She was wearing a she was wearing a short skirt and a crown, and she had a scepter, and she even changed into a swimsuit and a bunny girl outfit. Am I the only one? Yes, we 2D world warriors search for the truth behind these walls of pixels and polygons, seeking their true form. So only how could you say that you choose pixels and polygons over a real-life little girl that exists within those walls between you? That proves that you lost sight of your goal and settled for the half measures. 2D warriors do not deny 3D. They're a new generation of 3D warriors who love 3D even more. Trying to express. I want to read that, Keiichi. Wanting to express. Where was it? Wanting to express. Where? Oh no, did it cut off? Oh no, this is different dialogue. Who thinks she's the oldest cosplaying hero in the history of Japan arcade games? It's amazing that I was able to play those games for only 50 yen, but remember, we found our feelings of moe and beautiful girls that lay beyond that 16 by 16 pixel art. Anyway, I want to say this, which console is going to get Resident Evil and Metal Gear? By the way, the new Dead or Alive is coming out, right? Is it true that Zack is made of the same number of polygons as the female character's chest? No. It's so behind the log, it's not even there. I'm sorry, I was wrong. What was I thinking? What have I done? It's okay, Kameda. Mistakes are there so you can realize you've made them. You just realized your mistake and became a better man. Take my hand. The door to the next millennium is right in front of you! This is how you can tell someone will go bankrupt with gacha games, right? Keiichi will 100% shell out everything. Okay, what was cut off? Decided your goal and settled for half measures. 2D warriors do not deny the 3D. They're the new generations. Okay. No, it cut off. It cut off his... Oh wait, no, there it is. Wait, you may get confused because 2 sounds inferior. That's why Microsoft named their console Xbox 360 because Xbox 2 would sound inferior to PlayStation 3!
Keiichi-kun and Kameda seem to be having lots of fun. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Don't bother. I get it, Kei. On my honor as a man, I will help you save that girl. They have dessert fiestas 4 times a year. So what if I miss one of them? It's not a big deal.
He seems so down.
By the way, Mion, you said you were going to give me 3 years worth of dessert fiesta admissions as a reward for the auction, right? I'll give you 1 year admission if you help me, Kameda-kun. No thank you, Kei. I'm a man. I'd be ashamed of myself of saving this girl because I was getting a reward.
Chi-chan, do you think we can do something for him? Deal?
How about this? I'll remove his name from the blacklist. Blacklist? What's that? Normal customers don't know about this, huh? There are customers that cause trouble in this restaurant sometimes. Whenever they do something wrong, their name is written on the blacklist. Once their name gets written down enough times, they're no longer allowed to enter the restaurant. Stop it now. I'm an Angel Master. I would never behave so unmannered as to get myself on such a blacklist. You touched a waitress inappropriately twice, called a waitress just to talk to her, and sold tickets outside of the restaurant. You'll be forbidden from entering after 1 more transgression. No way! I can't believe this. That's horrible. I can't come to Angel more. I'll have no reason to live. However, I'm impressed that you're so willing to save Satoko. I'll erase your name from this list as a reward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mii-chan, does that blacklist really exist?
This old man has no idea. Kameda-kun, thank you. Let me know if you can't get a ticket on the next desert fiesta. I'll invite you. Kei, hug. Oh my god. We reaffirmed our strong friendship. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll bring my baseball team members with me. I should be able to get at least 10 people. It sounds like her uncle is a really crazy guy. Wouldn't it be faster to just kick his ass rather than going to the child consultation center?
We can't do that. Otherwise he'd take revenge on Satoko-chan.
I see. Of course we can't commit murder either. Alright. Let's do it the right way. We don't want to get arrested by the police. 10 people is still not enough. Do you think you can get more people from somewhere? You need more people, huh? Let me take care of it. Kameda grinned at me, then suddenly stood up and shouted. Hey, you guys! You heard everything, didn't you? For those who have a ticket for tomorrow, I'm not going to force you. But if you're free, give us a hand. Everyone in the restaurant looked at him. There were a lot of people around. The dessert fiesta is tomorrow, so shouldn't today have just been a normal day? You're not wrong. But the people who missed out on tickets at the dessert fiesta are here today. All these guys are regulars. I don't know their names, but we see each other all the time at this restaurant. What did you think about this story, guys?
The longer I listen to it, the more upset I get. Isn't that right, my comrades?
Locking up a real girl? I want to do that. I mean, I can't allow that to continue.
I will punish any guy who can't be nice to a girl.
He can't do it in an imagination, but it's unacceptable in the real world. Tell us to come with you, Kay. We admire your hunger. The Okanimiya squadron is prepared to reenact a rescue operation. Please give us the order to attack. This is the Operation Satsuko. Your mission starts tomorrow evening. Make sure stop shaking. Your clock is on time and your will is written. This may be the day you die. All right. Rosie's just going to bankrupt the gacha games. He's going to drag his whole family down with him, right? Just like, Mom, my bank account is empty. Please, I need your credit card. I need to get this banner. I need to pull the banner or else I'm gonna die. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for your help. You don't even know her. You can't abandon her just because of a tiny thing like that. Besides, we know very much about Princess Satoko. My fellows and I enjoy indulging in the warm sentiments that fill our hearts when the young lady fails to notice a bit of cream stuck to her chin. Therefore, it is a personal matter for us as well. I need pretty PNG, right? Just like, you don't understand, Mom. She's my waifu and it's SSR. She's never gonna have again. It's limited and it's only in this banner. I'm gonna die if I don't pull her, Mom. Alright, you guys. I'm going to rely on you. You need to back me up, okay? Be ready to fight tomorrow evening. Yeah! K! I'm not gonna say it a third time! But wow!
Keiichi-kun is such a popular guy.
He's popular with the town council, too. He seems to be popular in the most unexpected places. Lots of other people seem to respect him, too. Mom, you don't get it. I need swimsuit, Nana. Right? She's like, please, Mom. Some of the waitresses here are also concerned about Satoko. They said they want to come and support us when they're off.
Wow, I guess we have about 60 people now. We might even get more than that. So, is this the power to defeat fate?
Mom, she's not just a PNG, but she's also a 3D model in a really pretty dress, and I just want her to dance for me. I don't even play the rhythm game, I just look at them dance. Mom, please! I just need her! That night, I attended a meeting for the Watanagashi Festival Committee. Everyone assembled at the meeting room in the Furude Shrine. I'd seen the building a few times, but I hadn't actually been inside before. There were pictures depicting the history of the dam conflict on the wall. And I feel like I just called myself out on that one. Maybe having it be specifically Nano, yeah. But that's okay. I could have been like, Mom, please, I don't have a Kirari. Kirari hasn't come home and she's on the banner right now and I need her. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Like going off on like a short tangent, but I have so many of Anzu's SSRs and I don't have a single one for Kirari, and I'm so sad about that fact. No, Mom, it's not because she's in a swimsuit. It's her stats. I swear. Give me back my phone. No, not install it. According to Mion, this assembly building has been used as the headquarters of the dam protests back in the day. There was a huge flag that said Onigafuchi Guardians hanging on the wall. People had written messages on it. I had been called to the meeting so I could introduce myself. While I had been chosen to host the auction several days ago, this was my first time actually attending a meeting. There were about 30 committee members in the room, and my dad and I were introduced to them. Since I'm still a minor, I had to bring him along with me. I'd often heard the term parental rights recently because of Satoko's situation, and because of that I had been thinking about the relationship between me and my dad. The Maibara family is a pretty happy one, I think. I'm blessed to have parents like them. No, it was specifically summer wear Nano I wanted. Oh. Yeah, I really, there was like this specific banner in Idolmaster that was like Anzu and Kirari in like, at like a carnival, and it was really cute because Kirari had like a bunch of balloons tied to her and it was just so cute, and I forked out actual money and didn't pull her and I was like, no! Hello, I'm Keiichi Maibara. This is my first time doing something like this and I'm very nervous, but I'll do my best. Here. You do your best, young man. Their friendly smiles and applause made me realize again how welcoming people are in this village. I felt pressured as I thought about how big of a responsibility I was going to undertake at the festival. Since I looked so nervous, the leaders of the committee all came up to me and said that I could just act natural and do my thing. Thank you for offering my son such an important position. I'm sorry that I'm unable to participate in the council activities due to my job, but I will do what I can to support my son.
Pachi, 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 pachi.
My dad must be used to making speeches. Alright then, we'll break up into groups and start the meeting. My first and only real SSR I got was Enkidu. Oh, yeah. I think, I remember my first SSR was, one of Uzuki's. It was like her big flower dress. That was my first one. And then I think I got, I think her name is Fumiko? I think. She has like the long bangs that kind of cover her eyes. She's a cool type one. We're talking about Idolmaster now. Me and my army of Billy the Kid and Colossus of Raw. Me being like, aha, yes, Fates. I know of that. Padoru is there. Alright then, we'll break up into groups and start the meeting. It's going to last until 8:50 p.m. Please begin your discussions as soon as you can. The festival committee can be broken up in different teams, like a general affairs team, a construction team, a refreshment booth team, and a ceremony team. Each team has separate meetings. My dad and I were told to join the event team, but after all, we joined towards the end without knowing anything, and the festival was next Sunday, too. I didn't understand anything that they were saying, and I couldn't even express my opinions anyway. Nodding and pretending to participate in the proceedings was the most we could do. I would die for Padoru.
Padoru, padoru.
Near the end, I finally got the information about the auction I needed. I found out what time I was supposed to be backstage, and other stuff about my job like that. They asked me what I was going to wear, and I stopped short. I thought that I could just wear my regular clothes, but they suggested that I should wear something more flashy, since I was the host of the event. Oh yeah, that would make more sense, but I don't have any clothes like that. How about a suit with a bow tie? That would make you look like a real MC. A bow tie? That's so embarrassing. I want to wear something more casual than that. How's the meeting going, Kei-chan? What you talking about? They're talking about what he's going to wear during the auction. If you don't have anything flashy to wear, I can get you something like that. I can get you a maid outfit. That'd be pretty cool, right, Kei-chan? Setsuko won't wear a maid outfit, but maybe you can. Really? Oh, I'm sorry I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Keiichi's father. Dad, I don't trust him to get me proper clothes. I'm sure he won't give me anything for men. A bow tie is fine. I'll just wear that. If I didn't compromise on that, Ieri and Mion would try and make me wear something outrageous. She'd also want me to wear women's clothes. You're part of the committee too, huh? Which team are you on? Kei, can we make you an SSR, right? It's just like, let's just get you my best dress, Kei-chan, and have a bunch of flowers around it, and then, you know, you're an SSR now. I'll pull for you. Talking as Edie. He's on the General Affairs team, where he's in charge of first aid. We also ask for his help, since he's a doctor and all. All I have to do is give band-aids to people who trip and fall. It's an easy job for the most part. I'm just drinking beer under the main tent. It's nothing compared to your work, Maibara-san. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Padoru was in Carnival Phantasm as a Christmas special where the Chibi Nero sang Merry Christmas in Japanese. Oh, so that is Nero. Okay. Now I can kind of see which one Nero is now.
I'm gonna drink barley tea with him too. Nipa!
You absolutely cannot, Furude-san. Oh, good evening, Maibara-kun. Nice to see you too, Maibara-san.
Oh, yes. Good idea.
Still run around, but...
Did you bring back those chocolate waffles, nobody?
Big stretch. And then I will take a sip after my stretchy... Oh, here's ear wiggles. Little variations. This'll stretch my neck too. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Now I hydrate. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for being so nice to my son all the time. Maibara-kun, are you ready for the auction? I'm looking forward to seeing your show. It felt weird to see Chie-sensei and the principal outside school. Dika-chan, you're performing a dance at the festival, right? I heard it's right after my show, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, where are our pancakes, nobody? It's a traditional ceremony that she's performing. I'm sure you're nervous about it, huh? How do you feel this year?
I'm used to it now, so I'm fine.
You've only done it once last year, but you're already used to it? I'm impressed. Mabara-san! It's been a while. Ah, Oishi-san. It's nice to see you. Have you been practicing the Tsubame Gaishi? We should play together. You won't get better unless you play every day, you know? You know how to play Mahjong, Mabara-kun? Oh, he knows how to play, doesn't he? He's a pretty good player, too. Perhaps we really should start playing Mahjong in our club now.
We should go and crush every mahjong parlor in the city.
Oishi-san thinks I'm an experienced player since I was practicing Tsubame Gaishi the other day. Why do people misunderstand me all the time? By the way, Mabara-kun, I heard about that case. Oh, what case? About what you're planning to do tomorrow evening. A few of my staff members and I are going to be there as well. Takano-san and Tometaka-san are coming too. We can't bring that many people, but I hope that you'll let us join you. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Every person counts.
Idiot.
I'm sorry that we can't do much to help her, but we still want to do something. This is what Takano-san suggested.
Takano?
Yes, she wanted to help somehow. She feels bad that she wasn't able to assist you the other day. I have ate them. No! But I came back with some digital ones.
Okay. I guess that is good enough. There better be chocolate chips in there.
No, are you talking about the rumor? The one saying that Mabara-san's become the leader of the protest group or something? Even you know about it? You know about Satoko? Of course he does. He's very sensitive to rumors inside the village. I mean, planting drugs on the guy would have been enough to cause a full investigation, right? Well, the thing is, like, he dealt in gang things before coming back. The police should be doing something. Like, the consultation thing could talk to the police, and they could be like, hey, yeah, this man's was doing drugs before he, like, came back, so there might be some kind of drug money going on. We have an eye on him right now. Like, that is probable cause to do something. These dang adults. It's only my job, and I'm very aware of what's going on with Satoko-san. Oishi-san, what do you think about her case? Oishi-san is, after all, a police officer. Could he maybe have an option other than going to the Child Consultation Center? I also think that going to the consultation center is the smartest thing to do. Then you're also saying there's no way to save her before something happens? We would probably do the same. We'd meet with him and tell him not to harm her. I'm sure a professional social worker can do a better job than that, though. They take care of these abuse issues rather better than police can. Police only take action after something happens, but the Child Consultation Center can make a move before it does. It'd be a lot easier for us if we could arrest criminals before they commit crimes. However, we need to be very careful about whom we arrest, you know? We don't want to lose our jobs. That is true. Kind of works the same with, like, retail stuff. It's just like, you know this person's stealing, but you don't have proof, so you can't do anything about it. The world sucks. Dang, adults being useless in games and shows about kids, right? In that sense, there's nothing wrong with them saying that they want to wait and see for a while.
Man.
Well, I don't think the Child Consultation Center is being unreasonable. However, it must seem terrible from the point of view of those who know Satoko-san and Tepe-san. Oishi-san was extremely right. They must be assuming that we're overreacting by making such a big fuss. It's only been a couple of days since he took her away, but that mindset can create huge problems. I'm sure they're going to call him tonight because we told him that she's been missing from school for 3 days. They'll ask him why she hasn't gone to school.
Tepe might beat her up for that.
I don't know. However, if he continues to keep her at home after the phone call, the Child Consultation Center will probably make a move. I think they'll talk to him about it. She might come to school tomorrow? That's possible. Teppei can't stay in Okinomiya for some reason. That's why he needs to stay at Satoko's house. I'm sure he doesn't want any further trouble. So, substantially, the story of Psych Past seems like a good future, but not if you're just normally unstable. He can't stay in Okinomiya for some reason? That's right, for some reason. I heard that he had some kind of money-related trouble. You don't know about that, Sonozaki-san? I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. Haha. What do you mean, Mion? There's a reason he wants to stay in Satoko's house? Well, yeah. Teppei has money issues, so he can't live in Okinomiya anymore. He's hiding out in Hinamizawa until the trouble brews over. Then he should hide somewhere alone. Why would he try and drag Satoko-chan into this?
You want Satoko as your maid, right? It's the same thing.
No, that's not right. Maids are about love. There is love behind my desires. I'm totally against violence. A master should treat his maid with love. Let's just ignore that pervert for a moment. So, Oishi-san, you think there's no choice to let the Child Consultation Center take care of it? I think that's the most realistic plan. Oh, suddenly. Oh, okay. Suddenly it was Psych Past. So, I should beg a maid outfit. I mean, if it's or get a maid outfit, yeah. I will have one eventually once I have time to make an alt model. I have it all designed up, along with a few other outfits. So it might be a few months. Maybe it'll. Gosh, I wouldn't want to say it, but like maybe it'll be ready in time for like my anniversary. No, knowing how long it's been taking me to work on stuff, it might take that long. I don't want to think about it be taking that long, but I think that's the most realistic plan. There are certain steps you need to follow. When you take a piss, you go to the toilet and pull down as your zipper. If you don't follow those steps, it ends up a disaster. What? That is a weird example you gave us, Oishi. I would ask if you wanted to tell us something, but I wouldn't want to hear it. That's a gross way to put it. You disgusting old man. Can I break some more laws and live a doctor for being a creep? Well, I don't know. It is weird. I'm sorry I can't help you. But I do find Satoko-san's case unfortunate. I hope that everyone gets a happy ending. The Child Consultation Center is going to make their decision regardless, but you guys are doing what you guys are doing isn't against the law either. What you're doing, Maibara-kun, it's not a mistake. Don't give up. Do all you can do. I'll support you too. Thank you very much. We went there yesterday and today, and we're going to go there tomorrow too. I believe I can save her as long as we don't give up. 3 days in a row, huh? Heard you took 20 people with you today. It's like rolling a nat 1 on your dex save while trying to take a pee, right? Well, would it be dex or would it be like whiz? Anyway, are you going to take that many tomorrow too? Kei-chan is really talented when it comes to stuff like this.
You'll be surprised. There's going to be 60 people tomorrow.
My, that's interesting. I can see you becoming an active labor union leader when you grow up. The head of our union is pretty deplorable. It's just I said that without thinking. And then I was like, oh hey, that's a pun. At that moment, I heard someone clapping. It was almost 9 p.m. The meeting was over. Everyone returned to their seats and listened to each section head's report on what they discussed. You're incredible, Keiichi. You know so many people from the village, but there are even more people that I don't know. Are you sure? We were talking with so many of them. I really am impressed. They're such nice people. Maybe I should be more involved with them too. I'm sorry, Rocket, I didn't mean to. Oishi started it. You should. Hinamizawa is all about helping each other. I know you're busy with your work, but you should be involved with as much as you can. I'm going to talk with your mother about that, I think. That's it for the meeting today. The next meeting is... Oh, tomorrow. I'll see you all then. It will be the last major meeting before the festival. Thank you for coming today. Chairman, will you give us some closing remarks? No, it's fine. Let's just go home and get some drinks. That's it for now. Let's meet tomorrow at the same time. Thank you. Everyone laughed at Mayor Kimiyoshi's closing remarks. We finished cleaning up and everyone began filling out the building. Or filing, probably. Even though it was a weekday, some of them were going out for drinks. They asked my dad to go along with them. My dad isn't an ordinary worker. He can sleep in if he wants to, as long as he makes his deadlines. Keiichi, they want me to come for a drink, so I'm going, okay? Sure, have fun. I'm heading home now. Going home alone was kind of sad, so I thought I'd walk with Mion, but she was still lingering at the meeting talking at the mayor and other important people. She was probably busy with the festival being so near. As I contemplated whether to wait for her or not, Oishi came up to me. Good job at the meeting. How did you get here? I can give you a ride if you want. I came here on my bike, plus I'm waiting for Mion. I see. You'll be waiting a while, though. They're discussing the trouble they had with the refreshment booth team. Trouble with the refreshment booth team? It seems like a fun festival, but they still have some issues, huh? Oh, yes. It's hard to make adjustments this late. Shaved ice and yakisoba are always popular, so everyone wants to do those, but it'd be a problem if all the booths sold yakisoba, right? They need to make some of those kinds of adjustments, so there will be a variety of booths, but people get upset when they have to run a booth that's not going to make much money, you know? They suggest running the booths in rotation every year, but some people don't have enough staff to do certain kinds of booths, and other people claim that their yakisoba is better than everyone else's. They also fight about locations and who to hire, etc., etc. I had no idea that the preparations for a festival were so complicated. Everything needs adjustments. I guess it sounds like boring adult talk for a young man like yourself. But adjustments are necessary to make things go smoothly. What you're doing at the Child Consultation Center is a secret adjustment in a way. Satoko-san and Tepe-san don't even know about it. I guess you might be right. But we have no choice but to raise our voices. That's the only option we've got. No, I'm proud to see you do something like this. If I was your age, all I'd be able to think about was attacking me in the dark. Man, why does this keep getting brought up by everybody? This is so weird, man. Oishi must have had no other plans. He stuck around while I waited for Mion. There was no one else around that time of night. It would have felt pretty lonely if he hadn't been there with me. I'm glad Oishi stayed to chat. We talked about mahjong for a while. Its theory, techniques, and history. I rarely talked with a guy his age, so it was very interesting for me. It's nice to interact with people from a different generation sometimes. He's also a police officer. I was secretly hoping that he'd give me a hint about how to save Satoko. In any case, I had to wonder what was taking Mion so long. By the time Oishi-san finished his second cigarette, I started to think that maybe I should just go home for the night. I think I'm gonna head home. Mion is taking too long. I have something big to take care of after school tomorrow. Going to the Child Consultation Center, you mean? Yes. I'm going to fight until they come up with a plan to save Satoko. Consistency is important. This is all we can do. Oishi-san smiled upon hearing my passionate words. I bet the Child Consultation Center understands your point by now. You know, there's a limit to what you can do. It's important to know when to quit. If you go too far, it'll only make things more complicated. But I can't just let Satoko suffer. Of course you can't. I'm sure that the Child Consultation Center won't leave her be either. They will help her. They might help her, but they're probably only after she gets hurt. If Satoko suffers irreversible mental trauma, it'll be too late. Oishi took out his third cigarette. That meant he was going to stay here until he finished it. I didn't feel like waiting here with him, though. I just waited to go home and relax so I could prepare for tomorrow. I'm going home now. You know, Maebara-san, there's something I wanted to tell you. The tone of his voice had changed slightly. Whatever it was, it sounded important. I stopped and turned back around to face him. Actually, you see, I don't think you should go to the child consultation center tomorrow. You've made your point already. But we need to do this so we can save Satoko. They aren't getting how urgent the situation is. We have to make even more of a fuss if that's what it takes for them to understand. I think we'll make a bigger impact if we go there with 3 days in a row. You're trying to show them every courtesy, huh? But you know, Maebara-san, sometimes you should just let sleeping dogs lie. What? Let me make this clear. This isn't a warning from the police, and no one told me to tell you this. I'm just giving you advice, as your mahjong friend. The word advice didn't sound pleasant at all. Yeah, too bad they don't have a body swapping machine to fix stuff like that, right? I felt myself frowning involuntarily. Do you know what the Child Consultation Center is thinking? You guys showed up 2 days in a row, and you brought 20 people with you today. They're afraid you'll show up again tomorrow. Then why don't they just listen to us? I hope they're not planning to build a barricade so we can't get in the building tomorrow. No, they won't do that. Their job is to listen to these claims. They'll accept anyone who's come to make an appeal. They can't stop you from coming, no matter how many times you show up. They know that too, so they need to take care of the matter before you bring even more people and cause even more trouble. You mean, have they already made the decision to save Satoko? Not quite. They've started making secret adjustments so that you can't come by to pressure them anymore. What do you mean? They made a secret adjustment so that I couldn't bother them anymore? I felt confused, and then Oishi-san said something that almost sounded like a line from a political drama. These officials sometimes act a bit like the Yakuza. They don't want their badge disrespected. It's normal for them to ignore opinions opposing the decisions they've made, even if they realize their office is in the wrong. So if they listen to us, other people will come to the office and get their cases taken care of? That's exactly it. I feel like I misread that. Let me check that again. Other people... Yeah. So if they listen to us, other people will come to their office and get their... Yeah. That's exactly it. They don't want people challenging their decisions. They will listen to your appeal, but they'll never change their stance unless there's something odd going on. Plus, this time, Satoko-san's case is nothing special or noteworthy to them. He may have taken her away from where she lived, but it's a legal act since he has parental rights. It's not like a parent without custody forcing his child to live with him. After all, he's the only blood relative she has. There's nothing, legally speaking, that prevents them from living together. But that's not the case with Satoko and her uncle. You know that too. You know how violently he abused her last year. That was last year. The Child Consultation Center can't do anything about it if he tells them that he feels remorse over what happened then. And more than anything, Satoko-san told them he's not abusing her. That's because last year Satoko relied on her brother and she deeply regrets overburdening him. So as far as she's concerned, seeking help feels like she's betraying her brother. I see. It might be very difficult to persuade the Child Consultation Center in that case. Well, anyway, for reasons like that, the center can't understand why you and your group is pressing this issue so hard. We're just trying to let them know that Teppei is a violent person, and that we can't let Satoko stay with him. But why? You aren't here in Hinamizawa last year. I don't think you know much about Teppei-san. Why are you so sure that he's that dangerous? That was a hard question to answer. He was right. I didn't know much about Teppei. I'd never even seen his face. But I just know. Way back in a different world, I didn't save Satoko. I just stood by and... I've seen the world where Satoko was irreversibly broken. We all cried and regretted it. I couldn't explain that to Oishi, though. My friends had understood my premonition, but it's weird for someone to be so aggressive just based on what he saw in his imagination. I mentioned it earlier, but sometimes a divorced couple battles for the custody of their child. The couple can sue each other, and sometimes the relatives sue the couple too. Some of them decide to sue their partner, not for the child, but just because they hate them. This case is a bit similar to something like that. It looks as though you're taking the actions you are because you hate Tepehojo. The Child Consultation Center needs to determine if you're doing this out of hate or out of genuine concern towards Satoko-chan. Not all people go to the center out of goodwill like you. You can only make a decision after carefully determining if the information given by the petitioner is genuine or not. You need to understand that. Instead of taking everyone all at once, going one at a time once a day. That, maybe. That could be a thing. Instead of seeing like a whole group of people, you just see like person after person after person in one day being like, hey, like, do something about this case. Because, like, you know, like, in the group, it's just like a one and done thing. You can just be like, okay, they're gone now, we don't have to focus on it. But, like, if they just keep coming one by one by one, it's, like, repeated, and so it's just like, okay, maybe we should do something about this, I don't know. So you're saying that because I was too direct with them, they're mistaking my appeal as one born of ill will? No, you don't have to worry about that. Just please try to understand that they have to evaluate it carefully. If they put a child under protection every time they got a report, the nation would careen out of control. That's right. I think there was a passage in the civil law book the center showed us that first day. The family of the prosecutor rather, must make an appeal to the family court. Family issues have to be resolved within the family. An outside appeal might move the center to take action, but an outsider can't tell them how to respond. And then when it comes to that, Satoko's only family is her uncle. Since her uncle obviously wasn't going to do anything about this, Satoko would have to seek help on her own. But Satoko is denying that she's being abused at all. This isn't going anywhere. The consultation center is simply hoping that you'll give up. They have other cases that need more urgent attention. I forgot to do the Oishi voice. But they're not sure yet if they should ask you to give up. That's what I wanted to tell you today. Huh? What do you mean? I don't get it. Maibara-san, when you visited them today, did they treat you better than yesterday? Yeah, a bit. We were taken to a bigger room and the manager came to see us too. You might think that the manager is ranked just a little bit above the regular staff members. However, his position is as high as that of the section chief in a regular company. It's very difficult to achieve that position. The person you talked to today is actually a very powerful man. More than you could imagine.
Hello, Moki. How you doing?
It's not normal for them to do that. The manager normally never shows up for that consultation. You need to recognize that the treatment you got today is a very special one.
Hello.
It never seemed that special to me. I thought we were taken to a big room because we went there with more people. And Nana told them to adjust to us. Because you were so well organized, they're suspecting that you're not the actual leader, and that the Sonozaki family are the ones behind the movement. I'm sure you know how powerful the Sonozaki family is in this village. I do. But it has nothing to do with the Sonozaki family. We're simply fighting to save our friend. Mion hasn't even mentioned her name. And that's what the Child Consultation Center wanted to know. It's their normal routine to politely refuse a huge crowd of petitioners. However, things would be different if this was Oiro's, Sonozaki-san's idea. Orio holds great sway in the city's government. No one can go against her wishes. I'm aware that Mion's grandmother is very powerful, but that has nothing to do with this. In order to make that clear, the local government officials have approached the Sonozaki family in secret. They met Orio-san and asked her about this case. They were going to take action if they found out it was her idea. But they soon discovered otherwise. So they're not going to take any action anymore? It's not just that. Orio-san is now aware that there's a commotion going on within the village. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but some people in the village still hold a grudge against the Hojo family and the traitors of the Gam conflict. Ever since the curse of Yashiro-sama, the Sonozaki family has been telling people not to interact with the Hojo family. You might wake up a sleeping dog if you continue to make all this noise. What happens if I wake the dog up? I don't know. Oshi paused for a moment and drew his short cigarette. I'm not saying that you'll be threatened or that they will hurt you. However, you just moved here, and you're starting to get, now, people from the village. But soon enough, you might get to see the underside of this place. The issues between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family, well, village-wide matters, have been slightly taboo in our group, but we may have to go down that road now. It's a fact that we haven't gotten any support from the adults, except for the school teachers and Iri. Other adults in this village must know what happened between Satoko and Tepe last year. They all understand that it would be a disaster if we don't rescue Satoko as soon as possible. However, no adult came forward to help us. If we continue our movement, will the police who hate the Hojo family become our enemies too? That's possible. The Sonozaki family may get involved if you continue this commotion. You could say that the Sonozaki family is anti-Hojo. If you try to save Satoko-san using people from Hinamizawa, that shows huge disrespect towards the Sonozaki family. Could create a huge problem. By that point I knew. This was a warning, not just advice. An ignorant old man from Hinamizawa is making noise, trying to wake up a sleeping dog. I know you have taken a liking to this place, and that you're really doing your best here. And that's why I thought I should let you know about this. Sorry if I haven't upset you. I love Hinamizawa. I made a decision to make this place my home. I'm motivated about the big job I got from the festival, too. Would it really be wise for me to try and create all this trouble? I'm just speaking as your friend, nothing more. I'm not trying to threaten you or anything like that. I'm not trying to make you do anything you don't want to do. I just wanted to give you this information. Oishi smiled at me, then stomped on a cigarette. I thought I had just made the decision to do what was right. But was that only the stupid idea of an ignorant little boy? Did I need to grow up right now and think about this again? Dark clouds hung over my heart. But wait a minute. Did that mean I didn't even have the courage to risk losing something? Was I not brave enough to save Satoko at all? I had to be the red fire. I couldn't give up, even if everyone else did. I had to fill other people up with righteous flames, just like I was. What's the matter? What a bold smile you're wearing right now. Thank you for the valuable advice, but I can't give up, no matter what you tell me. I won't stop even if the whole world tells me to. Even if the whole world is against you. Huh. You're a stronger man than I thought. If the whole world is telling me that I'm making a mistake, I'll have to stop and reevaluate myself. However, I've already talked about Satoko's case with my friends over and over again. This isn't just my idea. I'm confident that our discussion is the very best one to make. I agree with you, Maibara-san. Young people like you tend to make hasty and dangerous decisions. However, all of you are being very rational about this. You're making a democratic appeal, just like Dr. Iri was saying. There's nothing wrong with your methods. I know! I'm positive that we're not making any mistakes. We're doing our best to save our friend. We're not going to give up just because we feel threatened. We are her true comrades. I have faith in us, even if the rest of the world doesn't. That's what friendship is all about! You have a strong will. Not even my detectives are that strong as you are. Oishi gave me a wicked grin in admiration. I could tell from that grin, he wasn't trying to pressure me at all. It was exactly the opposite of that. He had shared this information with me to confirm that I was ready to face this challenge. I didn't even have to consider whether his words were advice or a warning. Every man has many things he wants to keep believing in, even if others don't share that belief. Of course, it's important to listen to advice with sincerity, but some beliefs you still can't turn away from. That's what being a man is all about. I also have a strong will, you know. About 5 years ago, a person who was like a brother to me was killed. He was murdered? The case was declared solved, but I'm continuing investigation alone because I suspect there's another person in control behind the scenes. The department told me I was just wasting my time. They told me to stop. But just like you, I can't give up. Are you getting close to finding out who did it? I don't know about that. Anyway, if your resolve is that strong, then there's nothing for you to fear. Just follow through on your beliefs. I'm often threatened to show more restraint if I want to keep my full retirement pay to myself. But I'll never give in. There's a lot of things we men can't convey without being unwavering. My, exactly right. Can't give up no matter how risky it will be. It's important to pursue your goal. And even if you end up playing into their hand, that's what being a man is about. If you're going down, then go down fighting. You're right. Waffling between whether to go or not go isn't the attitude of a real man. That's how a man should be. We bumped our fists together, reaffirming that real men are the same regardless of their generation. It wouldn't be a simple road to saving Satoko, but I was never going to give up. I was going to save her. I had no doubts about that. Meanwhile, I trip over my words while talking to Oishi. My mouth go blah, 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 blah. Receptionist note and sending the brat back. Okay. So that's not from being a man, that's a part of being a force of nature. Yeah. Please hold on a moment. I'll get her. Oryo-san, someone from the municipal government is calling. Hello? Yes, Sonozaki-san. This is Aida from the municipal government. Thank you very much for the ohagi the other day. You're quite welcome. Thank you for your work at the Culture Festival. Also for providing that large parasol. How much does that thing cost? We use it every year, so we might as well buy one ourselves. We borrowed that one from a teacher. I checked out the price, but the domestically made ones cost about 200,000 yen. Oh my gosh. I also found one made in China, and it's less than half the price. I don't care if it's made in China or not. Just get one so we don't have to cause any more trouble for the teachers. We're actually ordering it already. Once it arrives, you might want to take a look at it and make a final decision. Also, we've been holding the same Edo-style tea ceremony for the past 3 years. We should probably get an instructor for the different style. Can you look for a new instructor for next year? Oh, I see. Will do, ma'am. We'll find a different tea ceremony instructor. About that, advisor, I had something else to talk to you about. And here's me going on about a parasol. So, what do you need? We were wondering if you've heard anything about the case of Satoko Hojo-san and Hinamizawa. Satoko Hojo? Huh? You're talking about that... Oh, this... I spaced on the fact that this is from the perspective of audio. Huh? You're talking about that blasted Hojo girl? What did she do? Well, she's recently moved in with her uncle, but she's being abused apparently. Have you heard anything about it? Her uncle? Satoko's being abused? I've never heard of anything like that. Oh, well, if you don't know, that's okay. To tell you the truth, someone from Hinamizawa came to petition to the Child's Consultation Center. According to the center, that petitioner was very persistent. The manager felt like it was better to talk with you if you already knew about it. 200,000 yen, I got my drawing tablet for cheaper? Yeah, I think so too. For a parasol, really? Like, imagine all the figures you could buy. I don't know anything and I don't care. Why would I do anything for that pitiful child? The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. Have you heard anything about it from the town council? No. What are you saying? If Kimiyoshi was helping that blasted Hojo child, then the Sonozaki family would know about it. Who is petitioning the Child Consultation Center? I heard some of her classmates were there. Well, as far as I know anyway. I guess it's just something that her classmates are doing and the village has nothing to do with it? Of course not! I don't know anything. The village has nothing to do with Satoko. The contents of this conversation were forwarded to the Child Consultation Center. If Odio wasn't behind the commotion, then they had no need to take the case seriously. The manager told his staff to listen to what the petitioners have to say, but to never say anything promising the girl's safety. Keiichi Maibara-kun, huh? I guess the boy like that will grow up to be a political advocate in the future. In one of the mangas, apparently. Okay, now for this disgusting man's point of view. It'd been 3 days since he told her to stay home. He got another call from that annoying teacher again, and he yelled at her and hung up the phone. That woman is too persistent, Teppei thought. She wouldn't give up that easily. He was sure that she'd call the child consultation center again. The biggest reason why Teppei refused to let Satoko go to school was her fear that she'd seek help when going there. She pretended like nothing was wrong when the social worker from the child consultation center showed up, but that was only because he was right behind her. He'd probably betray him as soon as she got a chance, and the consultation center would show up immediately. No, maybe even the police would come and get him for assaulting Satoko. One of his friends had told him that the consultation center works with the police sometimes. Teppei had a lot of weight on his shoulders. If the police came, they'd end up questioning him about the other trouble he was involved in. He couldn't let that happen. All he needed was the money. Teppei could leave this awful village behind as soon as he found his brother's bank book. Teppei usually stayed at home, as he found the way the other villagers looked at him unpleasant. So when playing mahjong with his friends, he played it at Satoko's house. But mahjong requires at least 4 people. When Teppei couldn't get that many people to come over, he just stayed home alone and watched TV instead. He started using his ample free time to sniff around the house for his treasure. Satoko would end up cleaning the mess he made. Besides, it wasn't his home anyway. What did it matter to him how much furniture he broke? He cleared out the closet and went up to the attic. He also pulled out all the chests and searched them thoroughly. His wife had been a pretty clever woman. She must have hid it somewhere very unusual. He messed up the whole first floor and went up to the second floor to search some more. The next moment, Satoko went and tried to tackle him.
Not Nini's room!
What the hell?
No, you can't go inside Nini's room!
Teppei immediately assumed that she was hiding the bank book in there. He threw her off and forced his way inside the room. However, Satoko tried to stop him with all of her might. It was amusing for Teppei to see Satoko resisting him to that extent, but it also surprised him a little. He asked her why she didn't want him to go into Satoshi's room.
That room belongs to Nini. Nini will be hurt if he comes home and sees his room destroyed.
You don't want me in there because it's your brother's room? You don't even know if he's still alive.
Nini is alive. He will be back. He will come home. Ah! Don't destroy his room.
What are you saying? I'm not going to destroy the room. I'm just trying to clean it up. Why would you have to save this room for someone who's not here anymore? I need to clean it up.
No. No, you can't. Ah! Ah! Nini! Nini! Ah!
The hell? You really don't want me to go inside, huh? Satoko's crazed behavior convinced him that he should stop provoking her for the moment. While Teppei was very talented at threatening people, despair makes cowards courageous. If he ignored Satoko and tore apart the room, she might just run away. He didn't want Satoko to be nearby, but he also couldn't let her run loose. Fine then. If you promise to be a good girl, I won't go inside this room, alright? Got it?
Yes. Yes.
But if you make me mad, I'm gonna rip this room apart. If you escape from this house and tell people what's happening, everything in there is gonna end up in the garbage. Get it?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Teppei was sure the bank book was inside Satoshi's room, but Satoko would lose it if he went inside. He wasn't pleased about the promise he made with her, but at least it would keep Satoko under control. It might not hurt him to send her off to school. If he kept her home again tomorrow, the teacher might come to the house with the police in tow. He was only keeping her at home because he was afraid that Satoko would talk to other people. If she wasn't going to do that, it'd be better for him to send her to school. He could sneak into Satoshi's room while she was out. Satoko, you've been a good girl, so I guess your cold is all better now. Go back to school tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
He was the one who told her to say thank you when he gives her approval to do something, but annoyed him to hear her say it over and over. Get out of my sight, you little brat. Gah! So annoying. Heck. At this point, an anti-kidnapping sounds better than through the right channels, right? Like, just take her out of the house. I mean, it would cause some issues, probably, for them, if Tepe was like, oh yeah, they kidnapped my lovely niece, or whatever.
Let's see.
Yeah. For a second I was like, do I take an early break, or do we keep going? But I'll keep going. The Child Consultation Center had finally contacted Satoko's uncle after finding out she was missing from school for 3 days in a row. I'm sure it was because of our efforts that Satoko was able to come to school today. However, we couldn't really celebrate after seeing her painful expression. Satoko, we were so worried about you. Are you sure nothing happened to you these past 3 days?
I really did have a fever the whole time. I am sorry for making you all worry.
She started telling us why she hadn't been at school. Nobody had even asked her that.
Her uncle must have told her to say that to everyone. It's so painful to see her like this.
Nano seemed more angry than sad. No, he can't call the cops because he's trying to be unseen by the cops. True. So, So that would actually be probably the best case scenario. But, you know. They're probably not thinking that. Inside, I felt the same way. Because, you know, they want to do it properly. So they're like, okay, let's talk to officials instead of, you know, kidnapping our friend back home. Inside, I felt the same way. It felt like my anger was boiling up and lodging painfully in my throat. He was only letting Satoko come to school because he was now certain that she wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. He was treating her like a tamed animal. Was it too late already? I thought of the broken Satoko I once saw in my imaginary world. Satoko, do your best, okay?
Of course I will. I'm doing well, even though Nini isn't here with me.
I slowly reached out my hand toward her head. As a reward for you doing your best, I'll pat your head. Do you mind? She didn't reply, but she didn't refuse either. I slowly put my hand on her head. She didn't react to it, but a tear rolled down from her eye all of a sudden. Was she crying because she didn't want to be touched? No, that wasn't it. Rather, it was the opposite. If I stopped patting her head, I'd hurt her feelings. Satoko felt obligated to survive without her Nini, but that didn't mean she didn't want anyone else's help. She couldn't appreciate my patting her head openly. Satoko had no choice but to cry in silence.
Satoko-chan, we won't tell anyone if you cry right now.
And after Rena said that, Satoko started crying like a baby. I felt relieved, knowing that it wasn't too late. She hadn't yet suffered from the fatal emotional wound that I saw in my imaginary world. However, her tears made it clear that I needed to save her as soon as possible, no matter what the whole world might say to me.
Satoko, everyone is going to help save you. I promise you that.
Satoko, we weren't just doing nothing for these past 3 days. Right, Keita? Right. We're making an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. We're asking them to save you from your horrible uncle.
You don't have to do that for me.
It's not just us. Right, Tomato-kun? It's not just me either. Okamura and the other class are fighting for you. That's right. We all went to the Child Consultation Center together. We're going today too. Right, Mabaru-san? Yep. We're not going to give up until we save you. All the boys and girls in class answered my call with their cheers. Satoko seemed a little surprised, but then soon became expressionless again.
Is that why the social worker came to my house? That really wasn't necessary of you.
Satoko, did he hurt you because of that? Pardon me. She wouldn't answer. I couldn't tell what that silence really meant. Soon after, Chie-sensei entered the classroom. She must have heard the noise we were making. Hojo-san, are you feeling better now? We didn't know for sure if she really was sick or not. All of us, including Chie-sensei, were feeling the same thing.
Yes, I am fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Everything is all right now.
Will you be attending school regularly from now on?
Yes, you don't have to continue worrying about me. You don't have to talk to any more social workers.
Hojo-san, if you feel overwhelmed, you can stay with me. I'm on your side, okay? You're welcome at my house anytime. Also, Chie could probably be like, hey, so Hojo said that she's gonna be continuing attending regularly. If she doesn't come to school, that should be probable cause. The second she misses a day. But, you know, the child services are just like, no, audio said no, so... Hey, Chie-sensei, don't act like you're the only one who can help her. Satoko, we're all on your side here. That's right. You can come to my apartment, too. We have an extra room, so you can use it as your own.
She can't do that. Satoko is my pet. She has to come back to my house. Nipa!
See? You're not alone. Everyone is trying so hard to save you. But I don't know if people at the Child Consultation Center will ever understand how we feel. Sometimes doing things right will hurt more people. Yeah. If what Oishi-san told me yesterday was true, then once they learn that it isn't the will of Hinamizawa, once they learn it's only her classmates creating a stir, they might harden their stance against us. All we had planned was to go there with more people and ask for the same thing. The Child Consultation Center was going to say the same thing to us. It wasn't going to be any different from yesterday. They tell us that it's only normal for her uncle to take care of Satoko, because he's legally her guardian. They'd also tell us that there's no proof of abuse happening. And why do they think that? Because Satoko won't admit she's being abused.
I appreciate your kindness, but I'm fine. That's a lie.
Lena spoke with a smile, but her words cut sharp.
You're not okay, Satoko-chan. You're not fooling us well enough. All us here, and many more people know that you're in pain right now. That's why we're doing our best to stand up and help you. We're reaching out our hands so we can save you from your struggle. But we can't save you without you helping too.
She's right, Satoko. No matter what we say to the center, they'll tell us there's no abuse because you're denying that it's happening. We all want to help you, but we can't if you don't accept our help.
I understand. I was just like you once. I thought no one could help me. I thought whatever I was doing was the only thing I could do. That's why I didn't even accept my friend's help. But someone taught me something. I can't even remember who it was, but someone taught me something. The world you want most is right in front of you. But you won't get there unless you take our hands. It doesn't mean anything if you're the only ones reaching out. Satoko-chan, you have to reach your hand out too. We can take each other's hands and return to the world we wish for. Rana, who told you that? I don't remember. I think I heard it before I went to kindergarten. I can't remember who told me that. But I can still clearly remember that feeling. I'm here because of what that person taught me.
For those of you that weren't here for the previous chapter, that was mentioned in the previous chapter. That was said by Keiichi. I agree. Whoever it was that taught that to Rena, he wasn't wrong. Satoko, do you think it's better to ask for help? You think that's the best thing you can do? But you're wrong about that. Look at yourself in the mirror. Is that the face you want to wear? I'm sure it's not. You don't want any part of this world. We can bring you back to the world you want to live in. We're reaching our hands out. Those hands are almost touching you. But we can't reach far enough. If we could, we'd pull you by the hair to get you out of this mess. But we can't make it. So you have to reach out your hand too. Our hands are right there. They're right in front of your nose. So take them. If you just reach out your hand, you could pull up into a happier world. I'm gonna take a little sip because my voice sounds like it's giving out. Satoko wouldn't reach for her hand. She just stared at mine as though praying for something. Her fingers were shaking, but Satoko wouldn't reach her hand out towards mine.
Okay, I will stretch and hydrate, Lisa. Stretch. Reach for Keiichi's hands. I almost said Satoshi. Stretch. Ooh.
That was a good stretch. Oh no, 2 hydrates, it begins.
Okay.
I felt like screaming out in anger, but I didn't want to scare her. If I did that, she'd never trust me again. All I could do was to wait for her to reach out her hand.
Thank you very much. Really, I do appreciate it, but I really am perfectly fine. I really...
Satoko. She needs more time. Satoko needed time to sort out her feelings, but her time limit was getting closer and closer. It was unfortunate that Satoko didn't even realize that herself. The next moment, we heard someone approaching our classroom. By the sound of the footsteps, we could tell that it was the principal. And so, I couldn't tell why Satoko was twitching like she'd just got electrocuted. It's probably similar steps. The door quickly opened and the principal strode inside. He seemed relieved to see Satoko back in school. However, Satoko reacted both dramatically and bizarrely. She let out an inexplicable scream, ran to the back of the classroom, and hid behind the curtain. No one in the classroom could understand her actions. We never even considered that it was because the principal had entered the room. The principal, however, realized it immediately. Satoko was scared to see him. Hojo-kun, is everything alright? He spoke in a kind voice, but Satoko was still afraid. It was plain as day to all of us that Satoko was frightened at the sight of the principal, but none of us could understand why. Are you okay, Satoko? You don't need to be afraid. We're all here on your side.
My uncle is here.
Everyone here thought for sure that Satoko's uncle had shown up to get her. We all rose up at once, shielded Satoko in a circle, and searched the surroundings. It's probably that the principal has a similar, build to her uncle. I had yet to see her uncle's face, but we were in school now. If someone unfamiliar showed up, I could spot him immediately. If we tried to force Satoko to leave, then forget everything else. I'd end the fight right here. Mion and Shion were thinking the same thing. However, while Satoko remained frightened, we couldn't find any sight of her uncle. Satoko was trembling as if she was already inside our as if he were already in our classroom, but there was no sight of him. Finally, I realized the truth. Satoko was frightened by the figure of the principal. I could understand that she'd be scared of his footsteps, but she was still terrified after he showed his face. This was not normal. It was made clear to me how much stress Satoko was dealing with. Rika-chan hushed Satoko and whispered into her ear.
It's okay. Your uncle isn't here. Your mean uncle isn't here. But he's right there! My uncle is there! He's come to take me back home! Calm down, Satoko. Did you take your shot today? My uncle is here! Dee.
Her shot? What are you talking about, Rika-chan?
Keiichi, she needs Yuri's help. Just tell him that Satoko is in an emergency. Hurry up! Chie, let's take her to the nurse's office. What's wrong, Satoko-chan? Satoko-chan?
Let's call the coach. She needs to see a doctor. Does anyone have his number? I do. Let's just use the phone in the teacher's office. I headed to the nurse's office after I asked Mion to make a phone call to the doctor. There were lots of students surrounding the office. Chie-sensei was forcing out the other kids who had entered the room with them. I snuck behind her and entered it myself. Satoko was lying down on the bed, still shaking with fear. Nana and Rika-chan were there with her and were trying to calm her down. I spoke quietly so as not to scare Satoko. Is she okay? What's going on with her?
I don't really know, but she's very scared. She thought the principal was her uncle.
To lighten the mood, I learned to mimic how my dad walks to mess with my siblings. Oh no! Oh. That sounds like a simultaneously funny and oh no kind of time. Hearing that made it easier to understand, but it was still hard to believe. He'd been right in front of us and had spoken to her in such a kind voice. It was really hard to believe that she couldn't tell that it was the principal.
When there's a dark spot on the wall, what does it look like to you?
What?
People hate flies. Or people who hate flies will think it's a fly. It may look like a spider or a cockroach if that's what you hate. People tend to sense something they don't like when they can't really tell what that something is. She thought of her uncle when she heard the principal's footsteps.
But she was still scared even after he showed up.
The illness Sadako has prevents her from correcting those misassumptions easily.
What does she mean, illness? I tried to ask Rika-chan about that, but Satoko was becoming even more frightened. Rika-chan held out her hand gently and tried to calm her down. Rena tapped my shoulder. She was indicating to me that we should leave Rika-chan and Satoko alone in the room. I agreed with her. Satoko was in a tremendous shock. We're going back to the classroom for now.
Yes, please do.
Rena and I left the nurse's office. My classmates were still asking Chie-sensei about Satoko's condition. As soon as they saw me, they walked over and asked how she was. I accidentally gave my brother a panic attack because what he was doing at the time. Oh no. Oh no. Let's leave it up to Rika-chan for now. Satoko is very frightened. Please don't do anything to make her afraid. She will only get more scared if we continue to make this much noise.
Let's go back to the classroom. Coach will be here soon, and he'll take care of her. You called him, right, Mita?
Yeah, he'll be here right away. He said to let Rika-chan take care of her, and not to let her out of the nurse's office. Get back to class, everyone. We're going to start homeroom. While the teacher took our attendance, a car arrived on the school premises. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. 3 people with white gowns came out of the vehicle. Iri ran into the school in a hurry. We were surprised to see 3 people show up. It made us worry that Satoko was in worse shape than we'd realized. Chie-sensei felt the same way. She left the class to Mion and hurried to the nurse's office. Despite our worries, Satoko returned to the classroom about 10 minutes later. She was still as depressed as she was in the morning, but she was no longer in a state of panic. Satoko, are you okay now? I think you should rest some more.
I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm fine now. Satoko-chan?
Satoko seemed bothered by the way we were worrying about her. Chie-sensei also returned to the classroom. At the same time, I snuck out so I could talk to Dr. Iri and his staff. I saw him talking with Rika-chan.
Coach, is Satoko really okay?
That was Keiichi, not okay. Maebara-san. Yes, she's fine for now. We should keep an eye on her, though.
It's just a little panic attack. She's all good now.
Just a little panic attack? Are you sure? You were saying that Satoko has some kind of illness. Well, I should be going. Please call me if anything happens. Bye. Coach bowed and left without making any comment. It was like he was avoiding my question about Satoko's condition.
Keiichi, can you promise to keep a secret?
What? Oh, sure.
Satoko's been sick since a few years ago. She's been getting treatment for that illness for a long time.
It was surprising to hear that. That meant she was already sick when I first met her. I'd never seen any sign of that, though.
The disease can't be cured easily, but she can live a normal life as long as she gets proper treatment and medication.
I see. It sounds like it's under control. I had no idea that she was sick until you told me about it. She should be fine, right? She was hardly in a good condition, so that makes me hesitate to use the word fine. What kind of disease could Satoko have? Based on what I saw earlier, she might have a mental illness rather than a physical one. It might be because of how she was abused in the past. I've heard that mental trauma is not easy to cure, and it needs medical attention at times. That must be what's going on with her.
Satoko has to take 2 shots every day. Since her uncle was bullying her, she forgot to take her shot this morning.
You mean Satoko becomes emotionally unstable if she doesn't take those shots? Rika-chan nodded quietly. Really, it was quite a shock. The Satoko I know is an energetic and mischievous girl who is always bouncing around like a super ball. I couldn't believe that she'd turned into a scared little animal just by forgetting to take a shot.
She becomes very afraid when she doesn't get her shots. When something happens suddenly, or when she hears a strange noise or sees something unusual, she feels like there are things that are coming to harm her.
So, she thought her uncle came to the school when she heard the principal's footsteps?
That's right. Once she's convinced herself that the footsteps belonged to her uncle, that became the truth for her. Even after she saw the principal's face, her mind told her that it was her uncle.
You said that she can't organize information quickly enough. Is that what her illness is all about? I don't even want to know what the disease is called. I feel so bad for her. I had no clue that she'd been fighting this condition for so long. That poor girl.
Keiichi, please don't tell Satoko anything about her illness.
Why not? I guess I shouldn't ask. It might not be a nice thing to talk to her about her mental illness. I guess that's what she's trying to tell me. She came back to the classroom, but is she okay now?
Edie gave her an injection, so she's alright for now.
She's seriously sick to the point where she requires a doctor's attention. I realized something in the next moment. Hey, maybe we can have her be hospitalized. We can force her to stay in a hospital even if she refuses. That way we can save her from her uncle. Yes, that's a great idea!
Edie suggested that before, but Satoko refused.
It's not about her refusing or not. If the doctor tells her to stay...
Keiichi, if Satoko doesn't want to go back home, her uncle is going to get rid of her Nini's room.
What?
Satoko feels obligated to protect the Hojo residents until Satoshi comes home.
He was taking advantage of her? Teppei was telling her that he'd get rid of Satoshi's room if she didn't stay with him? That's horrible!
Please don't tell anyone about this. She is not good at controlling herself, so she might get very angry about this.
She brought up Shion, but I was also furious about it. I had to calm down, though. I needed everyone's help in order to save Satoko. I couldn't ruin everything by acting foolishly. I had no time to stop. Damn it. If Satoko asked us for help, we could help her right away. Just because she hadn't asked didn't mean she didn't need it. As our friends, we need to help her. Especially after learning that he was controlling her by threatening to get rid of Satoshi's room. She told you that he's threatening her, right? Can't we take that as an SOS? Mika-chan nodded slightly.
Keiichi, you don't have much time left.
That I was all too aware of. She had a panic attack just because she didn't take her shot this morning, but if she stayed in her current environment, it'd be too late to save her in a matter of days. I saw her future when I saw Satoko crying behind the curtain this morning. This is the third day. We have 10 times more people on our side than we had on the first day, but we're not going to stop there.
Keiichi, it won't be that easy to save Satoko. I've tried many times before, but never succeeded.
Really?
You don't remember. But you're different this time. I think you're getting very close to saving her. I believe that you're someone who can defeat fate.
What did she mean when she said I didn't remember? I didn't have time to ask questions, though. Yeah, you're right. I'll defeat fate. Just watch me! To actually lighten the mood, my dad, brother, and I learned to mimic each other to mess with other relatives. That is kind of funny.
Okay. I think this is a good spot to do a little save and then take a break. Because it was a nice transition. We're at a new location, so I think it's a good time for a 10-minute break, if I do say so myself. So let me get the little BRB screen ready. Let me see, there we go. Okay, so we are going to be taking a quick 10-minute break. Everybody get up and stretch, take a snack, get some water, use the bathroom if you need to, get up and check the mail if you have anything. Maybe you have a package that you forgot that you bought yourself. And we will be back in 10 minutes.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this where you ran off to. Figures.
What? It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea.
Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewer men. Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
Don't make us go. Ah! 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 Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh, yes. Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog.
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Oh, man! Man! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. You taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big, heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have the... And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. Buh. Okay. Okay, time. I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety!
Virgin happy show. 나는 너의 나의 히토츠 아이 나의 warning warning 나의 히토츠 하지 너의 머리 comment left side right side 하루도 멋있대 the next side left side right side 하루도 멋있대 you are king. You are king!
I'm doing my best. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. There they go. And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. Did you just puke?
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start. Become the narwhal and ready up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Chubby belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea.
Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start.
And we're back. Hopefully Eggy Boy's break went well. I probably should have stretched more, but I don't know.
I'll probably get that taken care of here. But yeah, hopefully everybody had a time to do what they wanted to do or needed to do in the 10-minute span. And now we're back.
A huge crowd had formed in front of the library. It was hard to believe that over 50 people had assembled in front of such a quiet place. Okay, things are getting interesting today. That's Maebara-san. Here's our leader today. Yo, glad to meet ya! Kamada-kun had brought a whole bunch of athletes with him. They were all very tall and full of spirit. Being greeted by a bunch of big people at once made me feel uncomfortable. Oops, I shouldn't feel so intimidated. The commander can't act bashful in front of his troops. Following after them were our nameless comrades who sympathized with our plight at Angelmore yesterday. I hate to say it, but I never expected any of them to actually show up. Seeing them all here to support us made me feel glad. They all seemed plenty pumped up too, raising fervorous cries. Shrieks? Kamada-kun did so much for me. He brought not only his teammates, but also people from Angelmort. I couldn't thank him enough. Don't worry, Kay. We're all brothers at Angelmort. I heard from the people who went to the dessert fiesta today, but the dessert named Innocent Blue Sundae is the best one. Let's eat it together this summer. Keiichi-kun, this is incredible. You gathered this many people by yourself? Hello. I never expected you'd get this many people here. Good job.
Tomita-san, Takano-san, why are you two here?
Did I mispronounce Tomitake's name? I think I did. Oh, you didn't know? They told us they'd come at the meeting last night. The coach is supposed to be here too. Sorry I made you wait so long. I'm sorry for being so late. It took me a while to leave the clinic.
Wow, Coach, that's amazing. It's amazing.
Coach had brought some sashes, headbands, and banners with him. He was so well prepared. The sashes and headbands read, "Save Satoko Hojo," and "Consultation Center must take action immediately." They were perfect for our protest. He had brought lots of extras along too. Takano-san and Shion handed them out to the other supporters. You know, Coach, I loathe that style of yours, but you've earned some respect today. You know, I really like these things. Not all 60 of us know each other, but when we all wear the same headbands, I start to feel a sense of unity. It feels like I'm back at the dam conflict. The people of Hinamizawa were wearing headbands and sashes just like these. It was like they were invincible. No one could make them stop. Tomitake-san was exactly right. Even the kids from Okinomiya were willing to wear the headbands. It was like we were all supporting a baseball team. Here, Rika-san. It took us a while to get all of these made.
Iri,
I'll do everything I can. I'll do my very best to help us rescue Satoko-chan.
here, these are yours, Keiichi-kun. It felt like a field trip yesterday, but today is totally different.
Yeah, I agree. I figured showing up in greater numbers would intimidate them, but this has way more impact. Bluffs really are important after all. It's just about time. Call us to attention, Captain. Captain? I'm just a person who set this up. Keiichi-kun, you need to act more like a leader. Get up there and stand strong. I walked out in front of everyone while Tomitake-san took pictures. Everyone went quiet and turned their gaze to me. I felt so nervous, but at the same time I also felt really thrilled to see all of our comrades here. Thanks for being here today, everybody. As you all know, it's been 4 days since my classmate Satoko Hojo was taken by her uncle. How can he claim to be her legal guardian? He used to beat her and even neglected her for a whole year so he could live with his lover here in Okinomiya. The Child Consultation Center must urgently take care of this matter and save Satoko from him. However, they're putting her case on hold. They just don't understand how much of an emergency this is. Today we're going to attempt our third appeal, so as to get them to save her as soon as possible.
For those who saw Satoko-chan at school today, you should all know. She was at her wit's end after only 4 days. We can't leave her in that environment any longer.
This is our third attempt. We have so many people on our side too. Let's let them know how important this is. We're not going to neglect our friend. Amazing. This really is the return of the dam conflict. Maebara-kun wasn't even living here when that happened. This is quite interesting. There must be something about this village that brings people together. That's just the culture here, I think. Something like this is happening is inevitable. I come from a city where neighbors don't even know each other's faces. I'm a little jealous.
That's a bit rich coming from someone who keeps complaining about the lack of trains.
All units prepared for assault. Give us the order to lay our lives down today, Your Excellency. Press our demands. Rescue the target. Everyone follows K's commands. Yeah, yeah, yeah! Everyone had that much vigor before we'd even entered the building. They had to have heard what was going on outside. In fact, panicked-looking people were staring at us from out the windows. Well, here goes nothing. Yuri pushed me forward, and I took the first step of our third attempt, with the weight of 60 people on my shoulders. We went through the automatic doors and slowly crossed 20 meters to the counter. How will they take this? The first day was just a counselor, yesterday was a manager. You think we'll get the guy in charge today?
I don't know. But I'm sure they'll understand just how much you care about her.
Hello. How may I help you today? Same as yesterday. We're here to appeal for immediate action on behalf of Satoko Hojo. At the far end of the office, I saw the manager from yesterday talking to a guy sitting behind an important-looking desk. I could tell he was intimidated to see so many people. Shion said that this was the day we'd finally close the deal, but I couldn't be that optimistic yet. To be honest, our current numbers were probably the maximum number of people that I could get. So, what would we do if things didn't work out today? I put up a brave front, but internally I was nearly cracking with anxiety. Back, I had to take out the dumpster. Hopefully it's the last time of the school year. Probably. Hopefully it'll be it's the second to last day of school, so hopefully tomorrow's or the next days is gonna go nice and easily for you. But looking at the hopeful, encouraging expression of Rena's face as she walked behind me helped disperse these timid feelings. Rena might hold the very same worries inside of her heart. Everyone must be wondering if we can really save Satoko or not. But today, we were supporting each other by hiding these worries. That was unmistakably our team's strong point. We could never have gathered so much energy and strength if we were alone. That power can only be created when people work together. It takes forever for a drop of water to wear away at one rock, but a tsunami can break it into pieces in 1 second! The manager approached the counter. He started speaking to me, saying that as the meeting room wasn't open today, he couldn't let us all into one room. However, the head of the office was willing to see us, so we could use the reception area in front of his desk. Since the room is so small, however, he asked us to choose 3 representatives to come inside. I'm truly sorry. We hope you'll understand this is out of concern of our visitors and show that you're willing to cooperate. We were here with all these people and they were only letting 3 of us inside. I wanted to refuse their offer, but Mion told me to take it. If we occupied the office with our numbers, they could fault us for obstructing their business. I think they're intimidated enough. The head of the office is willing to talk to you today. I think that's the best treatment you can get from them.
They're all shaking like scaredy cats.
Meow meow. Still, it's definitely a lie that the meeting room isn't available today.
I think so too, but Mi-chan is right. I think they're intimidated enough.
No, I'm halfway done with cleaning my area and I've only been actively working for 1.5 hours.
Oh, so that's good.
The head of the office is at the top of the whole organization. If he's willing to talk to us, we might have to compromise as well. If we refuse to see him, that will go on the record. We don't want them to be able to claim that we refuse to talk to him. I think we should make it clear that we're here to have a conversation. It was good to get suggestions from so many different people. If it was only me, I would have gotten pissed off and just left. That was probably not the best idea. Once again, I felt how important it was that we were a team. I understand. 3 of us will go talk to him then. But who shall it be?
Keiichi-kun, you have to go. Other than you, I think Coach and Mi-chan would be the best choice.
If the head of the office recognizes me, they'll think that this is Sonosaki family's doing. I can't let him think that, since my family has nothing to do with this case. I'm really sorry, but it's those adult circumstances again. Saving Satoko is our first fight. That old hag has nothing to do with this anyway. How about you, Rena-san? You should go and talk with them.
I don't mind, but how about you, Rika-chan? As Satoko-chan's best friend, I think she'd be a representative.
Rika-chan is a quiet girl, so it'd be hard for them to understand what she's saying, what she's thinking. However, she's Satsuko's best friend. She had been living with her for the past year, as if they were family. She has the strongest bond with Satsuko out of any of us. Alright, Coach, Rika-chan, and me, we're going in! Roger, I'll get everyone under control. Mion winked at me and started explaining the situation to everyone else. I didn't realize we were so close to like an actual proper transition. Oh well, that's fine. I never thought I'd be chosen as one of the representatives. I'm not a very good speaker, so really Rena or Shion should have been picked up instead of me, but I just couldn't refuse when they told me that Satsuko's best friend should be the one to go. They told us to sit on the couch inside the visitors' room. The counselor, the manager, and the head of the office were there. The way they treated us was improving every time we came. I didn't know if today's appeal would change anything, but I was starting to feel the direction of fate shift little by little.
What do you think, Rika?
Things have changed dramatically in only a few days. I have no idea what will happen next. Hanyu appeared beside me. It had been a while since she showed up. Hanyu was assuming that we still wouldn't be able to save Satsuko in this world either. She always felt it was best to just watch what happened without hoping for a positive change. I'd been hurt so many times after being betrayed while hoping for change. Surely this wasn't good for my soul. I'd been beaten down over and over again. It's better to be quiet and do nothing. It's better not to expect change. That way, if something bad happens, I won't feel pain. My fate was already a dead end. But was that really true? I did my best in many of my previous lives. However, I had only acted alone. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their efforts. I was starting to feel the depth of what that meant. But even so, that didn't guarantee that we could save Satsuko. This was the best chance I'd had so far, certainly, but that still didn't prove anything. I couldn't call it a miracle just yet. A miracle is something far more dramatic. So this wasn't a miracle. It wasn't a miracle just yet. There was still someone else who needed to reach out for this to become a miracle. Everyone has been working so hard. They truly believe that they can bring about a miracle. Who amongst them doesn't believe? Isn't there someone who's not reaching out her hand like everyone else is doing?
Basically, it's because of Satsuko that a miracle won't occur. Things won't change unless she starts seeking help herself. That was me saying that, not Hanyu. I know, but that isn't so easy for her.
Everyone is trying to save Satsuko, but she's not reaching her hand out in return. Before they even came here, they should have tried persuading her first.
You think you should tell her to reach out her hand?
Yes. I know that's not an easy thing for her, but it wouldn't be as difficult as waiting for another world as fortunate as this one. In any case, I'm the only one with the key to open her heart. I'm like family to Satsuko. I know she thinks the same. I'm not trying to brag or anything. Satsuko is like family to me as well. No, my feelings towards her are even deeper than that. It might be only 1 year for Satsuko, but I've spent decades with her. You know, I've just realized something. I know why this isn't yet a miracle.
Why is that?
For a miracle to happen, everyone must come together. But someone is still missing. One person is still not working with everyone. That's why the miracle hasn't occurred.
Are you talking about Satsuko?
No, it's me. I'm talking about me. I had just been observing them like a spectator. I'd been tired of this eternally repeating whirl and acted like a witch. I had forgotten that powerful feelings needed to change fate. In other words, it was like I was supposed to be an actress, but was just sitting back and eating popcorn. I'm not a spectator. I'm one of the people on the stage. And that's why this play was never successful. In the world where Rena took over the school, if I hadn't done anything, Keiichi would have died in an explosion. Because I got on the stage like I was supposed to, the play didn't end that way. I'm a part of this world too. It's such an obvious thing, but I must have forgotten it a long time ago. I have to open up her heart. I have to set her free from Satoshi. I'm sure someone else can do that, but I have the greatest chance of success. If I don't get up on that stage again, a miracle is never going to happen. Okay, having a creepy nurse and doctor that I want to kind of war crime against, they should have a better chance. Yeah, yeah, I feel like they would have a better chance, but you know, they're part of a secret organization, so they don't really want to bring attention to themselves.
Pika, you once said the same thing over and over again and got hurt, remember? Are you going to make the same mistake again?
I'm aware of that. But I'll never end up in a world this fortunate again. The cheap resolve to try hard in the next world will just cause my efforts to reach a dead end somewhere else, far more easily and in a more hopeless form than it will in this world.
So fate works like Warhammer 40k orc power of imagination. The orcs believe something the higher the chance of something. I will take your word for that, because I don't really know anything about Warhammer other than a lot of people like painting the minis.
This is my last chance. If this world doesn't work out, then I'm going to give up.
What?
Hanyu looked at me with surprise. For us, the term giving up means a lot more than what it sounds like. It doesn't mean that it doesn't only mean that I will accept my fate. It means that I will accept the dead end waiting for me. In other words, accept my death.
Ow, 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 ow.
You know, regrets occur even when we haven't made an effort, you know? I was blessed with such a fortunate world this time. I mean, I never thought her uncle would come back, but overall, this has been a very lucky life. And with this wind at our backs, I think I've probably unfurled my sails as far as I can. That's why I believe this time will be different. And I also think that if this doesn't work out, nothing will. If that happens, I think I'll be able to finally give up.
The best place to hide is in plain sight.
Ow, 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 ow. Don't say that. Ow, 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 ow.
I'm the only person who can communicate with Hanyu. If I disappear, she will have to go on with her life all alone. That's the last thing Hanyu wants to happen. Perhaps that's why Hanyu says the things that she does. She doesn't want my lifespan to wither away by getting hurt emotionally. You see, I belong here in this play. You showed me how to enjoy watching it, but the play won't move on as long as I refuse to act. Surely that's why it always results in a dead end.
Pika, I'm sure that one day you'll get another fortunate life where her uncle doesn't come back. I'm sure that you'll roll an extra 6 next time.
Fortunate world like this one, where Satsuko's uncle doesn't come back. You're right. It really would be wonderful. Still, trying to beat my fated death in another issue entirely. That sounds wonderful, but it's still not guaranteed.
Let's wait for another opportunity. Please. Oh, please don't say that you're going to give up after this world.
If I die, no one will ever hear you cry again. All you'll be able to do is make people sense your presence by making noise. Well, I'm heading back to the stage. I'm going to do what I can. You're sick of repeating all this over and over again, aren't you?
I'd rather repeat everything than spend the rest of my life without you.
Apparently, she thinks this time loop that's driving me mad is far better than having no one to talk to. But that's just how she feels. I want to overcome fate and see what's waiting in the future, too. But it wouldn't mean anything if you weren't there with me. I'm sure that's similar to my own claim that there's no point in living past June 1983 if I'm the only one who does. My ideal future is to survive past June 1983, and let the happy times continue like always, without anyone missing. Hanyu feels the same way. She doesn't want a world where I'm not by her side. I'm starting to think the last thing that was in quotations was Hanyu, but I'm not sure. We're repeating this world, only because we wish to do so. It wasn't just Hanyu's power. It was one that we shared together. Hanyu wants to be with me, just like I want to build myself a happy future. We both want the same thing. But if I refused to repeat the world again, my life would be over. Yet, I had never refused, no matter how sick and tired of it I was. For over 100 years, I kept believing that something good would happen eventually. However, our power is weakening, and we can only go back a few weeks at most. We still have so little time left to try and change our fate. If we kept it up, eventually we'd only be able to go back to the morning of the day I was going to die. It'd be a dead end for sure. I don't think a life this fortunate will ever come my way again. If my time was unlimited, I'm sure that will eventually happen.
but I can't count on it happening in what time I have left. Hanyu told me to wait for another chance because she doesn't want to see me lose myself, but she isn't feeling this time limit like I am. It's a nightmare to die over and over again. Before I end up in that hell, I want to pull the curtain down with my own hands. This is going to be my last world. If this one doesn't work out, I'm not going to repeat it again. Let me translate what she's trying to say. This world is no different from any other world. You're not going to win, so don't bet on this life. Your lifespan is not as short as you think. You should wait for your next opportunity in this endless June. Stay with me until then. Stay with me and wait for the next chance. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it? And then why don't you just pray for us? Pray that we can persuade the Child Consultation Center and save Satoko. Pray that I can defeat the fate of 1983. If I overcome this fate, let's do all the things I promised to do. Let's eat this year's watermelon while enjoying the evening breeze through the window. What kind of fall are we going to have? How much snow are we getting this winter? Let's enjoy the weather. Let's enjoy all sorts of things we've never seen. Let's watch the next episode of that TV show we like. Let's enjoy our future together.
You always said we were going to work hard until that day came. But it's not fair that you say that you're going to give up when just this life doesn't work out.
I'm sorry I couldn't keep that promise. I'm sure that we'll overcome this fate. You'll be there with me, Hanyu. Let's look up the blue sky when that happens. I'm sure that the sky of the summer of 1983 is more beautiful than any sky we've ever seen. I'm sure I'm going to make a miracle happen in this world. God didn't design humans so they could redo their lives over and over again like me. People usually only have one chance, yet they can still make miracles happen with effort. They work so hard because they know that they'll never have a chance to do it over again. That's why miracles occur. But if I can't make one happen with all that, I just have to give up. I don't need another life. I'm going to make a miracle happen in this one. My friends taught me that. They taught me that miracles can happen when everyone works together. So it's going to happen. We will make it happen. We're going to have a wonderful future in this life. Hanyu disappeared, sobbing sadly. She was no longer in my sight, but I could still talk to her. Hanyu, we're going to have a bright future in this world. Just trust me. If you would just give me your power, it might be easier to make a miracle happen. This is the best possible stage I can hope for. The actors on the stage and the audience before it can help each other. If you wish, you, the audience, can change the story too. I've made my decision. I'm going up on that stage. I'm not going to complain anymore. I'll do my best, just like Katie and my other friends. In my leadership skills class in high school, the teacher wasn't teaching us anything, but we played a year-long game, Catch the Killer. The killer's my goal was to kill the rest of the class without leaving any witnesses, and the cops, one of which I pretended to be, would run an investigation to catch me, but because I was pretending to be a cop, I knew where everyone was, and their daily schedule gave me the opportunity. Yo! That sounds wild. And that sounds like it would be really fun. And I feel like leadership class is like a very fitting class to have something like that go in. Like basically like leadership or like kind of anything debate related. Seems very fantastic for a game like that. I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm not going to wait for another fortunate world. I have to do my best in this one. I'm not talking about the decision to die after this world is over. I'm just saying that people are meant to have only one chance to live. That's why they work so hard. Because I had so many chances to redo my life, I haven't been working hard enough. I was never able to make a miracle happen. In my previous life, Rena took over the school. Because I got in her way, Keiichi made it in time to stop the explosion. The story changed because I decided to get up on that stage. Perhaps in my other lives before that, I could have changed my situation if I worked hard enough without giving up. But I kept giving up so easily, and eventually lost my interest in those worlds. And so, a miracle would never happen. A miracle never happened because I was always relying on the fact that I have another chance. Hanyu, I hope you can understand. Please, don't be sad and work hard with me in this world.
I couldn't tell if she understood me. I assertively spoke to the officials about how much danger Satoko is in. Keiichi and Iri also made their appeals from the bottom of their hearts. I had no idea how the Child Consultation Center took what we said so passionately. All I could do was pray. It was very fun, but I made a room of enemies because of how I had betrayed the trust of my partner. Oh no! How was it, Kei-chan? Well, it felt like a repeat of yesterday. We both went over the same things and we talked about them.
We're still not reaching them? I guess they said they'd look at matters more carefully.
Pretty much. They said that they would visit once a week and make a decision once a month from now. Or 1 month from now. They're going to leave her with her uncle for 1 whole month? How come they can't understand how much Satoko will be hurt by that time? Mabura-san clearly explained to them the danger she's facing. I also told them about what happened to her last year. However, you couldn't... Did you guys not explain the, sheer panic attack that she had from hearing and seeing a man that was similar to her uncle and panicking? I don't know. We don't know what was discussed because it was cut out. They're really not going to consider it an urgent case unless Satoko-chan seeks help herself? I don't mean to cut into your conversation, but is it possible for you to get Satoko-chan to ask for help? He said he's going to destroy Satoko-kun's room if she tries to leave him. What a horrible thing to say. They're still not changing their minds? Satoko can't even ask for help because she's being taken advantage of. The purpose of the Child Consultation Center is to protect children. I was starting to get angry the more I thought about it. But as I thought about it some more, I realized that they were just trying to do their job. It was just our opinions differed from about the degree of urgency.
We told them to save Satoko-chan as soon as possible. They told us she should be the one asking for help. Is there any way to resolve this? Is there any way to get an SOS from her?
We spoke to them about it. It seems like they were listening closely to us, but it also sounded like they're still not going to take any action. Damn it. When the head of the office showed up, I thought I could change things today, but everything went the same as yesterday, and we still aren't able to persuade them. However, I'm sure we're making progress. It might seem like they're withstanding our blows at first glance, but they're feeling the weight behind them. We're not going to give up just because it didn't work out today. We're going to fight until they get off their butts and save Satoko. I told everyone that we're going to... I told everyone that we're going to do this again tomorrow too, but we might get less people next time. This is really annoying. We're working so hard, but this is all we can do? Damn it. Can't give up yet. We might have less people tomorrow, but we're not going to call off our 4th appeal.
Even if no one comes, I'm not going to give up until they agree to help Satoko-chan.
Same here. I'm never going to give up. Thank you, Mion. I'll take whoever comes. Yeah, I could see you guys from the window. Those banners must have looked really intimidating to them. I'm glad I stayed up all night to make them.
Thank you for the sashes too, Iri.
No problem. I wish I could do more than this.
I'm going to get more involved. I was about to give up on saving Satoko, but seeing Keiichi and Iri talking to the head of the office today made me feel motivated.
Rika-chan was always watching us from afar. It made me a little happy to see Rika-chan getting more active in the whole movement. I wonder what Rika-chan can do.
The next time I see Satoko, I'm going to persuade her to seek help. I think I'm the only one who can do that.
Not thinking about it now, that was some Sky v Sky. You know, I didn't want to say it, but it seemed like a certain social deductive game that got very popular. But I'm not gonna say the title. I've already said it a few times in streams. The same thing was on all our minds. The issue will be resolved the moment Satoko seeks help. But nobody can say that to her, because we all know that she's dealing with the memories of her brother. Satoko, I know how you feel about Satoshi, but this is different. Please ask the Child Consultation Center to help you. As long as you're seeking help, they're ready to save you anytime. Don't be afraid that your uncle is going to destroy Satoshi's room. Please ask for them to save you. But without even knowing Satoshi's face, I could never say that to her. The only person who can ask her to seek help is Rika-chan. She's been living with her for the past year, and she's like family.
That's true. I told her today, but she didn't listen to me. It's sad, but the only person who can really talk to Satoko-chan is Rika-chan.
I wish I could talk to her too. This is before Among Us was even a concept. Oh, really? I would ask, like, what year it was, but then it's like, well, nah. That might be too much information. I wish I could talk to her too, but I agree. Rika-chan is her best friend. If we can't persuade her, no one can. If we can open Satoko-chan's heart, I'm sure everything will resolve itself. It might be the better approach, rather than going to the child consultation center like this.
That's not quite true. Although Rena isn't wrong either. We both have to reach out our hands. Satoko needs to reach out her hand too. I also have to do the same. If everyone doesn't work together, a miracle is not going to happen. I didn't work hard enough because I didn't believe we could do it. So the miracle never happened. So I'm going to make a greater effort. So I'm sure Satoko will take my hand. Can't really explain what I want to say. I'm sorry.
Rika-chan is usually a quiet girl, but she talks a lot every once in a while. Just because she's quiet doesn't mean that she's not thinking about anything. In fact, because she's quiet, she must have a lot inside her heart that she's never expressed. 2017, I believe, Amongst came out in 2019. Maybe. Because I know it came out before it got super popular, but I don't know what year it was. We were going to continue our appeal to the consultation center. Rika-chan is going to persuade Satoko. This is the best approach, or at least the best one that I can think of. It might be slow and quiet, but now that I'm in the game, I can't quit until I win. If I gave up, I'd lose everything that I bet on. We're going to save Satoko. We just have to work together. But obviously, we don't have much time left to fight. What to do? We're definitely going to have less people tomorrow. In other words, we can't intimidate the child consultation center any more than we did today. I couldn't see any way to break our deadlock with the consultation center, so I had no choice but to swallow down the irritation starting to boil in my chest, and pretended not to notice it. I keep tripping over my words. It's getting pretty dark. Mion-san, you should tell everyone to go home now. I have a festival committee meeting tonight, so I have to head straight there after this. I need to go to the meeting too. I almost forgot. That meant I had to go too. While it wouldn't be a big deal if I missed the meeting, I should still go. I don't understand most of the things they're even talking about there, but I don't want to be rude. I'd have no chance but to go.
I guess we need to wrap things up for today. Otherwise, you're not going to make it in time for the meeting.
Mion thanked all the people who came today, and told them to meet at the same place and the same time tomorrow. And with that, the third day of our desperate appeal was over. Also, those emotes are very cute, Daily. Let's see, Jesper. Very interesting. Can definitely tell that person streams Final Fantasy, or at least very much enjoys it. Considering that specific cat boy. Hello? It's me, Keiichi. Yeah, I'll eat when I get home. I got gifted these. Nice! I'm going straight to the assembly hall from here. Dad is on his way, right? Okay, got it. I called my mom and told her that I'm going to the meeting without coming home. I'd get there kind of early, but if I went home first, I wouldn't make it in time. Mion, Rika-chan, and Iri were going to head there with me. Shion said she was also coming, and now Rena didn't want to go home alone either.
My dad won't be home until late tonight, so I'm coming too. I hope it's alright with you guys. I hope.
That's fine with us. He'll be glad to see a bunch of young people there.
The average age will plummet.
I want to say hi to Uncle Kimiyoshi too. I haven't seen him in a while. We all headed towards the Furude shrine in a dim light. The light was on in the assembly building. Some people had already arrived. Good evening. You guys are early. Hello, Mion-chan and her friends. Good evening, Dr. Edie. Good evening. We're here early. We don't have anything else to do. More people started coming into the meeting hall. Everyone seemed to come so early. I should probably come earlier from now on too. I thought I saw a lot of fashionable shoes at the entrance today. There are a lot of young people here. Shion-chan, it's been so long. What brought you here today? Everyone bowed to the newest arrival. It was the mayor, Kimiyoshi-san. He strode into the room with the other committee members. Hello, it's been a while. I was hanging out with my sis and just happened to come along with them. Is that so? Well, you're welcome here. You're coming to the Watanagashi Festival this year, right? Yes, I'm going this year for sure. I want to see Kei-chan hosting the auction too. I guess it's time for young people like you to take over the festival. By the way, I wanted to talk to you, Mion-chan. Can you come this way? Fine, what is it? Is the guy from the refreshment booth team still angry? Oh, well... Mion headed outside with Kimiyoshi-san and the other committee members. There's only one room in the building, so they have to go outside if they want to talk in private.
Today is Thursday, so we have only 3 more days until the festival. Are you ready for the auction?
There's not much that I can do now. I'm ready to get up on stage and do my thing, though.
I think Keiichi performs best under pressure.
Everyone laughed. We continued to chat about the festival. We talked about what kind of festival young people like us would want to see, that sort of stuff. Suddenly, Mion tapped me on the shoulder. Kei-chan, I needed you for a second. She gestured for me to follow her out front without letting the others know. What did she want? Once outside, I see Mion, Chie-sensei, and the principal. Oh, Chie-sensei, Mr. Principal. Good evening. Chie-sensei responded to my greeting, but the principal must not have heard me, since he didn't. His eyes were closed. He seemed lost in thought. That sight caused our happy, chatty feelings to cool off quickly. My intuition told me that this had to be about something bad. I need to talk to you, Maibata-kun. This doesn't sound good. Are you going to the Child Consultation Center again tomorrow? Yes. We'll keep fighting until they save Satoko. That's our mission. I don't know if we'll get as many supporters as we did today, but we're going back there again. Right, Mion? Maibata-kun, I know you've already made plans for tomorrow, but after that, I think you should wait and see what they do. Thanks to the advice from Oishi-san last night, I already had an idea of the situation. Is that a warning, Chie-sensei? If our protest grows any bigger, the village officials will have to take notice of it. That's why you're telling me to quit now, isn't it? Maibata-kun, I think what you're doing is a good thing. You're not wrong to pursue the things you believe in. However... She stopped talking after that. Chie-sensei was supporting us until just yesterday. She even came to the Child Consultation Center with us on the second day. So for her to start saying completely the opposite, I felt slightly dizzy from the shock of it. Kei-chan, let me explain in her stead. Chie-sensei is still supporting us as an individual. However... well... Is she being pressured by the Board of Education or something? Chie-sensei will never bow to pressure. You have no idea how courageous she is. She ignored the Board of Education and came to this village when the Hinamizawa branch school was not approved by the government. I think Mion told me about this story before. What? Sorry, there was something in the background that just sounded like a little, like, of an alien thing. I got distracted. The school was closed when the dam conflict happened. However, the village children still came to the school to learn. There were no teachers there, though, because the school wasn't officially operating. That was when Chie-sensei arrived. After they won the dam conflict, the Sonozaki family and other members made an appeal, and the school's existence was finally approved. Our school did not have any easy start. The government was against it, but the villagers forced them to approve. Chie-sensei came along with us on our appeal yesterday. That was very courageous of her, but now people who want to close the school are paying attention to what we're doing. That's basically it. Chie-sensei can't support us openly anymore. Chie-sensei stared at the ground as Mion spoke. I'd never seen her look so sad. If it was just about me, I wouldn't care about what happened. I don't want to be a teacher who can't even fight for her own students, but I can't put the whole school in jeopardy. I don't know who told her this. Whoever it was, they warned her not to escalate things about Satuko's case. They threatened the existence of our school to make her obey, and persuaded her with responsibilities she couldn't take on her own. You know, yesterday Oishi-san told me something similar. In this exact same spot, too. He warned me that if I kept escalating this, then I'd be fighting against the elders who still don't like the Hojo family. Or something like that. He told you that? Well, he's not really wrong. Mion looked at the ground along with Chie-sensei. I also thought Chie-sensei and Mion were stronger people. So seeing them both hanging their heads like this is hopeless made me feel like we were being pushed into a dead end, and I hated it. You were just at the child consultation center with us. You told everyone to come again tomorrow. That's the Mion I came to this meeting with, so when did she get swapped with this weak Mion? When I said when did she get swapped, I immediately thought of one thing. The mayor took her outside the building earlier. Did he? I see. He called you out here because of that, didn't he? Well, kind of. I felt painful to see her fake smile like that. She was only out here with him for about 10 minutes. What the hell did he tell her that crushed her spirit? Mion, Chie-sensei, the two of you are the strongest people I know. I respect you very much. I can't even imagine what kind of pressure would cause you to change your opinions overnight. I didn't feel like getting mad at them. They were just as passionate about saving Satoko as I was. Towards them, I felt nothing but pity. Maebara-kun, I don't know what to say. You don't need to apologize. I could feel an angry tone entering my voice. I'd had enough. Tell me something. Why do the old people in the village still hate the Hojo family that much? The damn conflict is over. Satoko was totally innocent, isn't she? Why do they still hate her so much? Who hates her? Whose fault is this? I'm going to have a chat with whoever that is. I don't think anyone actually hates the Hojo family. What? What are you saying? It's true that the Hojo family was the enemy during the dam conflict. The whole village believed that, but after Satoko's parents died, people started realizing that she was innocent. But no one ever came forward to forgive her. I can explain why. Shion. It wasn't just Shion who appeared. Rena and Rika-chan were there with her. They'd come out to check on me and overheard what we were talking about. After uniting to turn the Hojo family into the scapegoat, the village is still living in fear. But not because they're scared of them. Because living in fear that they're living in fear that if they end up connected to the Hojo family, they'll be made a scapegoat by the village too. In other words, if you help a member of the Hojo family, you might get attacked by the village, just like they did. They still feel that way, years after the conflict.
Is that true? Everyone was always nice to Satoko-chan at school. Only the old people are involved in this. However, they're the core of the village.
They all believe that the leader of the Sonozaki family, my granny, still hates the Hojo family. But that's not true. Granny is also afraid. She thinks that if she forgives the Hojo family, the other elderly people will lose their trust in her. This is really complicated. So, what do you mean? Who am I supposed to punch in the face? The truth is, no one really hates the Hojo family. They all think we should forgive them. But they can't come forward with that opinion. They're convinced that everyone else still hates the Hojo family.
So, everyone is misunderstanding each other?
That's right. You can ask all of them individually. We'll see that no one really hates Satoko. Her parents' death marked the closure of that hatred. After her parents died, my grandma told everyone not to bother the Hojo family anymore. However, she didn't tell people to forgive them.
That's probably because of my father. Rika-chan's father? Why is that? My father was so laid back that people started saying he didn't deserve to be a leader in the village anymore.
Rika-chan's dad was a very relaxed guy. I think that helped him calmly resolve things. But at the end, people who were burning with anger about the dam project were looking for a more aggressive leader. So my granny came forward and acted as one, in order to unite the whole village. And because of her role as an aggressive leader, she couldn't possibly announce that she's going to forgive the Hojo family? Yeah. Old people put a lot of stock into not changing their minds. She can't reverse her policy so easily.
But that's terrible. People are refusing to forgive Satoko-chan and then blaming it on everyone else. They can't forgive her because they're afraid of what other people might think? That's awful.
During the dam project, a few households actually thought that it would be fine to vacate their homes, since they were getting compensation money from the government. But they couldn't say that out loud. The Hojo family, however, came forward with their opinion and announced that they were willing to vacate. Those households gained courage after seeing the Hojo family, and they almost established a group of people who agreed to leave. I'm sure you understand this after today, but in order to effectively protest something, everyone has to have the same opinion. It's important that the whole village is on the same page. Before the dam conflict, Hinamizawa was tearing itself apart instead of waging war.
They said that it was because of my father who was such a lazy leader. He never thought that they'd actually build a dam. He believed that we could reach a peaceful solution just by negotiating. People thought that this was why some families agreed to leave. Supporters of the plan to evacuate. This sounds strange. This is the first I've heard of that. People in the village always said that they supported the dam project.
She's right. They usually claim that the enemy supported the project itself. It sounds worse if you call them dam project supporters than if you called them evacuation supporters, doesn't it? If you call them evacuation supporters, it sounds like they're peaceful people who don't want to fight. But calling them dam project supporters makes it sound... I see. It sounds more like a group of bad people trying to submerge the village underwater. It's all about appearances. Coach had appeared. He came outside after noticing how long we'd been gone. The village of Hinamizawa was brimming with a sense of unity. Mr. Furude was not able to unite the village. The Sonozaki family figured that they could seize power if they were to take charge of that unity.
I'm starting to understand now. Let's phrase it a different way. In order to unite the village, they attacked the Hojo family, who betrayed their sense of community. They used them to intimidate other people. People became afraid of the Hojo family, so they changed their minds and started protesting against the dam project. They held that if you interacted with the Hojo family, you were probably a supporter of the dam project yourself. That's why everyone kept their distance from them. They acted like they didn't even see them. When someone from the family talked to them, they ignored it.
Initially, they were targeting only Satoko-chan's parents, but eventually the whole family was seen as a target. As a result, her uncle and aunt were caught in the line of fire too. It's kind of ironic. That was the reason they started abusing Satoko-chan to begin with. Her uncle and aunt were not in support of the dam project, but because of Satoko's parents, they were also attacked. After Satoko's parents died, they were forced to take care of their 2 children. It finally makes sense. I can see the whole picture now.
The dam conflict is over and Satoko-chan's parents are dead. I think the Sonozaki family should speak out and publicly forgive the Hojo family.
But once again, there's an issue. Granny is afraid that the elderly people here will lose their trust in her if she publicly forgives the Hojo family. Seems like the Sonozaki family is as worried about people taking them lightly as the consultation center is. I heard this directly from her, so I'm sure that's what's happening. All we could do was tell everyone not to bother the Hojo family anymore. When she dies, she wants the next family head to officially declare the end of the dam conflict and stop discriminating against the Hojo family. My mom knows about this too. I heard about it from her, actually. It's just that old hag's stubborn pride. Let me ask you this. It sounds to me like the mayor and his people threatened Mion and told Chie-sensei that they'd close the school. Sorry, I couldn't figure out if that said treated or threatened, and it's just like, well, because I didn't see the N in there. How about them? Do they still have better feelings towards the Hojo family? It's ridiculous. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi thinks no one in the village hates the Hojo family. It's just sad that the dam conflict hasn't completely ended for these people. They're still afraid of being bad-mouthed behind their backs if they interact with the Hojo family.
But people like you and Nika-chan interact with her.
I'm young, and I don't have many ties to the town council either. Plus, Nika-chan is special. She's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Oyashiro-sama was the one who brought humans and demons together, which means she was able to live with Satoko, even though Satoko's not accepted by the villagers. After hearing all this, I'm beginning to understand how difficult it was for Satoko to live in this village. She always acted bright and cheerful in school and in club. I thought that was her whole world, but I had no idea how she felt when she was walking around alone in the village. She probably went grocery shopping even knowing that people were going to ignore her. She felt the coldness from them, but she was standing strong on her feet. I had no idea she was going through something like that. I knew she went through tough times during the Warp Dam conflict, but I had no clue that she was struggling to this day.
What a sad story. And the whole thing is just nonsense, too.
Do you feel that way too, Dena? I feel exactly the same.
No one feels better towards Satoko-chan, but everyone is afraid that something bad will happen to them if they interact with her. Whose fault is this? No one's? Is the land or society making them think this way?
It's no one's fault. Yet, they're so worried about everyone else's opinions that they can't forgive her. Huh. Yes, that kind of atmosphere is great when the wind's blowing in a good direction. People would act kindly and help each other. But the case of the Hojo family is totally the opposite. It's spreading like a mold, and no one can do anything about it. What do you do with a rotten tatami mat? You have no choice but to toss it out and get a new one. So the mayor is pressuring us not because he hates Satoko, but because he thinks that if he lets us run free, someone who doesn't even exist might talk badly about him. So that's why he can't leave us be. I call that someone the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Everyone is afraid of that someone, even though he doesn't exist. But that someone doesn't exist, and they're not a real person. Shion's theory sounded interesting. Everyone follows the rules because they're afraid of that someone. However, even the leaders of the village are afraid of the same things. Everyone in the village is following the rules because they're afraid of someone who doesn't even exist. They still follow the rules of the dam conflict, thinking that they'll be cursed if they forgive Satoko. Who the hell is that someone? They could only call it the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama cursed the Hojo family because they supported the dam conflict. They still believe that, and Satoko is struggling because of that.
Oyashiro-sama will not curse Satoko. She thinks Satoko is adorable. Please don't use her name for something horrible like that.
Satoko-chan made a sad face. She's the shrine maiden for Oyashiro-sama and the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I don't think there's a curse in this village at all. Everyone is just convinced that there is. If that's the case, this isn't the Child Consultation Center's fault at all. The whole village bears responsibility.
Yes, I think so too.
I thought... Yo! This track! What is with this chapter and these nice tracks?
Yes, I think so too. I thought appealing to the Child Consultation Center would solve the problem, but that's not going to do anything.
A rotten tatami mat, huh? You can't just clean the surface. Even if the consultation center does save Satoko, there's nothing but a temporary fix. I guess we need to throw away the rotten tatami mat so we can save her for good.
I think those tatami mats are all assembled nearby.
I agree. Most of them are within 20-meter radius of here. Hey, Kei-chan, Rena, what are you guys going to do? Mion, you're deeply involved in the village. I know you feel hesitant to save Satoko. As one of the leaders here, I understand why you and Chie-sensei almost gave up under the pressure. But I have nothing to lose. Maebara-san, are you really going to... right here? I'm going to do it. I'm going to get rid of that rotten tatami mat. Will you join me, Rena?
Yes, I'm tougher than you think.
I know, but you should settle down just a little bit. I feel like you could blow up the school if you get serious.
I think you could beat someone up with a metal bat if you get too serious.
We both were pretty tough, huh? Well, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I understand your position, Mion. You don't have to come with me. Just leave if you think things are getting out of control. This is more dangerous than any club activity. I'm damn serious about this. Oh. I'm sorry I bonked you, Eggies. I am so sorry. As the next head of her family, we shouldn't agree with her, but she stared in silent approval of what I was about to do.
Okay. If you're going to take that risk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to punch you! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Going to take that risk, then I'm coming with you too. That's the way. Just watch how I'll take care of this.
What about you, Shi-chan?
I just looked, you just need 1 more followers to get 100.
Yeah, I'm 1 follower away. I don't know. I feel like I should do something special, but I don't know what I want to do. What about you, Shi-chan?
Fortunately, I have nothing to lose. I'll support you guys. Chie-sensei, Mr. Principal, I understand your stance. We're not in school right now. Please forgive what we're about to do now. You're right. I'm not your teacher right now. The principal and I will entrust our will. That's a typo on there. We'll entrust our will to you. I'm supporting you guys too. If you want me out of this village, I'm willing to close down my clinic. It's only natural for a master to sacrifice everything to save his future maid. Oh, I can feel everyone's power flowing into me. I'm not even going to try and cool down. I need to be fired up for something like this. As I turned back, I noticed Oishi-san and my dad. I didn't know how long they'd been standing there. You seem excited about something, Maebara-san. Oishi-san. You told me last night that there are some things that a man can't give up on. We have to take a chance, even when it's risky. Keiichi, don't stop me, Dad. I know it's important to be polite, but I need to do this for my friend. I'm not going to stop you. Huh? He gave me a big smile. I've never seen my dad smile like that before. I believe in what you just told Oishi-san. There are some things that a man should not give up on. You'll encounter something like this in your life sooner or later. If this is that time, then I'm not going to stop you.
Keiichi's father is so cool.
Of course, he's my dad. He's at least half as cool as me. I'm not from Hinamizawa. I can't take either side, but I'll be watching you closely, Maebara-san. When it's make or break the game, take the risk and discard for the middleweight, is something my old friend used to say. I'm confused by that quote. I feel like it's worded weirdly. When it's make or break the game, take the risk and discard for the middleweight. Is it just me that the sentence is worded weird? I don't know. You can't compromise once you make a decision. If you're going to forfeit, do so immediately. But if you're going to fight, be confident in yourself. Mahjong does double scoring, after all. Even if you get a small amount of points several times in succession, you'll lose if someone scores a lot of points all at once. You just have to be confident when you're ready to fight. Do you play Mahjong too, Maebara-san? They start talking about Mahjong together. This is going to be interesting. Someone from the committee came out and told us to come inside for the meeting. It was time for it to start. Alright, let's go inside. I feel like we're finally getting up on the stage.
No wonder we felt something was missing at the Child Consultation Center.
Yeah, this was supposed to be the stage all along. We were fighting with the wrong people for the past 3 days. Let's go. Someone pulled my shirt. It was Rika-chan.
Keiichi?
You're not only Satsuko's best friend, but you're also a member of the village's 3 families. You can just watch what Rena and I are going to do. But if you're willing to help us save Satsuko, I want you to support us.
You're going to try and change those hard-headed men?
I'm going to change them. I told you before, fate is thinner than a piece of paper. I'll tear it down with ease. Got something that would fit here?
What do you mean? What's going to happen?
They're calling the traditions of the village the curse of Ayashida-sama. Shion's her... Oh! There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway!
Was that good? Or did you want me to do a different kind of voice?
They're calling the traditions of the village the curse of Ayashida-sama.
Shion sure has an interesting theory. Is Keiichi going to smash it in 2? Can he destroy the curse of Ayashida-sama?
He will break it. Keiichi has the power to break everything.
It's not just Keiichi's power, though. Because everyone is working together, Keiichi is able to break anything. This energy is more powerful than the lucky 6 on the die.
It's not luck. He's destroying fate with his own 2 hands.
I don't know which one's talking, so I have it in the happy middle. Everyone followed Keiichi and entered the assembly hall. I followed in after them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this with Keiichi. If this doesn't work out, that's it for me. No, I just want you to guess where that quote is from. I don't know. let me finish the thing that's on the page. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this with Keiichi. If this doesn't work out, that's it for me. I'm going to give it my very best. Nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. I don't know. There's so much media out there. It's just like, may I have a hint? Okay, civil servants preparations. I see. We're good as long as we know that the town council and the Ungafuchi guardians aren't involved. Please take care of Satoko Hojo-san's case without worrying about it too much. I will. I'm glad to know that the whole village isn't backing them. I wouldn't agree with them if they were, though. No matter who is pulling the strings, we must treat each case equally. This whole odd rule that we have to give Hinamizawa special treatment is only due to the president said when we let threats influence us before. Well, you're absolutely right, sir, but please continue to work on this case. The manager for the municipal government assured us that the town council has nothing to do with this petition. It's a problem that our organization is so afraid of one tiny community. As a manager, you should think about that a little. Yes, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that the village isn't supporting them. You must act the same way even if the village does support them, no matter who is behind the scenes. Please be very careful with Satoko Hojo's case. Don't try to give her any special treatment, you understand? One of the characters' nickname in the English dub is Icy Hot. Oh, I see! Ah, okay. So, yeah, Boku no Hero. I don't remember who says it, which is interesting because I did watch the dub for it, so I feel like I should have heard that quote. But I can't figure out if it was All Might or Deku. Excuse me, I have something to say before the meeting starts. They all knew immediately what I was going to say, something about Satoko. That reminds me, I need to get caught up on the manga. It's been a bit. I think I was at the point where like they just revealed who the betrayer was, but like I haven't gotten much past that. I guess they weren't just old for show. They weren't old for show. Oh, Keiichi-kun. Today is our final meeting before the festival. Can you bring up your personal issue later? I ignored him and continued talking. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Don't go through Mion or Chie-sensei. I don't like it when people are so indirect. Let's talk face to face. I'm not going to accept the answer unless you say the name of the show correctly. Boku no Hero Academia? Or did you want me to say the English title? My Hero Academia! Everyone went quiet. Nobody there wanted to be involved in conversation about the Hojo family. Everyone here knows that Satoko Hojo is practically being confined by her uncle and suffering at his hands. Well, I don't care that you're not proactive about helping her. I'm sure that some of you don't want any trouble, but we're different. Satoko is our friend. We're fighting as hard as we can to save our friend from danger. However, Keiichi-kun, we're aware of that. All we're saying is that you've done enough for the consultation center by now. Is there a problem if we continue our appeal? Of course there is. There's a big problem too. Someone with a stern voice spoke out to me. I'd gotten under his skin. Then what is the problem? Can you explain it so the child like me can understand? The damn conflict ended ages ago. The age of banding together and storming public offices is over.
This object wasn't even Satoko anymore. All they had to offer was a bunch of excuses. I'm not asking about your past. The damn conflict has nothing to do with this. This is my war. So if you're going to partake in my war, then let's make it clear that you're my enemy or my ally. Which is it? Are you my allies or my enemies? Mutter, 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 mutter. Listen to the things that come out of this boy's mouth. Young people these days don't know how to be polite. The whole room lit up and started filling with the smell of gunpowder. However, none of my allies let themselves get swept up by the commotion and maintained their harsh stares. Those expressions made me feel as though I had a million supporters behind me. I was standing in front, only as their representative. It wasn't my fight alone. This was everyone's fight. Because of that realization, the fierce looks the old people were giving me didn't intimidate me at all. Keiichi-kun, this is not about us being your enemy or not. Our village fought with these officials during the dam conflict. However, I do understand that this has nothing to do with that. The dam conflict is a thing of the past. I don't care what you thought about that. I'm talking about me, my friends, and Satoko. I never asked you about the dam conflict. Ever thought of getting your ears checked, old man? Why you? How could you talk to your elders like that? You disrespectful little brat. I'd like to have a word with your parents. My dad, standing behind me, gave me an apologetic and bitter smile. Pardon me. I'm his father, you see. You're his father? How could you raise him like this? I guess I'm not a very good parent. I'm not sure if I raised Keiichi the way I was supposed to. My dad paused. In that next moment, however, his expression changed into a glare. However, a single man known as Keiichi Maebara is standing here before all these faces to voice his appeal that something about this doesn't have any sense. I don't care if he's my son or not. He's only making his assertion as a man, so I don't think there's really any reason to be talking to me here. Silence filled the room as the old people sat there with their mouths agape. Oishi-san broke that silence with laughter. You've got plenty of pride, don't you?
My name is Rena Ryugu. Can I ask something? I don't understand the logic of how the dam conflict being over becomes a reason we shouldn't make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Would you explain that to us in detail?
Nana's voice remained perfectly level, as though the matter didn't concern her. However, I could see the fury in her eyes. I was probably the only one who noticed that fury. The old people seemed like they'd rather deal with her than me. Reina-chan, this village has no reason to fight with the government now that the dam conflict is over. That is a lot of text. During that time, we did fight them, true, but after the conflict is over, that's water under the bridge. So our village re-established relations with the government. Hinamizawa is not an individual country. We're just a small village in Japan. The government is taking care of us. That's why we need to try and get along with them. Okay, don't get mad, but this is the one thing that upsets me. If a Japanese show or a manga is released with an English name or the title, I find it disrespectful for the English-speaking audiences decide to default to the Japanese name. Hard-working men and women worked hard to come up with an English name that sounds just as cool as the... Well, I mean, it translates. Like, Boku no Hero Academia. Like, Boku no is my. So... so it's basically the same thing. I'm just saying. They just straight up translated it. So they changed it from Boku no, meaning my, to my. And it's still Hero Academia. But I don't know. I just do it because I'm a weeb. That's why I'm saying that's why I say Higurashi instead of when they cry. Because that is the English translation for this, and it's just like, I like Higurashi no Nakokoro ni a little bit better. Because they actually took out the word Higurashi. Okay. Or I guess it's Higurashi when they cry, but like it's I don't know. I'm just a weeb. I'm just a weeb and life is a nightmare.
You're right. It is important for a village to have a good relationship with the government.
Listen to Reina-chan. She understands us, at least. Maebara's boy ought to learn from her. I heard little bits and pieces from the noise of the crowd. Yeah, that's definitely true. Hinamizawa has been trying to fix its relationship with the government ever since the dam conflict ended. Oh, well, we all have different impressions. I'm not trying to do that. So.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm just a weeb.
It's like whenever people say like Black Butler, it's just like, Oh, Konoshitsuji! Because, you know, I watched it in the Japanese, so I'm used to hearing that instead of the English title, but I can see your opinion on that. Exactly. Just like Mion-chan said. Wait, did I say that first line? I don't know. I'll say it again just in case. Yeah, that's definitely true. Hinamizawa has been trying to fix its relationship with the government ever since the dam conflict ended. Exactly, just like Mion-chan said, the old man cheered. However, Shion was the next to open her mouth. That's why the town council and the government officials were best friends now. In fact, the two officials always come along on the town council's annual hot spring trip. They get paid to participate too. The trip itself is mostly paid for with tax money, isn't it? Oh, and I know so many other things. Like the donations for the New Year's and the end of the year parties, as well as the vast financial aid the town council receives for festivities. The upcoming Watanagashi is one of them. The government is putting millions of yen into subsidies and aid. They're the ones trying pretty much to pay, or they're the ones who pretty much pay for the whole festival. Ever since the conflict ended, the festival has been getting bigger and bigger. That's because we're receiving money from the government officials, so if we get in trouble with them, we might not be able to hold a festival next year. That's why Hinamizawa keeps kissing their asses. Isn't that right, Uncle? Shion-chan! How do you know all that? I switch places with my sis sometimes. What the hell? That's a ridiculous story. I still don't understand why you're against what they're trying to do. Nano, will you sum this up for me? Wait. I don't know who's talking. What are they saying?
Well, basically, they're colluding with the government officials, so they can't risk upsetting them.
The whole room went into a panic after Lena summed it up so simply. Some of them were ashamed that we hit the nail on the head. Some of them were enraged by our ignorance. And some of them were simply angry about our disrespectful attitudes. All of them combined to throw into a room into chaos of chattering and stomping. Be quiet, be quiet! They all settled down after Kimiyoshi raised his voice. By the time they quieted, the mayor had a terrible look on his face. Hey, Chikun. The relationship between the town council and the government officials has nothing to do with this. You're just sidestepping the issue yourself. There's no point in mixing the two up together. Listen. We won our battle against the dam project, but we're all labeled as a nest of troublemakers. And yes, we are taking advantage of that image during the conflict. However, now that the conflict is over, that image is working against us badly. We need to try and repair it. Otherwise, this village will have no future. Do you understand? It's not just about being your enemy, it's much deeper than that. In other words, you're saying that if Kei-chan rouses everyone to action, then the friendly atmosphere we've developed will be ruined? The old people nodded as Mion spoke. They were assuming that Mion was on their side.
Mi-chan, what do you mean by the friendly atmosphere? Does that mean that we shouldn't seek help for a poor innocent girl who's been abused?
They're trying to say that the Child Consultation Center is doing their job already, so they want us to stop interfering. Given the position, the officials can't say leave us alone that strongly. So they're asking our village to deal with the matter for them, since they're granting us a lot of subsidies. Oh, so what you're saying is the town council is the government's lapdog. Hey, you watch what you're saying. Be a little more respectful, why don't ya? Why don't you watch what you're saying? I hope you're not refusing to help her just because Satoko's the daughter of the Hojo family. That's not it. We're not saying anything about Satoko-chan. We're just telling you to take a look at the bigger picture and show some more restraint in your appeals. The Child Consultation Center isn't ignoring you. I'm sure they've taken your huge protest into account. They already understand your point. We're just saying that you're carrying this way too far.
Hey, Tika, I just saw something really interesting. See? Look at what's in this picture frame over here.
Rena pointed at the wall, and everyone followed the direction of her finger. There were many different picture frames all over the walls of the assembly hall. They mostly had to do with the dam conflict, and were usually about glorifying the Onigafuchi Guardians. Rena was pointing at the framed article Kimiyoshi wrote it, way back when he was the leader of the Guardians during the dam conflict.
Look at the middle portion here. We attempted peaceful negotiation, but the government and their marionette, the president of the electric company, declined. They have trampled on our village's democratic movement and our native land with indescribable atrocities. That's what Kimiyoshi wrote for the dam conflict memorial. He wrote the same thing on the monument, too.
Everyone knew why Irena had brought that up. I could hear them all gulping.
They attempted to negotiate peacefully with the government and its marionette, the electric company. What's this? Are you sure they don't mean the Hinamizawa Town Council instead of the electric company? Still, marionette is a difficult term. Do you think the people understood what that means? Could someone explain it to me?
A marionette is like a puppet. It means that while they're supposed to be an independent organization, they're actually being controlled as though they're dancing on strings. Oh, that sounds like a perfect world to describe Hinamizawa right now. Yeah, that is perfect. What are you saying? We're not their marionette. They're just trying to cooperate with them. Calling us a puppet is just splitting hairs. But that's what you just stated. You clearly told us that you want us to stop because of Satoko, but for the sake of the village. You said that there's an issue because the village needs to maintain a friendly relationship with the government. Don't tell me you didn't say exactly that. You did say it, didn't you?
I heard him. He said it had nothing to do with Satoko-chan.
Neon, I thought there was a saying in this village. Something about how the whole village comes together for one villager? It's a big sign saying, don't help this girl, that makes all the village elders look bad. Yeah. Right. Just imagine it's just like a picture of Satoko and it's just like, don't do anything for this girl. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. We all work together for that one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. The unity of the Guardians is stronger than rock. That's what their leader said back in the day. Ugh. Mayor Kimiyoshi used to be the head of the Onigafuchi Guardians. He crossed his arms and started to groan. There were many things he wanted to say, but he knew that none of them would make him look good. And so he continued to stay silent. When I moved here, Mion and Shion told me a valiant story of the dam conflict, but that unity didn't start just a few years ago when the dam conflict happened. I believe these traditions have been here for over 40 years, ever since Japan lost the war. That's why I really respect those who fostered the unity here since that era, and I find them incredible. And more than anything, I'm impressed by the courage of the Onigafuchi Guardians displayed here in this picture frame. The government tried to pull many dirty things to submerge this village under the water, but the Guardians thwarted every one of them. Because of the efforts of these men, Hinamizawa is still here today. If they hadn't done anything, we'd still be at the bottom of a lake right now. Or not still. So I'm grateful that this village still exists, with its proud unity and beautiful scenery. I'm proud to call myself a resident of Hinamizawa! That's damn right! Someone shouted. It wasn't one of my friends. It was one of the elderly villagers. That's why we fight. We fight because we all live together in this village. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 should do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. Get together for one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. Satoko Hojo is one of us. You all know how horrible her uncle is. You all know that we can't leave her alone with him for a whole month. We need to save her for her uncle right this minute. We need the power of the Guardians one more time. We need the spirits of the Guardians to reunite again! Rodena and Mion applauded, and the applause quickly spread to everyone. I saw smiles creeping across their faces of the old people. However, they quickly wiped away those smiles and started discussing with their neighbors. Keiichi-kun is right. It's not like Hinamizawa has obeyed the government all the time. But the dam conflict is over now. The government officials are taking care of us too. I wasn't aware of that. Are they really supporting us that much? Well, on a personal level, I agree with what Maibara's boy is saying. I'm going to assume I know what war they're talking about. The dam conflict war. Unless you're talking to the war that Japan lost. But no, they're talking about the dam conflict war where they, kidnapped a kid to get their way. I can't approve of how the town council is operating. Keiichi-kun is right. The village can't put pressure on him just because the government is telling us to do so. Mr. Mayor, we might not be able to support Keiichi-kun, but I also think we have the right to tell him to stop. I don't like this Maibara boy's attitude. He's way too disrespectful. Think he can get away with talking to us like that? 3 scary old guys came up to yell at me. I raised my own voice and yelled right back in their faces. It's not about my attitude, it's about the soul of this village. Get out of here if you don't have the courage to stand up for one innocent villager. How dare you speak to me that way? Thwack! The big old guy thwacked me upside the head. What do you think you're doing? Thwack! I hit him right back and the room went into a panic again. Rena approached us. I thought she'd come to stop me, but she suddenly hit the old guy in the head too. Oh my god. What? What are you doing?
Don't think you could get away with this just because you're
a girl. He thwacked Rena upside the head. However, Rena talked back to him with a firm look in her eyes.
If one comes to you, two should fight back. Isn't that the spirit of Hinamizawa?
Since you hit Rena-san, 4 of us need to retaliate. Let me get in on this.
Keiichi,
your father's going to fight too. Everything you've said is right. If they're going to try to stop you with violence, I won't turn a blind eye to that.
There are 3 people blocking Keiichi's way. You need 6 people to fight them.
Rika-chama. I'm impressed to see that courage of yours, Rika-chama. Let me ensue. I, too, will be taking his side. Chie-sensei stood up. I thought she had given up under all the pressure. I was almost going to neglect my student. I prioritized myself even though I thought I'd do almost anything for them. I'm ashamed to call myself a teacher. Wearing a fierce expression, she stared at the mirror. That was her answer to the pressure he'd tried putting on her. Chie-sensei, I think I overstepped my bounds as an educator. However, what Maibara-kun is doing is the right thing. As an educator, I have to acknowledge the fact that he's doing something right. I can no longer tell him to stop. If I have your support, Chie-sensei, then I have nothing to fear! Let me ask you people one more time. Is it more important to stay cozy with the officials than it is to save the life of one poor innocent villager? You don't even need to ask them, Kei-chan. This is no ordinary assembly hall. This used to be the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The people here are all members of the Guardians once. Nobody with their spirit would ever come to a place like this, or without their spirit. Mion-chan. Mr. Mayor, Kei-chan's actions are embodying the spirit of Hinamizawa. The way he's trying to fight without fear is exactly what the Onagafuchi Guardians were doing. I think it's shameful for this town council to tell him to stop. If you're still going to ask him to back off, I'm going to smash all these pictures on the wall, set fire to the flag of the Guardians. While the mayor did nothing but moan, somebody else raised their voice. I'm going to support Maibara-kun. He may be disrespectful, but he has the right spirit. I agree, it's pathetic the way we're colluding with the government officials. Keiichi-kun, don't worry about what anyone else thinks. Keep on fighting. Don't give in to the pressure. The assembly hall instantly filled with a great round of applause. Maibara-kun, tell us what's going on so far. Very well. On the day Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle, Chie-sensei visited her house. However, he refused to let Chie see her, and it was obvious that something unusual was going on. Chie-sensei called the Child Consultation Center right after that. That night, a social worker visited her house. However, they determined that there was no abuse going on and they put her case on hold. This might be a normal way to handle the situation, but they don't know how dangerous this uncle is. For that reason, the 5 of us went to the Child Consultation Center to let them know how urgent it was that she was rescued.
They said that they'd take it into consideration, but they still didn't take action after that. We thought 5 of us was enough, so the next day we went there along with more than 20 of our classmates.
You took the whole class? Kei-chan gave a very moving speech. He told them that they had to save their friend and not to abandon her. If he was here during the dam conflict, I'm sure his charisma could have resolved it a year earlier. We all know too well how spirited this lad is. The consultation center was still not willing to listen to us on the second day. We made almost no progress. All they told us was that they were working on it. No, Keiichi-kun, you did make progress. They were so intimidated that they asked someone from the council government to check on their town council. The fact that they tried to pressure us to stop meant that what you did was working. You made progress. I see. I guess you could look at it like that. If they weren't scared of us, they wouldn't have acted that way. On the 3rd day, we called all our friends and gathered 60 people. This time, we got to meet the head of the office. He listened to us, but he didn't say what this decision would be. Keiichi-kun, to tell you the truth, at that point, the council had already spoken to the officials and had made our decision to stop you. After the Child Consultation Center confirmed that the whole village wasn't involved in the protest, they decided to just ignore your appeal. And that's what I thought. I could feel that from the way the head of the office treated us. It's obvious that they were just trying to get it over with.
We're planning to go there tomorrow too, but I wonder if they'll even pretend to listen. They might not even let us in because they think the village is pressuring us to stop.
Yeah. They think that the village is on their side.
The village needs to publicly announce that they are supporting Katie.
I agree. Otherwise, they definitely won't listen to us again. We should do that. We should tell them about Hinamizawa is not going to stop Maibara-kun from what... Sorry, it is starting to get hot. I think our like air conditioning keeps turning off, so I'm melting. We should do that. We should tell them that Hinamizawa is not going to stop Maibara-kun from what he's doing. Personally, I don't want to complain about Keiichi-kun's actions. However, it's complicated when I think about it from the town council's point of view. Even if we tell them that we're not on either side, they'll think that we're on his side. That's tantamount to picking a fight with them. But I still have to respect the opinion of the council, too. I just can't decide on my own. I need to get approval from all the council members. Most of them are here right now. So you say, but... Let's just be honest here. You're afraid that there are some among you who are against saving the daughter of the Hojo family, aren't you? The whole room sunk into silence. That was the heart of the matter. Everyone thinks that the dam conflict is over. You all told us that a few minutes ago. You also think that there's no need to discriminate against the Hojo family, now that everything is said and done. However, you're still afraid of her family. Turn on your AC. I might when a transition shows up because, yeah, I'm melting. You're afraid that you'll be bad-mouthed if you interact with the Hojo family.
Setsuko-chan's parents were indeed the leaders of the evacuation supporters, but what crime did Setsuko-chan herself commit?
Personally, I don't have anything against her, but other people do. I don't have anything against her either. The conflict is over, and her parents also passed away. I don't hate her either, but I know that there are some people who still do, yeah. Let me ask you this. If you hate Setsuko, please raise your hand. I'm sure no one will, yet you all still believe that interacting with her will make others speak ill of you. However, no one's going to. There's nobody like that. No, that can't be true. There's one person at least. Then tell me who it is. Tell me who told you directly that they hate Setsuko. The room fell silent again. It had become obvious that they were all avoiding Setsuko because of a huge misunderstanding. The Child Consultation Center won't do anything, no matter what we do. They're convinced that the town council is on their side. We won't be able to fight until the council makes it clear that they're not supporting them.
Kimiyoshi, by any chance, do you need approval from someone?
Ouch. You're right on the money with that one. The mayor forced out a smile. I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about, but she must have hit the nail on the head. Who could it be, though? Who was that someone? If I could persuade them, the village would end up supporting us. Are you talking about my hag of a grandmother? Kimiyoshi family has forgiven the Hojo family. The Furude family has done the same, right?
Me. I'm one of the leaders of the three families, too.
Hinamizawa has three powerful families who make all decisions for the village. It's been a tradition since the time of Onigafuchi village. It's kind of an old tradition, but this was a road we couldn't avoid. So all we need is approval from the Sonozaki family. I've heard that they hate the most power among the three, or they have the most power. Everyone knew that, but it was taboo to speak it. It's something only I could say, since I didn't have the ties they did.
If we could persuade Mi-chan's grandmother, will the town council support us?
What do you think, Mion-chan? I don't want to fight with Granny, but if she's standing between Setsuko and safety, I'll have to. I won't be fighting as the next head of the family. I'll be fighting as Setsuko's friend. Kimiyoshi-san, please promise, if we persuade Mion's grandmother, will we have the council's support? Of course. No one would complain if it was the decision of the three families. Let me get this straight. You are all refusing to help because you're afraid of Mion's grandmother, right? You're all grown adults, good grief! That's what you say, but isn't Oreo-san terrifying?
That's not true. I know Mei-chan's grandmother very well. Sure, she has a scary side, but she's not that bad. Keiichi-kun is scarier than her when he gets angry.
Yeah, and Rena is even scarier than me. Alright, I'm going to persuade Neon's grandmother. Support us when we succeed. Actually, don't just quietly support us either. I'm expecting you guys to take action too. What do you mean by that? We want the Onigafuchi Guardians to reunite. Are you going to let us kids do all the protesting? You want us to protest too? We can't do that. We should do that. We're going to tell those officials that we're going to fight against them. We need to do everything we can. If we're going to support Keiichi-kun on behalf of the whole village, we need to make things clear to them. We have to support these kids if we're going to be on their side. Once we decide to do that, it's no longer just Maibara-kun's fight. It'll be the village's fight too. In that case, you should be our leader, Kimiyoshi-san. There's no way the mayor couldn't participate in that protest. Alright, I got it already. If Odio-san gives us her approval, I'll act like a man. I'll help Keiichi-kun. Does everyone out here agree? Aye!
Oh, you're not going to help him persuade Oidio-san?
Fine. I'll come with him to persuade Orio-san. The way he talks might be too immature for her. She needs someone who could talk like an old person. I'm sorry for being so disrespectful today. I really have to apologize, everyone. Don't worry, you said some good things. You broke up the collision in one fell stroke. Your refusal to cave under pressure is the very pride of Hinamizawa itself. I'm sorry for hurting you, I got pretty riled up. No, that was my fault. You did a good job, Chie-sensei. You're a wonderful teacher. I really didn't know that some people were still bitter towards the Hojo family. Probably Orio-san is the most bitter of anybody. However, according to Neon, Orio-san doesn't hate the Hojo family either. Really, the whole thing was ridiculous. Good for you, Maibara-san. I never thought you'd get the town council on your side. No, I don't have them on my side just yet. I need to persuade Neon's grandmother first. Odio-san is like a dictator around here, but she won't do anything that would make her lose the trust of the villagers. If you already settled things with the town council, then it'll be hard for the Sonozakis to oppose you alone. You're such a great negotiator. You insulted them at the start, but then you gradually buttered them up. I did it the way my dad writes articles for his art magazine. That's the same style he uses. Oh-ho? Your father set a good example for you, huh? He's an artist, isn't he? I'd love to see his work someday. Well, my dad doesn't even let me see his work. I guess he can't show it to him either. What kind of dirty pictures is he drawing? Well then, let's go and see Orio-san tomorrow night. We can't go right away. Once she gets into the bad mood, she'll never listen to us. I'll be coming along too. Who else is going? I'm coming too. Nana-san's also coming. She said she'd cleave her head open if she doesn't nod it for us.
I'm not going to do that. Don't be mean, Shucha. I'm going to, Keiichi. I'll talk to Orio myself.
I see. Give her a piece of your mind. Of course, I plan to myself as well. I'll try and be there too. I might be able to help just by being around. This sure is getting interesting. Are you ready to defeat this evil hag, sis? To be honest, I wish you'd swap with me tomorrow. Oh yeah, Keiichi's dad is definitely a spicy artist.
Keiichi-kun, you've made great progress today.
Yeah, the more people we have on our side, the stronger we become. We can save Satoko if the whole village gets tough together. This village once won against the national government after all. The old people seemed proud to hear me talk about the dam conflict. Everyone started talking about all the heroic things they did back then. I thought we could never save Satoko, but that fate is reaching its end. The power we have right now is overwhelming. The power to defeat fate is far stronger than the mere chance alignment of a few coincidences.
Oh! Okay.
Real quick. Once this thing passes, once we get to the next scene, I'm gonna be back. I'm not gonna have the timer on, but I'm gonna be back so I can turn on the AC because I don't know why it's off. So I'll be right back. I don't have a timer on, but I shouldn't be more than like maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 at most. But yes, I will be right back.
It's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sewer men. There they go. Don't make us go. Ah! 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 Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh! Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. Okay, I'm back. The temperature in my house was at 78 degrees. So now it's just time to wait for that to go back down. It's almost a whole 80 degrees in this house, my goodness. Okay. The next evening, we were all gathered at the Sonozaki residence. Ooh, sorry, I ran back. I thought we'd be talking with Mion's grandma over tea or something. However, it wasn't so relaxed a situation as that. Mion's grandma stayed in her futon. She was propped up against a huge cushion, and it made me feel like I was about to talk to a queen. It wasn't the only thing either. There was about 5 members of the Sonozaki family surrounding her, as though I was at some kind of Yakuza meet gathering. Man, I really... Ah, no! Out of breath skin! gives me a second. Okay. Yes, this wasn't just any old council meeting. It was a meeting of the 3 families. I kind of felt as though I didn't belong, but I also didn't have the time to be afraid. If I could persuade this lady, I could get help from the villagers. So that's the situation. If the town council doesn't change their current stance, then no matter what Keiichi-kun says past this point, the center won't listen to him. At the very least, the town council needs to declare their neutrality. The mayor was the first to speak. The old woman looked very grave. I couldn't tell if she always wore this expression like that, or if the story made her look that way. She made a comment in a very low voice to her people. The lady wearing a kimono spoke for her instead. Get a little swamped cooler under your desk, or are you playing on a stack of books? No, I'm not playing on a stack of books. I have a desk. It's a very messy desk, but... but a swamped cooler? Let's see. Okay. It was Mion's mother. The Child Consultation Center is simply doing their job. They understand how much you care about her, and they are going to take your appeal into consideration. What more are you expecting from them? Let me explain this for you. Setsuko's uncle is a horrible man. He regularly beat Setsuko last year, and I'm sure he's even worse this time around because of his lover up and abandoning him. Didn't you investigate him, Kasai? Teppei Hojo, I mean. I did make such a report to Akane-san. You see, Mom? If you let the Child Consultation Center take care of this, it'll take months for them to save Setsuko. I can't let her stay with that jerk for that long. She's not going to die. Stop making such a huge fuss over this. Oh. She's not going to die. Stop making such a big fuss over this. Swamp cooler. Not swamped cooler. A swamp cooler? I don't know what a swamp cooler is. Is that what people use in Florida? Let me... Now I'm curious. No, I don't want to open an app. Swamp cooler. Oh. I see. We don't got one of those. They might sell them at Walmart, but I don't have one of those. The old lady finally spoke, but she didn't have anything pleasant to say. She might not die, but... Then shut up, you idiot!
Worse, you're not even willing to risk your own life over this. Grow a backbone, you twit. Ah, what nonsense. The more I listen, the more nonsense I hear. Yeah. I thought I saw the chat move a little bit. I guess not. Wow. So that's why the whole village is afraid of her. That was Oryo Sonozaki, known variously as the Hag or Empress Sonozaki.
Audio, Satoko is my friend. I want you to save her.
Rika-chama, remember what I've told you all this time? You have to choose your friends wisely. The girl is a demon child of the Hojo family. I'm disappointed in you too, Dr. Erie. Aren't you old enough to realize what you're doing?
Satoko-chan is the daughter of the Hojo family, but she's not the one who supported the dam project and fought against the village. I think it's unfair for you to judge her that way.
Shut up! Who do you think you're talking to, you piece of...
Oh my gosh.
Are you sure that she's willing to forgive Satoko-chan?
That's what Mion told me. I think I get where the other villagers are coming from now. It's a cheap AC unit that uses water instead of Freon. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense actually, with it being a swamp cooler. Useless chat movement, go! Yee. You look like you have something to say, Keiichi-kun. You should just let it out. I made contact with Mion's mom. She's very pretty, but she was wearing the same grave look as Oryo. By then, I had no doubt that this was Mion's mother. I don't mind talking. Is it really okay, though? Go ahead. You came all the way here at the Sonozaki residence. You should speak if you want to. Mion nodded in agreement. Okay. Oryo Sonozaki-san. My name is Keiichi Maebara. I moved here not too long ago. Nice to meet you.
I already know a great deal about you.
Let me tell you something. When your family moved to this village, you didn't come here to introduce yourself. That left a pretty bad impression. Why was Mion only telling me that now? Sure hope I'm not too late to introduce myself. Leave aside the fact that it's Satoko Hojo for a minute. The important thing to note is that a villager is in danger right now. In order to help that person, we have no choice but to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Besides, I'm doing all this on my own accord. I haven't caused you any trouble. But you heard from the mayor that you have been causing trouble, didn't you? The Hinamizawa Town Council and the Shishibone City Hall are working together. The Shishibone mayor and this Virigo here had a talk with each other, and they decided to coexist. That was necessary for this village to prosper. But that village is going to let an innocent girl suffer? Didn't you hear what I just said? No one is going to just let her suffer. The consultation center will take action when appropriate. You want them to hurry up, but frankly are being selfish. The town council and the government officials are in the business relationship. They're treating Satoko's issue like it's an ordinary one. So basically, you're saying that you don't care how much danger Satoko is in right now? Like Mion just told you, Teppei is a horrible person. When Satoko showed up at the school 3 days after she was kidnapped, she was already at her wit's end. After only 3 days! I can't even imagine what would happen if we left her alone with him for a month. There's no guarantee that she will be saved after that either. At that point, they might decide to put her case on hold again. Mrs. Sonozaki, does the emotional damage she's suffering not matter to you at all? So what do you think we should do? I'm making an appeal to the Child Consultation Center, asking them to save her as soon as possible. I'm going to continue going to the center until they do. Well then, there you go. You can just continue your appeal. It's none of the Sonozaki's business. Isn't that enough? Damn it. She's so hard-headed. It was easy to win an argument with the old people in the assembly hall since they got agitated so quickly. But Akane-san, Mion's mom, is way tougher than that. Both of the Sonozaki sisters and the grandma are quick to anger, but Akane-san seemed incredibly calm. She was calm, but still full of animosity. But I can't continue our appeal anymore. If the town council doesn't tell the officials that they're going to support us, the Child Consultation Center won't listen to us at all. Did you hear that, Mom? We can't just do whatever we want. We need the town council to decide whether they're going to support us or not. Actually, the council has already made their decision. They said that they'd support us as long as Granny agreed. Who the hell made that decision behind my back? You're all aware of how the Hojo family acted during the dam conflict, aren't you? If you're asking me to forgive them, my answer is still no.
I'm not really familiar, actually. What were Satoko-chan's parents like? Her mom was like a stronger version of Satoko. Her dad was, well, Tepe's older brother. He was even stronger and scarier than Tepe.
Scarier than Tepe? That's not very funny. I see. Now I'm starting to understand how they clashed with the Sonozaki family. I guess she hasn't forgotten how much they pissed her off. Ah, you're saying it out loud so we can hear. My children have told me a lot about you. I heard you're one courageous boy. Let me tell you this straight up. We'll be satisfied as long as that old lady in the futon just nods her head. I'm not expecting you all to get involved in our protest. All I need for her is to nod. And if she said no, I'd smash her head in and make me on the new family head so she can nod for us. What the hell did you just say, you goddamn son of a Oh my gosh. Someone bring me a sword, I'll cut him into pieces and dump him in the well. Are you ready for a fight, old lady? Whatever you ate tonight will be your last supper. Shut up, you little... You don't even know who you're talking to. The old hag sent a violent glare my way. The intimidating aura surrounding her became almost visible. Normally I'd be terrified. However, I can't back off today. Satoko doesn't have much time left. Everyone here knows that. We all know that she'll be forever damaged in only a few days. We would then cry and lament our powerlessness. We have to fight as best we can, so that we have no regrets. There can be no limits to how far we could go to save her. Let me make this clear. Satoko is my friend. I'm fighting for her sake. How about you? I heard that you used to be like that. You once fought, and the whole village, just to save one villager. Isn't that how strongly you rejected the dam project? You're just an outsider. Wait a minute, old lady. I'm not an outsider. I'm Keiichi Maebara from Hinamizawa. I'm fighting to save my friend, who's also from Hinamizawa. How can you say that I'm an outsider? Oryo-san, Maebara-kun came to this village not too long ago, but he already adapted to our way of life. He's a young man with lots of promise. Since when did you think disrespect is the same as promise, Dr. Yuri? Someone bring me my medicine and tea already. All this blood rushing to my head is making me ache. The man on the far end stood up and brought over some tea and medicine. You think I'm being disrespectful, then let me make this request properly. We want the Sonozaki family's help in order to save Satoko Hojo. Satoko lives in this village too. Moreover, she's my friend. Please help us. As I deeply bowed my head to her, my friends bowed along with me. Keiichi-kun, raise your head. What shall we do, mother? None of my business. What are you expecting out of me? Satoko-chan is like family to Keiichi-kun. It's only natural for him to seek help for his family. Mom! However, the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family are enemies, or were enemies. They once disparaged Mother in public, too. We can never forgive them for doing that. This is an issue of distinction. What do you mean, distinction? They would need to make an apology. However, the parents died in an accident. There's no one else who can apologize to us. Forgiveness won't come cheap.
So if she apologizes to you, you'll forget about what her family did?
The world we live in is one of honor. If she apologizes to us, we'll have no choice but to forgive her. Are you going to make Satoko-chan apologize?
Sure. I'll make her apologize for what her parents did. Her parents can't be there to do so, but you'll still forgive her, won't you?
We'll have to see her before we make our final decision. But I suppose we can say that we'll forgive her.
What do you think, Oryo-san? What if Satoko-chan apologized to you about the dam conflict?
Well, I'll think about that when she apologizes to me. I might forgive her, if she really did. She laughed, obviously thinking that Satoko would never actually apologize to her. It seemed for a moment as though Rena had compromise in mind. However, Rena always has a plan up her sleeve.
But if she apologized to you, would you apologize to her for discriminating against an innocent girl who didn't deserve to be treated that way? Huh? Satoko-chan wasn't the one supporting the dam project. She's just a child of those who did. But you hate her just for her last name. You're not just an ordinary old lady in this village. You hold great influence over the people here, because you're the leader of the Sonozaki family.
Your public hatred towards Setsuko-chan had a huge impact on the way the village thinks. That became clear with the town council, too. Everyone is afraid to interact with the Hojo family because of how much you hate them. You're the mother of all Hinamizawa. You were instrumental in keeping us all afloat in the difficult times after the war. It's only natural that you hold such great influence over the people here. You're aware of how much your decisions can affect the whole village. Let me say this again. Setsuko is my friend. She's my family. If your influence is going to cause us trouble, I will battle with you, or I will do battle with you. That's what protecting your friends is all about. I'm impressed to hear that from a city boy like you. Let me ask what your other family members think, or what the other family, not yours. Well, how about it, everyone? Or maybe that was... I don't know if it was Onio or it's Shion's mom. What he's saying does make sense. The problem between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is not his business, but he's clear about how much he wants to save her. It was probably the mom. There wouldn't be any problem if she wasn't the child of the Hojo family. I can read. They can do whatever they want to. We, as a family, can just act neutral. Don't you agree? No, apparently that's not enough, everyone. The big scary man in sunglasses spoke with a deep voice. He's saying that the town council won't support them unless the Sonozaki family agree to as well. And without the support of the council, the center won't listen to them either. We need to be clear about our decision on this one. What do you think? Keiichi-kun, you're a stronger man than my daughters have led me to believe. Frankly, wait, I don't know. Maybe what do you think was Keiichi? I don't know. Keiichi-kun, you're a stronger man than my daughters have led me to believe. Frankly, I've had to change my opinion on you. You're a man among men. Hello, are you Mion's mother? I thought he was the boss of the Yakuza clan or something. Wait, I did hear once that her dad is exactly that. He certainly looks the part. It's partially our fault that your friend is struggling. Your parents aside, she's just an innocent girl. Isn't that right, Mother? Who even cares? Anyone who bears the Hojo name is an ungrateful little... He even told me a few minutes ago that he's going to smash my head in. A bastard like that doesn't deserve to be called a man among men. Mother, can we help Keiichi-kun this one time? He's a passionate young man. Not many youngsters these days have that kind of inner strength. Granny, please, we need your help. Setsuko is my friend too. I deeply respect how you fought for this village. I want to fight like you, for my friend. I'm asking for your help too. Setsuko is my family. She's a little sister to me. Please give us your help. Upon seeing the twins bowing so deeply, the stubborn old woman simply stared at them with that grave look in hers. I figured it would be difficult to get her to cooperate with us. The mayor looked troubled too. Mion's grandma eventually turned her gaze to me, and I stared back at her. I already bowed to you once, so I'm not going to do it again, but let me say it just one more time. Please help us. Setsuko is my friend, and she's one of the villagers. No! I won't swear! I will swear like this! Please help us. Setsuko is our friend. And she's one of the villagers. She was never disrespectful to you. You have no reason to hate her. If I nod my head, what happens next? Once the council is on our side, the consultation center will have to hear us out. If they still don't listen, then we'll go there again. We'll go there with the whole village. Tomorrow is Saturday. The consultation center is open in the morning. The villagers will all be gathering for the preparation for the festival then. So I'll just take them along with me. That would be crazy. You'd be involving hundreds of people. How many people would come exactly? I don't know how many of them would, but I'd definitely go make a speech in front of all of them. How do things look to you, Mr. Mayor? Most of the council members are supporting them. Our relationship with the government is important, but some of them think it's more important to fight for Satoko-san. That is, to resurrect the spirit of the Guardians. We all understand that Keiichi-kun is trying to do, and no one disagrees with him. So the whole village is united even without Mother. But you're still seeking final approval from the Sonozaki family. That's a rather dirty way to do business. Akane-san, Oryo-san,
To put it simply, I feel bad for Shatoko-chan. She's doing the best she can, even though she's all alone. I think it's time for us to let her know that we won't be ostracized by anyone. I refuse! I will never forgive the demon child of the Hojo family. Fine then, you're the enemy of my friend. That makes you my enemy. I'm gonna kill you right here. Mion, you can take her place and lend us your support. I'm gonna kill this old bat right this minute. Wah! As I jumped up, her family members stood in my way. They all had put their hands into their pockets. They all had put their hands into their pockets. I don't want to imagine what they might pull out of there. Ah! This is pushing me off! How dare you say that! I can't take this anymore!
Claudio, think of your blood pressure.
I'm sorry, Rika-chama. Will you pass me that bag of medication? My veins are really going to burst. She was mumbling too much for me to tell what she was saying, but I could tell that she was furious. She whispered something to Mion's mother's ear. She spoke for her instead. Identical twins are cute and all, but I can never date a twin because I'm afraid I'll get confused and kiss the wrong one. Oh no! Yeah, that would be an issue, wouldn't it? Unless you go for some, like, very spicy twins that are like, yeah, that's fine. We take turns. I'm sorry, but this is for tonight. She has a horrible headache and she can't talk with you any longer. But I'm pretty sure very few twins would do that. but I still haven't gotten my answer. Keiichi-kun, you need to learn to play by the adults' rules. I've already been patient with you today. That's because you're a friend of my daughter's. You need to reflect on that, don't you think? Kei-chan, we've done enough today. Let's get out of here. Based on Mion and Shion's reactions, Mion's mom is very scary when she's angry. They were convinced that their mom was going to explode in about 10 seconds. Still, should we really just leave after that? Damn it. I really want her to nod. If she gives her an answer tonight, I could gather a huge crowd tomorrow. People at the Child Consultation Center were laughing at us today. We gradually increased the number of people we had until the 3rd day, but on the 4th we had far less. They must think that we won't show up at all within a couple of days. No matter what, we can't stop showing up. How many days has it been since she was taken by your uncle? We don't have a single day to waste. However, for tonight, the meeting was over. The old lady went to sleep and we were kicked out of the room. Even though the rest of us were forced to leave, the mayor stayed behind to wrap things up. We decided to wait in the yard for him to come back out. Damn it, we were almost there.
You said everything you needed to say. You have to give her time to think about it. Of course, we don't exactly have time to waste.
What do you think, Coach? Odio-san was in a very foul mood. Once she gets like that, she'll stay that way for at least 3 days. It might be difficult for us to take any villagers along for the protest tomorrow.
At least she listened to us until the end. We just have to trust that she'll make the right decision.
You're right. It's hard to trust someone and just wait, though. Hey, everyone. You all did a good job in there. Mion and Shion ran over to us. Hey, you two did a good job, too. How was it? Do you think it'll work out? I have no idea. From the looks of it, she was in a terrible mood. Honestly, Kei-chan, I don't think you should ever come back here. What, so I can't ever hang out at your house again? Jeez. Still, that was really impressive, Kei-chan. You don't even seem scared. Was she that scary? She had a scary look on her face, sure, but it wasn't that bad. You can only say that because you don't know how scary she really is. Well, as they say, ignorance is bliss. No, but really, are we going to kill the cranky old lady? I don't think so. The thing is, I don't even remember this happening in the original series. Like, it's very much similar to the newer seasons. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be, like, one difference. But a lot of it's lining up with Go. You know, other than the Satoko being evil part.
That's true. I think he would have fought for her even if he knew how scary she can be.
Speaking of which, you seemed fine when she yelled at you too, Ryuga-san.
She might have raised her voice, but she wasn't really actually angry. I wasn't scared at all either. Not at all.
Did she really not look angry to you?
No. Your grandmother wasn't angry at all.
Is that really how it looked to her? To me, it looked like her head was going to explode. The next moment, I heard someone walking towards us. It was the mayor, who was accompanied by Mion's mother. Like, more than likely, there's not even going to be a death until, like, the very, very end of the chapter, probably? I don't know for sure, though. Oh, Uncle Kimiyoshi, how was it? Did the old witch finally start melting? Well, we got our approval.
What? You mean...
The Virago you gave... The Virago gave you the green light. I don't know what that word means. You can do what you want to now, Keiichi-kun. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mom? The hag was so ticked off, though. I can't even imagine what caused her to grant us permission. No matter how it happened, I guess she accepted me in the end. The Virago gave approval for the town council to support Keiichi-kun. Now you have the Onigafuchi Guardians on your side. With them, there's no way you can lose, but you can't put up a disgraceful fight either. You only just moved to this village, but you'll need to understand and appreciate the history of Hinamizawa. Can you take on this responsibility? Yes, I can. My, you're a brave boy. You do have my respect. It takes great courage to address the Virago like that. It gave me chills when you jumped on top of her and put your hands down around her throat. Eh? Well, I almost did jump on her, but I wasn't actually serious. Listen for a moment. You jumped on top of her and nearly choked her to death. That's how it's going to be. Why? That's so violent. The Virago can't possibly forgive the Hojo family. She also possibly can't give you what you want simply because you came to her and begged for it. So unless the story goes something like, after Keiichi-kun violently fought with the Virago, she was impressed by his chivalry and decided to grant him special permission, it won't sound convincing. Got it, Mion? Yeah, that sounds great.
Things can't just be simple with her, huh?
This is how a legend is born. Now people will believe that you physically fought with the hag in order to save Satoko. People are going to be afraid of you, Kei-chan.
This is the beginning of the legend of Keiichi the Strongest. Everyone will run and hide when they see you on the streets.
I don't want to be a legend, but anyway, thank you very much. You don't need to thank me. The town council made the decision. We can't go against their wishes. In fact, we would have preferred if you just ignored us and went ahead with things. That was a dirty move of yours, Mayor Kimiyoshi-san. No, well, I'm glad that she gave us her approval after all. The Virago always worried about Satoko-chan because people were still treating her poorly. She thought that she could only make everything right with her death, but thanks to all of you, she was able to settle this issue before the end. I'm sure she appreciates it. No, we're very thankful for her as well. I'll have to come here again to thank her in person. That is not a good idea. She'll chase you around with a sword next time. In fact, I'm surprised she didn't do that today. She must be fond of you, Keiichi-kun.
I thought so too. Orio's even more fond of using her sword.
Rika-chan, don't say that with such a big smile. I'm glad I'm still alive. I've grown fond of you, too, after today. But that's what being a man is all about. Satoko-chan is a very lucky girl, having such a dedicated man as you. Wait, Mom. Satoko and Kei-chan aren't like that. Oh, they're not? If he doesn't have a girl yet, then you two have a chance. Hey, Keiichi-kun, between Mion and Shion, which do you prefer? You can call me your mother from now on if you like. Oh my gosh. Mion and Shion simultaneously turned red and hit me with their fist and their elbow. The apple sure doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Their mom talks just the same way that they do. Well, Keiichi-kun, you managed to successfully persuade Oryo-san. Just as we promised, we have the council's support. We'll call the people in charge tomorrow and let them know. And of course, I'll tell them to take Satoko-chan under their protection as soon as possible. We have Oryo-san's support, too. I'm sure Satoko-chan will be rescued shortly after my call. Are you serious? He just managed to persuade someone that important, Kei-chan. So, Satoko really will be safe this time tomorrow? What is she, the chick from Love Tyrant? I don't know what Love Tyrant is. that or my brain isn't working. Can't say that for sure. If they refuse Uncle Kimiyoshi's request, that means the Onagafuchi Guardians will come after them. He's normally a calm guy, but he's like a monster when he becomes the leader of the Guardians, aren't you, Uncle? I'll be a monster if I have to. I can promise you that. I'll do my best to ensure that Satoko-chan is rescued as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Also, will you please stop ostracizing Satoko just because of who her parents were? We heard you saying bad things about her, you know. Something about how she's a member of the cursed family? I was just saying those things because of other people. I don't personally have anything against her.
Then quit saying it, alright? Please accept her as just another child of the village.
Of course. I'll never say that again. I promise you that. I'm afraid Keiichi-kun might throttle me too. Na 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 na. After that, we started heading back home. Satoko still isn't saved, but I think we made huge progress today just the same. The mayor is going to call the Child Consultation Center tomorrow to tell them that he's on our side. He's also going to persuade them to save Satoko as soon as possible. He'll bring up Oryo-san's name too.
Is Satoko really going to be rescued from her fate?
Yeah, I'm sure she will. She might even be saved tomorrow. If not, we'll go all out next time. It'll be the war to end all wars. Also, Rika-chan. Don't use words like fate anymore. Putting it like that, it's like it's already been decided. But see, nothing is actually decided in advance. We're the ones who make our own futures, so stop using the word fate as if there's nothing we can do. Rika seemed to think about what I said for a while. I wondered for a moment if I said something that hurt her feelings, but Rika-chan soon smiled at me. That doesn't look like a smile.
Okay, I'll do what you say. I won't use that word anymore. You told me that you could change fate as easily as tearing a piece of paper. And after 100 years, you're about to break the horrible cycle of Teppei's return. I can now believe that the danger that awaits me is something that can be changed as well. The worst thing that could ever happen is you not moving to Hinamizawa. I experienced that twice in the past 100 years. Those were the saddest worlds of all.
Oh, that's interesting. There being like 2 go-rounds where Keiichi just never moved here. Huh? I don't understand a thing that just came out of your mouth. You're trying to confuse the issue, aren't you?
Beep. That's a secret.
I'll do just as Keiichi says. I won't use words like fate anymore. Good, don't look it up, it's just silly Death Note's parody. Oh! Interesting. Looks it up frantically. I still need to check out that one series that's by the same author as Death Note. Platinum something? I think it's Platinum Angel, but I'm not sure. I remember like looking at the mangas in Barnes & Noble and it was like, yo, these are holographic covers. I thought that was really cool, but it was just like, I don't know about getting it. Hello, thank you for calling. You've reached Shishibone City Hall. Hello? Excuse me, could you give me the local affairs chief from the social welfare department? Of course, please hold. Thank you for calling. This is the local government section. Hello, may I speak to the head clerk, Aida-chan? Hello, Kimiyoshi-san. Thank you very much for the other day. No, it was no problem. Really, I shouldn't be thanking you. I'm much obliged. The head clerk is right here. I'll give him the phone. Sir, it's Kimiyoshi, the head of the Hinamizawa Town Council. Hello? How may I help you today? Well, I'm calling about a case at the Child Consultation Center. Oh yes, a group of young children have been protesting in front of the office. They're such an inconvenience. Is this another new track that sounds really cool? Only look it up if you're looking for an accidental harem anime. What? Okay. Oh yes, a group of young children have been protesting in front of the office. They're such an inconvenience. I'm so glad that we're able to talk to you about that. So, how did it turn out? Well, the village has officially decided to support Mabaru-kun. Eh? Excuse me, could you say that again? The town council agrees with what Maibara-kun is doing. The older people in the council want to support him as best they can. Well,
No way!
I can't believe
this!
I forgot I put that on the sound thing. Well, I say younger, but they're in their 50s or 60s, haha. I see. However, what are the other council members saying? Well, we held an emergency meeting last night. Some of the more hard-headed members were against it at first. Okay, I'm gonna stop singing along with it. But they were persuaded by Maibara-kun at the end. You know, we don't see young people with that much backbone these days. In my opinion, attitudes like that ought to be neutered for the sake of the brighter future. So, everyone on the council has reached a consensus? Yes, that's right. Everyone came to an agreement. Nobody is opposed to supporting him. Kimiyoshi-san, as I explained to you, the people at the Child Consultation Center are doing the best they can. However, they cannot render their final judgment before the investigation period is over. It's a human rights issue. I believe Maibara-kun explained it to them many times. Satoko-chan is being locked up by a terribly violent man. The emotional scars she's suffering will never heal. She will forever have a deep wound in her pure and innocent heart. Remember what they were saying at the youth seminar the other day? You were there with me, weren't you? Yes, well, what does the Sonozaki family say about this? Well, Audio-san also agrees with us. She was very clear about that. If you're going to insist on not rescuing Satoko-chan, the whole village will be joining Maibara-kun's movement. Audio Sonozaki-san said that? Well, that is a problem within the family, so it's very hard for the government to take care of it. If I could see the man, I'll talk to him in person, but he rarely ever leaves his house. Besides, if one of us personally said something to him, he might get nervous and hurt Satoko-chan even more. That's why the local government has to get involved. I understand your point. I'll call Sonozaki-san in a moment and ask for her opinion too. I'd advise you not to do that. Audio-san is very upset right now. I really wouldn't call her for some time. Really? That's not good. When she's mad, it's like she turns into a demon. Anyway, I want you to tell the Child Consultation Center to put Satoko-chan under their protection immediately. I'll come with you if you need me to. You can go do that right now. Oh no, I can't make you go to all that trouble. I'll call the Child Consultation Center and give you their feedback later today. I want you to let me know before noon. I'm sure your call won't be so long, it stretches into the evening. Is the head of the office that busy? No, he's not. Very well. I'll call you back before noon today. Thank you very much. Tell them that the town council is very upset that they're not taking this appeal seriously enough. Yes, I will let you know. I will let them know. Yes, I'll talk to you again soon. Click. Sir, are you okay? This is bad. Hinamizawa village is kicking up a storm again. Saito-kun, will you please call Sonozaki-san and ask her what's going on? I need to call the Child Consultation Center. This might be a resurrection of the dam conflict. Oh, hello? Yes, this is the local government section calling. May I speak to the head of the office? The Hinamizawa Town Council is supporting them? I thought you told me they weren't connected to this. I did. When I spoke to the mayor the other day, they weren't involved. However, they changed their stance just last night. I understand. However, we're still not going to reverse our decision even if the whole village really does show up. It wouldn't be right to give her special treatment just because the town council protests. Sir, I believe you're aware of this, but they're the Onagafuchi Guardians. You know about the dam conflict, right? I wasn't living here then, so I don't know much about it. I heard that it was some huge government protest or something like that. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you should pay attention to what they're saying. But wait a minute. I heard that the Onagafuchi Guardians disbanded years ago. Haven't you had a fairly close relationship with the village ever since the conflict ended? Yes. Things had worked out smoothly. I wonder what happened to change that overnight. The mayor seems to be favoring a young man named Maibara-kun. They have the support of the Sonozaki-san, too. It's not a trivial matter. Sonozaki-san, you mean the ruler of the underside of Hinamizawa? I've never actually met her. At any rate, you need to be very careful, if it's at all possible. I think you should at least try to protect Sohojo-san immediately. I'm not familiar with this mayor, so I don't know what kind of person he is. Our job needs to be done carefully, and no matter the job, it's not right to do things in a disorderly fashion. Our people are doing the best they can. They have piles of other cases to work on. Every single case is very important. We can't just prioritize her case for no reason. I see. I understand. I'll call Kimiyoshi back and let him know your opinion. You need to call him back? Look, the municipal government doesn't exist for this town council's amusement. Why are you bending over backwards just to look after the needs of one village? I understand. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Click. This is really bad. The guy isn't even from around here. He has no idea how scary that town council can be. That's a transfer for the prefectural office for ya. He's fighting against Hinamizawa. I refuse to be responsible for this one. How did you do? Did you get to talk to Sonozaki-san? Yes. She has the same opinion as Kimiyoshi-san. She also wants to call a call from you regarding what the Child Consultation Center said. No, this is really, really bad. I thought this was going to be a happy Saturday. The head of the consultation center has no idea what he's up against. There's going to be a huge crowd swarming the area by the beginning of the week. You have to call Kimiyoshi-san and Sonozaki-san right away, right? Should I help with that too? Before anything else, we should be calling the mayor of Shishibone. Like, this was just a bop. There was 3, like, really good songs in this chapter. What? Wait, there are no tips. We've ended a thing with no tips. Very interesting. Okay, let's see.
You gotta look inside yourself and say, what am I willing to put up with today? Not fucking this!
Okay, let's see. Yeah, we got time for a little bit more. We'll have to stop in the middle, but...
So, they refused? Yes, I got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us. They're still trying to do what they can, but we don't have much time. I even told them that we have no time to spare. The mayor came to the school before noon to explain to us what went down with the officials. We had all gathered in the teacher's office to meet with him. Wow. I don't know the head of the center personally, but he's a pretty tough guy to go against the will of Hinamizawa. He used to work for the prefecture, so he's not familiar with the town council here. He's not treating this like it's a big deal. He's kind of stupid. This isn't any ordinary village he's up against. This is Hinamizawa.
What a sad guy.
We'll just have to fight them. I spoke with the other council members, and we all agreed that we can't stay quiet anymore. After all, we can't just nod our heads in defeat and back down after I put our name out there.
We'll be heading to the consultation center after this ourselves.
Okay, I'll get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too. No, don't stop in the middle, I won't be here Friday, no! but I have to. There'll probably be another or another little bit of it next week, but it was an exception that I was able to go an extra like hour and a half last week. But like my elf still teases me about that. They're just like, okay, make sure that you get your streams done on time. Like, you can't keep going past it. It's just like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go an hour and a half. But it's all on teasing. But like, still, they still tease me. Okay, I'll get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too. I'm about to go consult Oryo-san on how to handle this. This isn't like that with the dam conflict though. It's an ordinary Saturday. Isn't it going to be difficult to get people to go? Don't worry, Kate-san. This isn't a city. People are out there farming every day of the week. Whether it's a Saturday or Tuesday doesn't really matter to them. It won't be that difficult to find people who are willing to help out. I see. I tend to think of adults as people who work on big companies, but this is Hinamizawa. I almost forgot about that.
Also, there's always the VODs.
And plus then you can watch it in fast speed. The regular government offices usually close at noon on Saturdays, but the Child Consultation Center is open until 3 p.m. Can we all be there at once? I can't promise you how many people we'll be able to bring though. It doesn't matter how many people we get, as long as we get people. Thank you for your help.
I'm just so glad that more adults are involved now.
Yeah, this is going to make a huge difference.
The number of people we get will depend on what audio says.
So you're saying I have to start teasing you now?
No! No teasing! I say that I don't want to be teased!
That's true. We'll see how serious she is about helping us based on how many people show up. If the hag's in as good mood as my mother says, then we might get about 30 people from both the staff and the youth group. I think that's a fair guess.
30 adults plus 10 children? It sounds better than yesterday.
I'm coming too. I'll bring my megaphone. Yes! Your legendary megaphone. I thought it was broken. That's the one I used to have. The riot squad broke it. Ah, the memories. I can feel the spirit of Onigafuchi making my blood boil. Seems like we're going to be holding a festival on the day before Watanagashi too. To the consultation center!
I wonder if they're still going to tell us that there's no evidence of absence just because she hasn't admitted to it yet.
That's pretty likely. How are things on your end, Deika-chan? Were you able to persuade Satoko and seek help?
I did my best. It's all up to her now.
I wish Satoko would stop being so stubborn. Sis, there are both times one should and shouldn't be stubborn. I can understand how Satoko must feel. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it that way.
She might not want any help from us, but we wouldn't be her real friends if we couldn't see how scared she is.
I agree. It'd be easy if Satoko asked us for help, but it'd be too late if we wait for that to happen.
If there's a child in the middle of a busy street, you pull her to the sidewalk before talking to her. Sometimes actions have to come before words. Right! That's a good example. You have to pull her back to the sidewalk first.
I've heard what's going on. Now, let's all get back to the classroom and start homeroom. Go home and eat your lunches before you go to the child consultation center, okay? It's not good to skip meals. At that point, everyone was thinking that there wouldn't really be 30 adults here to support us. However, we were wrong. I had no idea how serious Hinamizawa can get. By the time I got there with my 10 classmates, the quiet atmosphere around the library had completely disappeared.
Oh my goodness! Are all these people from Hinamizawa?
Not just Hinamizawa. I saw some people from Okinomiya too. You're right. Some of them are even here in their work uniforms. What an incredible sight. Just saying for you, because you don't stream at least 4 days a week, you need to compensate for streaming for longer to draw in a larger audience. You need to cast a larger net. I know, it's a struggle.
I struggles. I mean, like, I had the opportunity to be able to stream 4 days this week, but like, I was like, okay, I need to buckle down and use this day for working on commissions.
But yeah, I don't know. I do know that my schedule is a struggle.
But it's when I can stream. Looks like audio's really got serious.
Apparently. This really is like old times. How I've missed the way I felt during the damn conflict. Kay! What's going on today? Hey, Kamada-kun. Well, I just called on the whole village to come here. I thought you'd only be able to get kids. How'd you get all these adults here too? You're making me weak in the knees, man. Whoa, there's so many working adults. There's nothing wrong with the hours you post schedules.
Whoa, there's so many working adults around.
Little girls are mankind's greatest treasure. Of course, this many of our comrades would gather here. That's very sus, rather than someone who just streams whenever with only a moment's notice. Yeah. Just the people that are just like, hello, I am streaming, this is the stream. I didn't announce it anyway. Which, you know, sometimes that's what people have to do too, so. Everybody's situation is different in terms of streaming. Not only had many people shown up, but many different kinds of people too. I wonder how many people there are.
I think there's well over 100 so far.
More people are on their way too. Maibara-san, I'm sorry for being late. What an amazing crowd you've got together. So this is the power of Onigafuchi. Why do you look so large?
I've heard about this power before, but this is something else.
This is reminding me more and more of the dam conflict. But to get this many people to show up, Keitsu-kun, you're amazing! You're the new face of Hinamizawa.
Keitsu-kun, there sure are a lot of them, eh?
Kimiyoshi-san, how many people did you talk to?
I'm not quite sure. We just used the phone list and asked people to gather for our meeting at Onikafuchi Guardians. Everyone left work and came right here. Hey, you there! This movement is an initiative at the town council, so don't use a banner with the name of the Onikafuchi Guardians on it, okay?
I see Keitsu-kun's father. Hello!
Hello, Rena-chan. Keiichi, I'm here to support you. Your mom wanted to come here too, but she had to stay home and wait for a phone call. She says to do your best and keep at it. I will, thank you. I've heard the stories about the dam conflict, but this is impressive. You're representing all of these people, right? Yeah, I was only representing 5 of us in the beginning, but it's grown so big now that I don't care if there are 100 or 1,000 people here. No matter what, I'll do everything I can to save my friend.
Keiichi, this is it.
Yep, our force of arms is more than enough. Those losers are peeping at us through the curtains right now. They must be quaking in their boots. Sir, do you see all those people? What shall we do? There's nothing to do. Other than our jobs, of course. If they want to protest, let them. I need to leave for a business trip now, so you can handle them. But there's a banner that says we want to talk with the head of the office. See? Ugh. That banner was the same one that the Onikafuchi Guardians had used in the past. They brought along as many banners as they could reuse. This one said the head of the office, but originally it meant the head of the construction office. Of course, the head of the Child Consultation Center didn't know about that. We spoke with the 3 of these representatives the other day. According to the people from the city hall, these Hinamizawins have a good memory. If they see you walking outside the parking lot, they'll recognize your face. Sir, there are some people protesting by the back door, too. What do you mean? Are they going to kidnap me or something? During the dam conflict, it wasn't uncommon for people to get injured. If you can postpone your business trip, I'd recommend you do so. I guess that'd be for the best. It's not an emergency, so I'll just stay here for a day. In the next moment, a cracking noise of a speaker echoed outside. Oh, wait, I have a megaphone thing, don't I? Let's see. Oh, I don't! No! Wait. No! Let's see, what effect do we want to do?
Does this one sound good enough? Would this be a good megaphone? I don't really have anything.
We can sound like this. This might be okay. Yeah, this is megaphony enough, I think. Me saying as I don't hear it. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? This is the Hinamizawa Town Council. We're sorry for causing trouble in your neighborhood. Testing.
They were adjusting the output of the speakers. A few trucks carrying those speakers were parked outside. The head of the consultation center finally realized, in that moment, what it really meant to fight against the village of Hinamizawa. Wait. That sound effect didn't play, hello? What? There are so many people out there. There it is! That was a long delay. There are so many people out here. They might barge in at any minute. If they come inside, they'll disturb our work. Don't let them in. It was half an hour past the appointed assembly time. The mayor told me that there were still a few more people on their way. Even more people are going to show up? Then I counted up all the people here already and found that there were more than 150 of them. I really doubt we can get this many to come back by Monday afternoon. Hopefully we can finish this today. Alright, Keiichi-kun, let's begin. The mayor gave me the green light. He wanted us to chant our slogan in chorus before going inside. It really was like a real protest. Did we really only have the megaphone for one thing, just to do testing?
Mii-chan, do you think all of us can fit inside that tiny office? Do you think so?
Of course we can't all fit. Let's split into those who can go in and those spilling out. That's why we had everyone start chanting together before we go in. Sis, you can't break or kick anything today. Oh, like I'd ever do something like that. You got me in so much trouble when you pretended to be me doing that. Hey, isn't that Oishi-san? I didn't expect to see him here. Of course, he's my mahjong friend. He came here to support me, even though he's not from Hinamizawa. Maebara-san! Hello there. Oishi-san, you're here right on time. We're getting ready to go inside right now. Oishi was accompanied by a few of his own men. He brought along 4 police officers in uniform. Maebara-san, I need to have a little chat with you. Oh, hello there, Mayor Kimiyoshi.
Hello, Oishi-san. What brings you here?
I need to have a chat with the 2 of you right now. May I? Oh, and can it be in private, please? Man, Oishi's here to ruin our fun. Eh? Well, what do you need from us? Well, you're on government property here. Obstructing it for any given reason is prohibited. I was really taken aback. I thought we were just getting started, but Oishi-san, and by that I mean the police, are telling me to break up the crowd. What do you mean? The government isn't going to listen to the voice of its citizens? Look, we're not doing anything wrong. Look, we're not doing anything wrong. We're here to ask them to help Satoko. Why is that such a bad thing? You're protesting here without permission, for one. Also, there's a policy at this child consultation center which allows the caretaker of the building to dismiss any client when he feels that they're disrupting their service. Caretaker of this building? Who is that? Well, that would be the head of the office here. What a cheap trick. He won't even let us speak our minds? Where are we supposed to protest, then? If we have to get off the property, can we do it across the road? If you want to use public roads, you have to get permission from the public safety department first. You'll have to contact them through the police. In other words, you have no choice but to disband today. My, Maebara-san. It seems they really do hate you. This is ridiculous. I don't believe this. We have so many people here to support Satoko. And you're saying we can't even talk to them? My friends soon came all running over. Oishi-san explained the situation to them, and they reacted exactly the same way I did. No way. That's horrible.
No matter what we say to them, all we can do is jot down the amount of people in the group. That's why we brought lots of people here today.
But they do have the right to refuse us. There's nothing we can do about that. We have to either listen to the police or disregard what they said entirely. The damn conflict's been over for a while. I don't want to play that game anymore. Damn it. What are we going to do then? Do we just have to leave and come back later? The same thing will happen when we do. They'll just call the police again. The head of the consultation center has no intention of letting us in there ever again. We must have really upset him.
So, what are we going to do now?
Well, we'll just have to be patient. If we can't protest on their property, we'll just have to do it from across the road. Seeing that every day will put on a lot of pressure on them. That's going to take way too long. Government is like the Yakuza. It'll get more complicated if we keep making them mad. So even the Onigafuji Guardians can't do anything about this? How pathetic. Can't you do something about this, Uncle? Shion-chan, in a battle like this, you have to be patient. They're refusing us so blatantly, just like the construction office did in the dam conflict. So we'll just have to surround them and dig in for a prolonged fight. But that's not going to work. There are so many people here. I was supposed to end this story. Satoko didn't come to school again today. Her uncle called and claimed that her cold had resurfaced. He promised that she'd be back on Monday, but hearing that wasn't any relief to us. Today is Saturday, so there are 2 more days until then. Nothing is guaranteed for Satoko. In the world I imagined, it was too late to save Satoko by the day before Watanagashi. And the Satoko in real life hasn't gotten to that point yet, but nothing guarantees that she'll still be fine in just 2 days. I don't know if she'll still be sane the next time we see her. So this is going to be a stalemate? Do we really have to wait until they make their final decision?
No, Keiichi-kun. We have no time to waste for Satoko-chan. I just know that something bad is going to happen. We got help from this many people, yet we can't even go inside the building.
What Rika-chan said that with tears in her eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I told Rika-chan that I could defeat anything if I put my mind to it. I don't want to give up here. Even a few days ago, we never imagined that we'd get this many supporters. I need to cough real quick. Give me a second. There we go. We got approval from the town council and even Mion's grandma. What else am I supposed to do? What can we do to make our wish come true? Is there something we haven't done? Yet? Son of a Rika-chan, you don't have to look so sad.
Me?
We're doing everything we can. We believe that, right? Yeah, I believe we did everything we can do. Then we just have to wait for the wind to come. We just have to wait. I'm sure that a strong wind is on its way. When is that? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Satoko was sleeping like the dead. He didn't send her to school. That annoying teacher might come to harass him again. If he really wanted her to go, he really wanted her to go to school today. However, no matter how much he forced her to wake up, she collapsed and went back to sleep. He touched her forehead and realized that she had a high fever. If he sent her to school like that, they might say something about it. He had no choice but to call the school and tell them that she's sick again. Chia asked him many questions, but Teppei told her that she really was sick this time. 1 hour later, he realized he said something he shouldn't have said to the teacher. Ever since he took Satoko in, there have been nothing but trouble. The teacher came to visit him the day after he took her. He received calls every day so often, too. They were all from the Child Consultation Center. Every single one of them told him to put Satoko on the phone. Teppei was still certain that Satoko wouldn't give him up, because of her fear that he'd destroy Satoshi's room if he did. However, he wasn't sure how long she'd keep her silence. In short, Teppei had no idea whether or not Satoko would continue to do as she was told. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he couldn't control her forever with fear alone. He could frighten her with just a look, but that fear wouldn't last for a very long time. He wanted to leave the house before Satoko got him into trouble, but in order to do that, he needed to find the bank book as soon as possible. Satoko was sleeping like an abandoned kitten inside of a wrinkled blanket. She was sweating heavily and breathing deeply. Both were signs of a very high fever. Teppei wasn't concerned in the least, of course. Instead, he felt that this was his chance. In that state, she wouldn't notice if he went into Satoshi's room. He'd promised her that he wouldn't mess around in there as long as she'd stayed obedient to him. In reality, he went inside Satoshi's room while Satoko was at school, but he was very careful about putting everything back into place. However, by this point, he'd had enough. He was anxious to leave as soon as he could. Even Teppei could tell that Satoko's fever wasn't from a cold, but from emotional distress. If she got even sicker, it would cause even more trouble for him. He slowly crept up the stairs, heading for Satoshi's room. He tried to open the door slowly, but it was stuck on something. He assumed he'd just hit the furniture with the door, but in the next moment, crash! He heard the loud noise of falling metal. Yo! I am so glad about her being able to set up a trap for him. So she's actually sick this time, yeah. Something had been stuck behind the door, and it had knocked over something on the bookshelf. Teppei clicked his tongue. He had been planning to sneak into Satoshi's room while Satoko was asleep, and shortly after that, he heard Satoko running up the stairs. She wasn't running just because she heard a noise. She was running because she heard a noise from Satoshi's room, and that meant that Teppei was trying to get inside it.
Stop! Stop! Don't go inside Nini's room!
Ah, I was just gonna look around for a minute. No damn luck. All I need is some cash. I know there's a bank book inside his room. I know that you hid it in here. Be a good girl and tell me where it is.
I don't know anything about a bank book. It's not inside Nini's room. Don't mess around in there. Leave it alone until he comes home. Nini!
Shut the up. Satoko let out a dull cry as she went rolling across the floor.
Nini!
Satoko's screams echoed around the room. Hitting her would leave a mark, and then the child consultation would harass him, maybe more than that. As a man of violence, it was already stressful enough to be warned not to hit her. But once he hit her on impulse, like he just did, his restraint was all gone. Satoko was crying and holding her left cheek. She might have suffered a cut on the inside of it where he punched her. She had bloody drool trickling out of the corner of her mouth. Hell, that did it. The center's gonna be back here next week. I'm gonna be in real if this is still swollen by then. God damn it. This is more trouble than it's worth. Quit with the nee already. Are you supposed to be a broken record or something? Can it, you little Tepe kicked her, and she curled up on the floor. Ever since Rina had abandoned him, nothing good had happened at all. All he got was a whiny little girl. All she could do was cook and clean. Other than that, she just acts scared all the time. So once Satoko started crying like an infant, Tepe also lost his mind. I said shut up, didn't you hear me? Who are you whining to? Damn it. Oishi-san, will you please leave us alone for today? Satoko is in danger as we speak. Hey now, if you touch me, I can arrest you for obstructing the law. Damn it. That's cool, right? Just being able to be like, yeah, she's in danger right now. Stop it, Kei-chan. He's just trying to piss you off. Hey, old man, you won't live long with that kind of attitude. Oh, now I'm scared. If you keep on talking to me like that, I'll arrest you for threatening an officer.
Calm down, Keiichi-kun. He's on our side.
What? What are you saying, Rena?
Can't you see? He's being nice to you right now. He's saying these things because he's a policeman, but I think he's still on your side. If he really wanted to make us leave, he wouldn't be talking to us like this. He'd simply use force.
But he's still blocking our way right now. How can you still be on our side?
Oishi-san,
you got a call from the cruiser from the chief. Oh, thanks. Gotta go for now. Start vacating the area, please. If you take another step forward, I'll take it as a declaration of war. Got it memorized? God damn it. Hello, Oishi here. Reading you loud and clear. Oishi-san, how's the situation there? It's fine. Everyone's being perfectly reasonable. There are quite a lot of people here, so it's taking time to break them up. Really? Know the trap, but knowing your friend is in danger is cool too. Ah, I see. Okay, the trap. Yeah. Because, you know, just in case he sneaks in, he can get what's coming to him. Really? We're still getting calls from the Child Consultation Center. They're wondering when you can get them out of there. They'll leave soon. I've already spoken to the leader. It's taking time for him to explain it to his people. If they call again, tell them to wait for a little bit. I heard that the Onegafuchi Guardians are back in the action, but it seems like it's not getting too messy this time. Yes. The damn conflict has been over for a long time. Just give them a little bit to pack it up and leave. Oishi-san, how could you lie to him like that? You haven't made any progress in persuading the leader yet. Now, was that really a lie? The chief warned us that this could turn into a riot. I think we should call for help and shut this down before anything happens. Kuma-chan, don't be mean. Excuse me? He's got this many people together in order to help his friend. That's no small feat, you know. The whole village is here, and that means he persuaded Oryo Sonozaki. It wouldn't be easy for a young man like him to persuade the Empress. You think Oryo Sonozaki is backing this crowd? The girl they're trying to help is Satoko Hojo, the daughter of the dam supporters. It's hard to believe that the villagers would be trying to save her. There's a thick wall between them and the Hojo family. But he broke that wall down in just a few days. Actually, I've been following his progress up to this point. I saw him at the Watanagashi planning meeting. He's a damn courageous boy. The villagers screamed and yelled at him, but he wasn't scared at all. He magnificently brought him over to his side. After that, they told him that they'd support him if he could also persuade Oryo. Since he is here today, he apparently also succeeded at doing that. He's going to be someone big one day. You should probably get close to him while you still can. Oh, I thought those were turning into inner thoughts. Oh well. I knew it. You were taking it easy today. Normally very direct, so I was surprised that you started negotiating with him. I want to see Maibara-san earn a little credit today. Oishi said something that he shouldn't say as a policeman. Kumagai used to struggle to understand what he meant. Giving Oishi a thin smile, he asked him a question. Do you want to leave without disbanding them? Nah, You don't need to treat them special. You don't know anything about the Onigafuchi Guardians, you and Maibara-san both. They're not as weak as you think. You'll see. Wanna wait and see what they do, huh? As usual, you're doing a thankless job. Want a cigarette? Kumagai accepted the offer, taking a cigarette from Oishi's hand. In the next moment, 2 black vehicles stopped short in front of the building, their brakes screaming under the stress. There they come. Look closely, Kuma-chan. Several men wearing well-tailored suits emerged from the vehicles. Some of them looked like muscle-headed gangsters, and some of them more resembled intelligent businessmen. There was clearly an overbearing man in the hakama with a crest, and that what looked like a whole circle of Yakuza leaders arrived after him. Is Keiichi Maibara-kun present? Where is he? I'm Keiichi Maibara. How may I help you? Don't worry, we're on your side. Who are you exactly? Oh, hey, Uncle! Why are you here? I can't believe he actually showed up. Shiona Mion's surprised reactions made me feel nervous. Keiichi-kun, you're the leader here. There's no need to hesitate, let's go. The group of men clapped me on the shoulders. But I can't go. The police are here. Alright, stop right there, boys. I'm Oishi from the Okinomiya PD. Good afternoon. Where are you all headed? Who do you think you are? How could you stop law-abiding citizens from conducting a protest? Those were words. Well, Sonozaki-sensei, we're here because the Child Consultation Center called us here. Sonozaki-sensei? Is he a teacher from some school? Wait, no, I don't have time to joke around. This man in the hakama must be the Sonozaki family's representative of the prefectural assembly. I heard that he's a really scary guy when he raises his voice, just like Mion's grandma. Shut up! Get away, you damn pig! Who gave you orders in there to get in their way? The chief of police orders us here. I can't disobey him, you know. The Okinomiya police chief? He's going to hear some real complaints from me later. Tell him to be ready. Oishi's partner was doing his best not to laugh. Okay. I'll relay that message to him. Anyway, there are rules in this city. Like how the caretaker of the building can order people to vacate their property. If he thinks that they can cause trouble for his business, as Oishi-san explained in a strange, half-troubled and half-delighted manner, one of the intelligent-looking guys started talking instead of Representative Sonozaki. Hello, I'm the attorney, Sonozaki, from the Sonozaki Law Consultary Office. I went over the laws that apply to the Child Consultation Center. Their claim is unjust, and it could be considered an abuse of their official authority. Here's a copy of the regulations. Furthermore, Keiichi Maibara-san is appointed leader of the Hinamizawa Council. This is the power of attorney issued by the council. The Hinamizawa Unified Council is a good Samaritan organization of citizens formed under the observation of the Shushibone local government section. That makes him a proper representative of organization, and he went through the proper channels. Rejecting his appeal is a clear abuse of authority and violates the municipal public servant regulations. Therefore, the order made by the head of Child Consultation Center is unlawful, and if the police continue to interfere with this movement, then... Okay, I understand. My apologies. Well then, you can carry on, everyone. That's what you should have said from the beginning. Let's go, Keiichi-kun. Wait, you might be disrupting the business if everyone goes inside. Don't worry, only the representatives are going in. Is even that going to disrupt their business? With 4 coaches in the visitor room, I assume they can easily hold 10 people in there. Oh, it was couches, not coaches. I guess you'd know better. Please go on ahead then. Maibara-kun, let's go. Nobody's going to stop us now. Oh, yes, sir. Hey, Brena, Mion, Shion, Rika-chan, we're going in. Oh shoot, playing the law card, right? They got lawyers being like, according to law number 27.
Yeah, let's go. Is this all part of Oyo's plan?
Probably. I didn't think that she'd talk to these guys too. No matter how you look at it, it's the Sonozaki family giving us the most support. I wonder what made the hag change her mind.
I'm not surprised at all. I've always believed that Mii-chan's grandma would help us.
Really? I said some nasty things to her last night, but right now I could kiss her.
Alright everyone, We're going inside.
Yeah! The crowd cheers. The main event is about to begin. Maibara-san, please save Hojo-san. Help rescue Satoko-chan. Hey, Mabara boy. Good luck. This is your show. We wish you luck. Angel Mort Grenadiers, secure the path of retreat. Support the charge. Kay, show us what you got. I will. I'm going to get them. Mabara-san, we'll wait for you here. We look forward to hearing the good news. Yes, bring us good news. I'll be waiting for you too. I pumped my fist in the air in response to their high expectations. We entered the Child Consultation Center, backed by the power of the Sonozaki family. I finally made it. It was cool inside the building, unlike the outside world. I could still hear the crowd, but at a lower volume. It was loud enough to hear their cheers. The staff in the building must have known who we were. They tried to concentrate on their work as if they didn't see us. Hello, sir. How may I help you today? I'm Maibara Keiichi. I'm here to request that Satoko Hojo be put under protection immediately. Just go get the person in charge here. A representative of the Hinamizawa Town Council is here to see him. He is unable to see you at this time. I will take a message for him. Hello, I'm a lawyer from the Sonozaki Law Consultatory Office. For the purpose of its future use, I will be recording our conversation from this point onward. We would like to be treated responsibly by the Child Consultation Center. I will try and see if he's available. Please wait for a moment. He also pulled this conversation is being recorded tactic. Hayayama-kun. It's been a while. Representative Sonozaki, how have you been? I'm here today as a member of the Hinamizawa Town Council. May I see the head of the office, please? Of course. Hey you, take them to the reception area inside the boss's room and serve them some tea. I guess the power of a representative can really get public officials moving. I heard that there are both prefectural and municipal representatives in the Sonozaki family. We have the power of both of them today. And that means we have nothing to fear. We were inside his office, but the head of the office wasn't to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere in this building. All the exits are blocked. There's no way he could escape from us. He better not be thinking that he can hide from us all day. He's probably hiding under the desk, like... The head of the office, in fact, was peeping out through the blinds of the meeting room on the second floor. He was shaking in fear. Why are they inside the building? What are the police doing? Well, actually, both the prefectural and municipal Sonozaki representatives are here. They have a lawyer with them, too. They're asking for an answer, but only management has the authority to respond. Okay, I've got it. Today is Saturday. It's nearly 3, right? I'll just stay here until then. Have them leave after we close up. Meanwhile, I'll talk with the municipal manager about what to do next. I thought he told you to concede. He said something about a town council. I was expecting a bunch of neighborly old men. I never thought I'd see representatives and lawyers and Yakuza. I would have thought that there would be 200 people out there. Well, that's... Hinamizawa. Anyway, the office is closing in 10 minutes. I'm sure they'll threaten me if I meet with them, but I'm not going to concede. It's my duty as a civil servant. I've been working for the government for 40 years, and I'm not ashamed to boast about that. I've never compromised just because some gangster threatens me. In the next moment, the phone in the conference room rang loudly. The head of the office nearly jumped out of his skin. Scared even of the phone, he told the manager to tell whoever it was that he wasn't there. Hello? This is Harayama? Oh, thank you. I'll let him know. Sir, it's the municiplinary calling. Hello? I'm in deep trouble. There are about 200 people surrounding the consultation center right now. They even have representatives on their side. What should I do? I did tell you this would happen. But it's your job as a municipal government to control trouble within the town councils. Do something about this. It was your sworn duty to take care of this. That's not our job. Our job is to support the growth of the local communities of the region, and I don't care. Can't you do something about this? At this point, you have no choice but to accept the request. I think you should stop being so stubborn about policy. A government is there for its citizens. Isn't that right? Can't you just peacefully accept their appeal? You're an official too, aren't you? How dare you take the side of the town council? I'm not going to concede. I'm going to follow the regulations. The civil servant's duty is to conduct business impartially. I've never broken that rule in my entire career. I passed the administration's exam because I always follow the rules. Well, it's your decision. We'll do our best to help, but I told you, didn't I? I know I did.
I know I told you not to get them upset. Fine, then I won't ask for your help anymore. I'm hanging up the phone. $5 say the uncle is still trying to say she fell down the stairs. Probably. Yeah. Because I think that house actually does have stairs. But like, you know, that's the oldest excuse in the book. Click. Sir, even if you manage to get away from them today, they'll come back again on Monday. What are you going to do then? I'm sure the mayor knows about this by now. This will definitely come up at the weekly meeting. I haven't done anything that would upset the mayor. No matter what he says to me, that's what I'll tell him. The phone rang again once more. Also, once again, the head of the office trembled in fear. The manager had to reluctantly pick up the phone. Yes? Can you transfer it here? Yes, this is the right office. One moment, please. Sir, you have a call from City Hall. City Hall? Not the municipal offices? Who is it now? It's the mayor. Yes, that's right. They're members of the town council in Hinamizawa. Yes, I understand. Please listen to what they have to say. No, that's not true. It's important to be impartial and unbiased, but you must act according to the occasion. Yes, please do so. After you're done, please come to the mayor's office and give me your report. I expect you by 6 p.m. Thank you very much. The man spoke with a gentle demeanor, but in a tone that didn't allow objection. Then the elderly man in the double suit set the receiver down. Thank you for that. Odio was sitting on the couch in the reception area. Akane was there with her too. Not a problem. It's been a while since you visited City Hall. I was surprised to see you here today. Sorry for the surprise, but I'm going to ask someone a favor. I want to see them in person. Thank you, really. It's no problem at all. I'm sorry that our staff were so impolite. I should have taught them better. Maintaining a good relationship between municipal governments and town councils is vital. So he says. However, the mayor couldn't believe that Empress Sonozaki came all the way to see him just to save one little girl. It's a huge deal when Odio Sonozaki comes directly to his office. It's also unusual for her to do things indirectly to begin with. Rather than leading the charge herself, she was having Keiichi Maibara save Satoko. The mayor understood that she was doing this so Keiichi Maibara would get all of the credit. Because of that, he was very interested in this young Keiichi Maibara. He sounds like quite the young man. I couldn't believe that he's gone so far to save his friend from an abusive relative. I know! He's one of a kind. I'm not worried about the future of Hinamizawa as long as someone like him is around. I can die peacefully now. Please, Mother, don't joke around like that. It was worth living this long if I was able to meet someone like him. Take care of that Keiichi boy if something happens again. I've grown so fond of him. Are you still mad at me for not having any boys? It was now 3 p.m. and I heard the announcement that the center was closing. The head of the office finally showed up in the room. He seemed like a totally different person. When I first met him, he had a cold attitude and responded to questions with blunt answers. But now he was much nicer and agreed to everything we said. I guess the power we held must have intimidated him. If I was alone, I would have never gotten him to listen to me. It's thanks to everyone's support that I was able to talk to him now. I understand. I'm very sorry for all the confusion. We will take action immediately. Manager, please call Hojo-san's house right now. Yes, sir. Satoko, finally. You're finally free! Okay. This is about a time to save. I know it's probably not gonna be that long, but I don't want to go too far past the time that I usually end, because knowing Higurashi, this is gonna go on for another hour before I get a better save point. So I'm saving again just to be safe, and then closing the game because I will go crazy if I keep hearing that phone ring. You won't hear it, but I do.
So let's find somebody to raid. Who is streaming? Ooh, I'm streaming. That might be our best bet. Because there is a person that I want to raid, but like I haven't raided them before, so I don't know if they know of Higurashi or even would be okay with that. So, but we can raid Amma again. I don't think that would be too bad. Yes, we are leaving on a cliffhanger because I don't know
I don't know what'll happen. I forgot to make a raid message. What would be a good raid message for today? Save the child. No, I'm sorry, Rocket! And we'll do a wave. I'm sorry, Rocket, I know you can't tune in for Friday, but I need to know when to have a good stopping point. And since it had a little transition, we will leave it on a cliffhanger.
But yes, I will be back on Friday, and we will have the stream start at noon again. And then yeah,
everything is looking optimistic, but I am worried because I don't remember this happening in the original series, but like I remember it happening in Go, so I don't know if that's a good sign or not.
but yes, I will see everybody on Friday, and hopefully Satoku is safe. That or the game will just
tear our hearts out.
But say hi to Ama, and I will see you on Friday.